Hi! Sorry, I was grabbing my food from the microwave and I went to put butter on the potatoes and then suddenly there was potatoes all over the floor. So that took a few seconds longer than I was anticipating. Well, welcome to Saturday Night Insanity! Yay!
Sanity.
There we go.
I want to die.
Oh, don't die.
Oh,
And who would we,
A small announcement at the beginning here. That this is going up on YouTube and all. So, I posted on the Discord, but of course it immediately got buried by "Merry Christmas" and everything.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Many trans people go through multiple names till they find one that they really resonate with, right? And so I'm going by Elise right now. So I decided to go from Chance to Elise. So.
Yep, trying something different, see how it feels. Trying it on for size, I think was the term used to see how.
So moderators,
works out.
if you see people use the wrong name for me, can you please correct them so I don't have to spend all night correcting everybody? Thank you.
Wow, JL, come on.
command.
Wait like a minute when we're doing the initial analysis, dude.
Did you hear that?
All right, thank you very much, JL. Anyway.
Thanks, JL. I appreciate how generous you are with your rudeness.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to have an important conversation. Thanks.
Yeah, timing.
Cool, though.
Timing and all that.
Oh, yes, it's really funny.
I'm really hungry.
Making laughing noises right now. You can hear the humor in my voice.
Yeah, anyway, I'm having leftover dinner from Christmas. Made turkey. There's gravy on there too, but it's all soaked in so you can't see it. Ham, stuffing, and potatoes. So there you go.
Oh, my nail polish is everywhere.
Eating.
I just touched my nail polish. It looks like ass now because I have to wash the edges off still.
Oh, is it still wet?
You know when you do this and you're like, oh, I still haven't had a chance to clean my fucking fingernails up yet because I literally did it minutes before we went live. I'm like,
oh yeah.
I was trying to apply eyeshadow and like lipstick and I wasn't feeling it. So I took it all off.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I mean,
Wasn't feeling it.
in your own time, because it's your own face.
Yes. I wanted to look pretty though.
Yeah.
Yeah. Prettier. Whatever.
I want to stuff my face with food, so that's why I'm doing that. So I just finished the marathon. We ran the marathon on Saturday today. Ran the marathon. And since we were kind of short on time, I didn't take much in the way of food breaks. So I'm starving. So don't mind me if I stuff my face right off the top of the show here.
I was stuffing my face right before the show, so I get it in there.
There you go. I had quite a Christmas feast. It's the first time I made ham in addition to the turkey for our Christmas feast. And it's very good.
We didn't have anything like Christmas meal because somebody burnt the turkey.
Because what?
Yeah, you woke up. Oh no! Tell the story about how you found out someone burnt the turkey, though, because that's a more
Oh, no.
Just like I went downstairs after having a nice sleep on Christmas Day.
Mm-hmm.
I was just like, I don't see anybody here. There's nobody
Or in the
here.
afternoon, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
Wakes up.
No sign that anyone's making any food, which is fine. I just kind of expect it on Christmas because that's usually what happens, right?
Well, yeah.
Yeah. So I'm just like, no food cooking, nothing's going on. So I asked my mom about it, and she's like, oh, yeah, apparently somebody burnt the turkey and they're getting burgers.
Christmas burgers.
What kind of Christmas it was? Christmas burgers.
We had a ham and a turkey loaf, and they were both wrapped in bacon.
Very
so
nice.
I had ham wrapped in ham.
So,
nice.
So it's kind of like in A Christmas Story when the dogs eat the turkey.
I quoted that, actually.
Yeah, they go to the Chinese food place.
No turkey a la king! No turkey leftovers! No turkey, turkey sandwiches!
Turkey sandwiches, yeah, turkey soup, turkey whatever, yeah. Mm-hmm. All gone.
So I just found out about some Mill Creek releases coming out.
Oh, did you now?
Yeah. So previously,
I still want that
Paramount
Hammer
released, and I think they did it as a VOD or something, but
one.
they released My Girl on Blu-ray, and there were plans initially to release My Girl 2, but they never did release My Girl 2.
Oh. Okay.
Now there's a Mill Creek release coming out in March, which has My Girl and My Girl 2.
Oh, double feature. There you go.
The best feature is that the list price, not the price it will eventually be, which is something like $14, $15, the list price is $20, which is interesting because currently if you wanted to get just, it would cost you at least $23 to $26.
Like just the first one? Yeah.
Yeah.
Funny, Dad, isn't it? So I haven't seen the My Girl movies. Is Macaulay Culkin in both of them? So I take it that means yes. Good. I love Macaulay Culkin.
He literally does not understand why that's such a terrible.
No, I do. I do. That was
Oh my God.
That was the joke. Yeah. Anyway.
Oh, great. Great. Oh.
The other movies they're releasing soon are Gold Diggers: The Secret of Bear Mountain, which I believe was previously only on VHS. It might have had a DVD release.
Movie?
I just don't remember.
Which one?
Gold Diggers: The Secret of Bear Mountain.
I'm pretty sure that has never been on DVD. So that went from VHS to Blu-ray, I'm pretty sure.
Wow.
All right. And then what I remember watching when I was a kid, I don't know why, specifically from being a kid, other than that it came out at the time, Or My Mom Will Shoot.
Oh, fuck that.
Stop or My Mom Will Shoot. Sylvester Stallone and Estelle Getty together at last.
Oh my God.
It's like the fun, family fun.
I can understand. You really haven't seen the My Girl films.
No, I haven't, but I know the gist of what happens.
Okay, I thought you were honestly.
No.
I thought you just asked a really honest, innocent
question.
question.
Thank you. I'm glad. Thank you for my the compliment of my acting ability.
It genuinely sounded like you had no idea.
Yeah. Like, what the fuck?
Wow.
Oh, please, I need a clip of that.
You're an idiot.
Wait a minute. Hold
What's
on.
so funny?
Wait. There's a Grizzly 2?
Yeah, it finally got finished. It was incomplete, and you can find bootlegs of it. It's called Predator Grizzly, or Grizzly 2 Predator the Concert, or some shit like that.
Oh, God.
It was only like an hour long. Now they've completed it. By the way, George Clooney was in this movie way back in the day.
Oh, wow.
Oh,
So
But
it was
he's only
filmed.
on the first, like, spoiler alert, he's one of the first people to die.
So it was filmed like ages ago, but not finished until recently.
1988.
Wow,
I think?
so it's like that
Holy
Orson
shit.
Welles film, and clearly on the same
Charlie
level.
Sheen,
And
Laura Dern.
Yeah,
Holy
those
shit!
people all before they were famous. Okay, film
Wow.
and then like I think not the director, because the director's dead, but I think the director's wife or the director I don't remember. Someone related to the project came back to the project to finish it.
Nice.
Big Kickstarter, and this is what's happening now.
Nice. That's pretty cool.
Yeah. It's weird.
It's like one
Kind
of
of
those
interested to see it. I
lost
bet it's
gems.
not great, but I bet it's entertaining in some way.
It's only $15,
Oh,
and that's the pre-order price too.
that's not bad at all.
Yeah, surprising. Very nice.
This is damn good.
Oh my God.
I make a mean Christmas dinner. What can I say?
I am glad that you had a slightly normal Christmas for once.
Well, at least in terms of the dinner.
I haven't had Christmas really in like 8 years.
Rosie got a lot of stuff for Christmas.
Sweet.
Cool. I got stuff, but
She had an awesome Christmas. But
cool, I got stuff.
yeah, and you guys might actually see the video somewhat within the season this year, because Mama has actually, believe it or not, mailed her package to us.
What? No fucking way.
I know, right? It's not even close to May.
Hold on. It's not April. What do you mean?
That's what I was saying. No, she actually got it in the mail. It's nothing much. Apparently, it's just a card and a check. But that's okay.
That's all that matters.
Yeah.
Money is good. Yeah,
Money
whatever.
is good, and it should arrive just in the nick of
Oddly
time.
enough.
I don't know
enough,
how
that'll
much
be-
it is. She's not, like, rich or anything, but it'll be something, and every little bit helps. So.
Yeah. Getting my Earl Grey tea here.
Oh, how Picard of you.
I need
Beauty.
caffeine. As I understand it, this has more caffeine than coffee.
Well,
Which
no
makes sense
Eric
because-
yet, JL. He's usually late because
Yeah.
of the new start time. So he may or may not show up later. I don't know. Wait and see.
Yeah, JL, you'll be happy to know that he was actually watching Harry Potter at work while on break.
There you go.
So,
No, yeah, that he's gonna be late, I think, this week because of
Oh,
or might not be here at all. I think maybe it depends on how late he works. I can't remember. He
it's up to
working
him,
late.
really.
He's working late, I think, as he said. So
Ah.
I don't know. I don't know if it means like he's not gonna be able to make it at all or what. That wasn't clear. So
okay.
who knows?
Well,
He
I
might
guess.
show up, might not.
I
If he
guess
does,
we'll
yeah.
find out.
I hope he sleeps well.
Who's going to sleep?
Yes.
Huh?
Is somebody going to sleep?
Yeah, she
Yeah,
said,
Eric. If he doesn't,
I
show
hope
up,
he
Oh.
sleeps well.
Oh,
Eric.
Never mind.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
I got confused.
It's okay.
He's
I thought
like,
somebody
"I'm
had said in
having
the
a
chat they were
senior
going to
moment."
bed. I was like, so I was reading the chat like, who? What? Never mind. I get it now. It's all the meat. It's making my brain sluggish.
Yeah, that makes sense. I swear the only thing I use Blu-ray.com for is to see what the new releases are that are coming out.
Pretty much, yeah.
Like, ooh, I'm gonna add this to my wish list on Amazon.
Just make sure you don't use their link to do so.
Castle of the Creeping Flesh.
Hey, wait a minute.
Sounds awesome.
That sounds
I have
good.
that. 1 second. Castle of the Creeping Flesh.
Is it
There's
part of
Castle of
the
the
Forgotten
Walking Dead, which we watched as
No.
part of the
No,
Hemisphere
it's
film
not part of
stack.
the Jolly. I don't own it. It sounds really familiar though.
Well, I was just saying,
I was like, wait a minute, the title? No, that wouldn't be Shelley.
there was
It's also in the Castle of Bloody Lust. That was.
I was just saying there was also Castle of the Walking Dead that was the alternate title for the torture chamber of Dr. Sadism, which we watched.
I know, and there's
Yeah.
also there's a bunch of other fucking movies I'm probably crossing wires with. So
No doubt.
just
Castle of the blankety blank.
exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, I probably got like a dozen movies with that title, honestly.
Oh, I'm not surprised. Castle of Freaks, Castle of Bloody Terror, Castle with another castle in it.
Ooh, Burt Lancaster the Swimmer. Specifically entitled Burt Lancaster the Swimmer.
Oh. I thought you were distinguishing not Burt Lancaster the actor, but Burt Lancaster the swimmer.
I say that because the artwork for it, and this is like the original artwork,
The
literally
lesser-known
has
Burt
Burt
Lancaster.
Lancaster in the exact same font, and the exact same style, and the exact same size as the title of the film. The title of the film.
Oh.
And so it's like, if you didn't know who Burt Lancaster was, you would assume.
So it stars Burt Lancaster, the swimmer, as the swimmer in The Swimmer.
Dude, the Swimmer had a nice release from Grindhouse Releasing, and then now it's out of print, and I'm sad I missed it.
Huh.
Oh, it's getting a re-release.
Yeah, I know it's getting a re-release, but that other edition, Grindhouse
It was
Releasing,
Different extras.
It's different. It's not even better necessarily. It's just different. There's different stuff on it, and I'm like bummed I missed it because I really wanted to get that, and I just never did.
Yeah.
That's like that one and I Eat Your Flesh. I think that's what it's called. Eat Your Skin. Whatever that one. That one that they released. That one I also missed out on. And that was out of print too.
I drink your blood.
That makes a movie. Yeah, whatever.
Like, whatever.
Yeah, it's getting a standard. It was the previous one. This was a 3-disc set, and the standard release is all we're getting with just 1 disc.
Oh wow!
I have good news, everybody. Great news.
Mm-hmm.
If you missed out on that really shitty transfer copy of Chasing Amy, they're re-releasing it.
I have the Criterion DVD.
I'm pretty good with that. Technically, that's Search for the Laserdisc, but whatever. Laserdisc master.
It's nice.
It's pretty good. Yeah.
So I got to that until you guys do a better.
Oh, the new pressing is still 3-disc. You said. Iceman says apparently it's the same pressing.
So maybe it's a packaging difference, possibly.
Maybe.
Oh.
I was under the impression that it was a smaller, a thinner release of just 1 disc.
That's cool.
The soundtrack and a the other release.
All right, I'm just gonna get some water.
Gonna get water.
Order wine and cheesesteaks. That sounds amazing, dude. Yeah, Chasing Amy and Blu-ray. It looks like shit. Don't worry about it. There's nothing to have your interest piqued. Go get your Criterion DVD from fucking 20 years ago and be happy until whatever comes out.
Exactly.
So there's no interest to be piqued. I promise.
Yes, that was the joke behind me saying, "Good news, everyone."
I wouldn't be shocked if there's a Criterion Blu-ray eventually, though. You know.
If I ever get the chance to ever actually talk to Kevin Smith, I'm going to be like, "Dude, you have to do something about this."
It has nothing to do with it. It's probably the studio.
Right. I'm just saying, like, if I had the chance, I'm sure.
Really nicely,
yeah, I'm sure.
Feel I could tell, but I'm saving you heartbreak, brother. You can ask him something way more important, way more interesting than.
Well,
Hey,
I could at least get an answer.
One movie. I know the answer is you can't do anything about it, but can you release this one movie? No, brother. Just release. Ask him something better. Ask him more personal, interesting questions. Jesus, enjoy your time with him. Don't waste his fucking energy. You know the answer. You know the answer. I'm gonna pee on your poo-poo.
But
I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just yelling.
But I don't know the answer for sure.
You're filling dead air by yelling at you.
I assume what probably is the correct answer.
Yeah.
I don't know for
sure. Okay.
I know for sure. He wants all those movies out. Trust me. If it was his choice, there'd be a big elaborate box set. He loves this shit.
Oh yeah.
What?
You know, he was like, "Oh, well, if I get to talk to Kevin Smith, I'm going to ask them why they haven't released Chasing Amy on Criterion." I'm like, brother, don't even bother him with that.
Rights issues.
Of course he wants it. Duh. Like, ask him a more important question.
It's rights issues. Well, and he has little to no say in shit like that.
I have an
assumption
studio about why.
It's the studio that decides that, not Kevin Smith.
Yeah.
He has no control over that.
It's all the studio.
Yep. Toe
I gotta get that Mallrats Camaro.
This was my stocking stuffer. Singular. The one and only thing in my stocking. I know, because I put it there.
They're already going to be putting Meet the Feebles and Dead Alive and
Bad
the
Taste.
other one and Bad Taste, and there's going to be an early films of Peter Jackson box set coming from somebody. Nobody knows who yet. I wouldn't be shocked if it was Criterion. They're probably the owner to the money to
That'd be amazing if it was Criterion.
Lionsgate, right? So that's the problem. So everything's going to run Lionsgate, right? So it's hard. It's very expensive to license out of them for some people. Than other people. Some people don't have some companies work with other companies. It's like everyone's got like clicks, right? Even in these companies. So like Sony works with these people, but not with these people.
Mm-hmm.
You know, MGM works with these people, not these people. They don't fucking talk to. They don't. So there's no crossover. So, it's and like I don't know who works with who, but I just like it's probably something like that. You know, usually with some shit like that, like you don't have a relationship with them to do a new deal.
But yeah, that's the thing. Like asking Peter Jackson would do nothing. You don't think he wants all his movies on Blu-ray? I'm sure he'd love to have them on Blu-ray.
Yeah,
it's up to the studios.
and him to have time stopping directing new movies. That was a big thing.
Well, and he wants to be involved in the process. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, he's working on those 2 movies, but now
Thanks,
he's in
Buster
lockdown.
Cherry.
I bet you he's been working on some of that stuff in lockdown, and
Well, it's been rumored to be in the works for a very long time. So.
Yes. I know it's been in works for a very long time. It's just he gets to like devote a weekend every now and then to working on it.
Mm-hmm.
It takes hours and hours to go scene by scene, frame by frame, cleaning things up, changing color temperatures, etc.
Right.
Getting rid of density. The big thing is like there's a density change from frame to frame on the emulsion, and it changes everything in the image. And so like you literally have to go frame by frame, comparing.
Make it consistent.
You have one reference image, you just color correct all those frames to that reference image, Then you watch it through to make sure it's okay, and you do tweaking and clean it up, and then it's a whole process. There's hours and hours to get through several minutes of the movie,
The true Canadian Nolan verse? Huh? I don't understand.
Okay.
Why that would be.
I don't know why that has to do with
nickname.
his horror stuff, but because Nolan's never done a horror movie.
Yeah, I don't understand what the connection
Why Nolan?
I mean, generally a nickname has to have a purpose behind it.
I don't understand.
A reason.
Make me understand, please. I want to understand. Take me down your thought path.
The true Canadian Nolan verse. What does Christopher Nolan have to do with Kevin Smith?
That's what I want him to explain. I'm curious.
Understand.
Like, there's definitely a connection there, right?
And what does Christopher Nolan have to do with horror?
Take me down the path so I can understand how you got to that point, because I'm curious, because I don't know how you got there.
Or what is Christopher? Yeah, what does Christopher Nolan have to do with Canada other than yoga
we just called
hosers?
We called Michael out and trying to sound cool. That's what happened.
We lost Stoud.
Guilty of that. Oh yeah, we did lose Stoud. He's been having crap internet this whole time. So.
Oh, okay.
I've been guilty of that, saying some shit to act cool. Don't worry, it happens.
Right. So Kevin Smith said that? Now I'm even more confused.
What?
Why did he call it that?
Right, what?
Was it just his way of saying the movies are technically in the same universe, or?
I mean, he's doing that for a long time.
Yeah. Well, he did, I mean, there's the View Askew universe, of course, which is very clearly connected with recurring characters.
Why is it cast that if I click to turn on my camera first, you freeze up and won't do anything? And when I click on my microphone first and then my camera, you work fine.
I don't know. Same thing. I hate it.
Ugh.
It makes me rage every time.
Like,
why technology? Why you be like this?
I don't know.
I'm honestly not sure what happened because it literally acted as if my fucking Wi-Fi adapter just stopped working and then immediately came back.
Razor Wire Ryan says he saw Tenet and said he was totally lost in the first 30 minutes. And he said nothing to do with the high concept, just the fucking rate at which the plot was rolling along. I see. Interesting. So it's very fast paced and you got to pay attention and watch it like 10 times, I guess. One of those types of movies. I don't know. I haven't seen it. I'm sure I will at some point. Not even fast paced, just so much information crammed in. Oh yeah. Yeah, I occasionally encounter stories like that. They're very dense with information.
Look at upstream color like that.
What happened
Feels
to
very
Ted's
dense.
beard?
He shaved it off.
No! He's beardless. What?
Want to say hi to everybody?
Which one
Look,
do I
everyone,
at?
it's Rosie. Mwah.
Hi.
Which one do I look at?
That one.
Hi. Hi.
You're saying hi, and
Hi.
one of them belched.
We
Can't
can
which one it was.
Probably Stoud.
Probably Stoud.
No, I didn't belch.
I guess. And hello, everybody.
I belch.
How dare you assume probably correctly?
I give
that
shitty
belch?
kisses.
So give a better one. Not A slobbery. That would mean more slobbery. It's a nice one. There you go.
More slobbery, just licked your face. What the
And
fuck?
I will be
Yeah.
quiet. I'll be...
Better be. Still plugged into the thing. You'll have to plug it in direct.
Uh-huh.
My 13-year-old kids, she knows how to switch inputs. Not just switch inputs, but rewire the wires to get to the thing she wants on the TV. And then switch to whichever input she plugged it into. She just gets it. She just gets it.
It's easy.
I know it's easy.
Pretty
Old
easy,
people
yeah.
would find it easy too if they were willing to learn. But instead, they must just make it overly complicated.
My life's overly complicated.
Huh?
They refuse the input button exists.
Yes. Nope, there's no input button on this remote.
That's like, read off
Right
the
back.
buttons on the remote. Power, input, that one! That one!
Yeah.
But, yeah, the plug to the TV got unplugged and I figured out what outlet it went into. Without your help.
Like the power?
Yeah.
Oh.
The power to the TV got unplugged, so I had to plug it back in.
Oh, that's
And I
annoying.
figured out what plug-in and it went to
Plug-in
because
in?
where the cord sat.
What plugging in?
What plug-in in? Sorry, I like this remote.
Okay. She likes the new remote blue one I got. Blue. It's blue. It's dark blue.
Yeah.
They say it's metallic blue. I also have not seen Tenet.
Either or.
One day, I'm sure I will.
It's actually PG-13, apparently.
Is it? It is worth watching for the fact Nolan crashed a 747 into a building alone. A 747 into a fucking building. Yeah. In a post 9/11 world, no less. Crazy. But see, that stuff, I mean, that's just pure spectacle. That's not what will get me to see a movie. Like all the, crazy stunts that Tom Cruise has been doing in recent years with his movies. That's not what gets my butt in the seat. What gets my butt in the seat is it an interesting story? Is it entertaining? Are the characters engaging? Is it well directed? Is it well shot? Any number of things. Spectacle doesn't really get me in the seat. I really don't care. So, it does for me. A good story, characters is what can take it over the edge. See, if I just want spectacle, I'll go watch an IMAX movie. If it's spectacle in addition to, good story and characters and stuff like that, then, I mean, here, world, what does craptacular even mean? I heard Wonder Woman 84 was fantastic. I've heard nothing but rave reviews of it. I don't know.
No, there
what
have
you're
been
hearing.
people who didn't like it, but to
Well,
be fair,
there was
I
people
looked
that didn't
into it
like
a
the
little-
first one.
I looked into it a little deeper,
Yeah.
and while at first a lot of the comments that I was seeing about it were negative,
Yeah.
when I looked at just the Twitter responses, 98% of them are actually positive. Yes, there are some vocal minority that hate the movie,
Mm-hmm.
but
As
most
always.
people like it, and I like it. I thought it was great. It's an 8 out of 10.
And
Great.
And no, Michael, it isn't. That is absolutely not true at all. Certain types of entertainment, spectacle is part of it. Yeah, for sure.
Take that. Fair.
But not all of it. Oh, you Kappa'd. Never mind. I always, I'm still not used to the Kappa thing.
Fell for it. Got him.
I always fall for it because I always forget. I see the Kappa, but I don't process what it actually
It's him
means.
doing troll
so.
voice, like some people saying like, "Oh."
If it was troll face, I would get that. I understand troll face. I am, cognizant of troll face.
sarcasm face, that's what that is.
Kappa is
basically.
different.
Sarcasm face. Yeah.
Modest. Well, yeah, of course it was. Like, because that's all there was. But then they started to introduce story and character into it. I mean, it used to be you'd go to a movie to see a train coming at the camera, and then the
was
audience would duck, you know?
born out of a lot of spectacles. It was just a sideshow attraction when it started.
Well, exactly, yeah.
It became something more.
Then it
when grew
became
up.
something more. It became more of a means of
It grew up.
expression and art and story.
And it got old now. We're in the old tune
Like, a
phase
lot
where-
of my favorite movies are not spectacles at all. They're, you know, small scale character driven pieces or something, you know, or the spectacle aspect of it is more to do with, I guess, technical, like Citizen Kane, for example. It's more to do with the way it's shot and the way it's filmed, and that's not so much spectacle, it's just technical excellence, you know, that I appreciate and enjoy. And it also has really good stories and character. So but yeah, for me, it's like if the sole selling point for me to go see this movie is that Tom Cruise clung to the side of a jet while it took off, and that's your only selling point, I'm not seeing that movie. I don't give a shit. What's the story like? Is there going to be something beyond that 30 seconds of spectacle to keep me interested for the remaining 2.5 hours of the film? That's what I want to know. That's what I'm interested in, you know? So, if I want just spectacle, I'll go on a carnival ride.
Spectacle is the diamond on a beautiful gold band.
Yeah, it shouldn't
And
be
it's
the
beautiful
only
band
thing.
put on it, or it means nothing.
Yeah, icing on the cake. Bay Formers, it's a lot of
Yes.
spectacle. I
The
mean,
last Mission Impossible stories were actually really good, despite the what the trailer told you. There's just nothing.
yeah,
Actually, pretty good movies, to be fair.
but yeah, I have no interest in them because I've basically lost all interest in Tom Cruise.
Fine. No wrong with that.
We talk about separating the art and the artist, and yeah. I'll watch some of his older stuff. I don't give a shit about any of his newer stuff.
There's stuff I won't watch with certain people in it. I
Yeah,
get it.
I know.
I don't hold any. I get it. Everyone has their own things.
No. But
And so if he
Yeah.
doesn't end up in the Marvel films. That's been rumored for a while.
well, it's not just that he did something loopy. He did like a recurrence of loopy things. It's like years of loopy things. It wasn't about his one and only appearance on
Uh,
Oprah where he jumped on the couch. No. It goes
Yeah,
far deeper than that.
Stories of shittery and assholery.
Yeah, like, and basically mental abuse to,
I heard some fucking stories, y'all.
yeah,
I can't talk.
like literal mental abuse to Katie Holmes, who thank God is no longer with him. But oh no, it's because of his real life that I have no interest in seeing it. But I'm just using that as an example of something that was, you know, the spectacle was pushed in the media or in the
You know,
all the marketing, and it was like their one selling point. And it's like
I won't watch.
I don't care. I don't care what kind of stunts he's doing.
Woody Allen.
He's
I won't-
insane. So of course he's gonna do crazy death wish shit like that, because that's the way he is. I don't find that interesting. You'll talk
He
about.
fancies himself a new age Jackie Chan, but he's nowhere near as interesting.
I was just gonna say, you want to talk
Or
about
talented.
somebody who does that shit who I do find interesting is Jackie Chan, because he does it out of a passion for wanting to do something
He just fought a
special.
bunch of Jackie Chan films too.
Yeah. Well, it means a lot to me, Michael. I mean, as far as I'm
Everyone has their
concerned,
own
giving them my money or choosing not to give them my money,
Like I said, everyone has their own line. You
Yeah.
know, do whatever you want. You watch what you want. Don't judge anybody else for watching what they want to watch, you know, or not want to watch. You know.
Well, I'll judge the fuck out of you.
Everyone has their own line. Like I get it.
see, that's different
people-
though, Luke, because
Some people won't watch movies where the dog gets killed for a plot.
I
I totally cool with. Like I get it. I understand. you
it's
know?
one thing if you've done some fucked up shit, and then made yourself into a better person later, that's fine.
Yeah.
You've made an effort to redeem yourself. There is no redemption with Tom Cruise. He's just
He might come. Yeah, he got years left. You never know.
crazy, and he's gonna stay crazy. You know,
Probably.
very likely.
I mean, honestly, if you, I don't want to sound like an asshole, but if you listen to the shit that he said, like that got him in the news last week, right? If you listen to the actual audio of it, he kind of sounds like he's acting.
Mm-hmm.
It kind of sounds like it's a stunt,
Mm-hmm.
you know.
Well, maybe it is.
And when you also look at the kind of masks he wears, which are not,
Not the good right ones at all.
Oh.
Yeah.
yeah, he has the ones with the fucking holes in them. Like, oh, so it's not effective at all? Cool.
80% ineffective. The CDC said something like that.
But I'm glad it
Something like that.
looks
I don't know
cool,
if that's
Tom. I'm so glad your mask looks cool and is completely ineffective.
Yeah,
I'm
it
so
seems
glad
to
you
be
care
like
so much about your own health. That you'll yell at people, but you won't care about other people's health by getting a real mask.
well, exactly. That's my point. 007 is that people should be able to be forgiven if they, you know, make an effort to better themselves. I mean, that is to be admired, rather than just simply being an asshole and staying an asshole forever. You know, if you're making an effort to be a better person. I mean, in the case of Jackie Chan, I mean, I don't think anybody would question his character, like meaning his character as a person. You know,
As far as I know, I've heard nothing. I mean, who knows?
I mean,
I've heard nothing.
Okay, he's done some fucked up shit in his past, but he doesn't anymore, and hasn't for a very long time. You know, so you know,
I have mad respect for him. You know.
Yeah,
that is to be admired and respected. You know.
I have a certain amount of respect for Tom Cruise just as somebody who fucking, like Jackie Chan, does a lot of his own stunts, does a lot of crazy fucking stunts, and works really fucking hard in the film business.
But why would you admire someone?
But in terms of who he is as a person, it's like, no, I don't have to respect that. I respect his work ethic, absolutely, but
I don't respect his stunts at all because he does it for the wrong reasons. He does it because he's showing off.
Yeah, he's showing off. He's doing it for publicity, and like I said, I'm pretty sure the guy has a death wish. You know, I mean,
if you were stuck in the Church of Scientology, wouldn't you?
He basically, well, no, not if I was Tom Cruise, because they take very good care of him. He's like the one person.
Not. Maybe. Remember, there's a whole thing that we.
No, believe me, there isn't. I used to look into that shit a lot back when there was the whole anonymous thing. But
Eric, hey, look at that! His face that works perfectly.
And greetings, the garbage gamer of garbage gaming.
I got into some political discussion on Twitter. When did we get into fucking Tom Cruise? I really like. We were talking about Wonder Woman and then Tom Cruise.
The Mission Impossible films went to, and then that's where we are. That's the difference between. That's why I respect Jackie Chan and not Tom Cruise, though. To him, Tom Cruise is just doing it because he's showing off. Jackie Chan is because it's part of the story. It's important to the story. It's part of his art. You know, he drives the story with those stunts. That's not the same way in American films. It doesn't work the same way.
No.
Completely viewpoint, a different viewpoint, and from the creation process up. You know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
The Grime Reaper.
Yeah.
The Grime Reaper.
The Grime Reaper. Is he the one that pronounces your toilet bowl dead? Because it's too full of grime.
These stitches are dead. Oh, Lord. I've done that type of great.
How grimy.
The G is right there, you know.
Mm-hmm. Oh, it's actually not a lot of news this week. Holy shit. Well, it's a good thing we're babbling on about Tom Cruise and Jackie Chan then, because there's not a lot of news this week. Although I'm sure we watched a fair amount of movies this week. I know I watched.
Yeah, I watched a fair amount. Yeah. And probably be watching a fair amount this next week, too. Yeah. I've got a lot of movie dates with people.
Cool.
This week is really busy. God. The first 3 days alone are just 4 days? 5 days? 6, wow, no, I have something going on until Friday. Friday's my first day off.
Oh, that tweet. Yeah, I know the one you're talking about, Luke. Well, it's I don't know. He's showing that she's not so pure and innocent as.
That's well,
know.
look, no one's perfect, you know. Like
Well, yeah,
we should
but
call him out for it.
well, it's not just that. It's not at all elegant while posing her nudes.
Yeah, it's slut
Yeah.
shaming, and like you know, I mean, we should all definitely call him out for that. You know,
Who's doing what now?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
But Melania Trump is not a good person.
Oh, that, yeah,
It
yeah,
doesn't
yeah.
mean you don't that's not any excuse to slut shame someone. You can
Yeah.
talk about her person
Yeah.
and characterize the fact that she's done completely nothing, jack shit for
Yeah.
people.
But there's a certain like stigma attached to being the first lady, and one of which is that generally speaking, they aren't former porn stars.
She didn't do porn. She didn't need photos.
Yeah, I know. But
Not the
anyway,
same- you
it's
know
like,
that. And it doesn't matter what she did in the past.
mm-hmm.
Who gives a shit?
Anyway, she's scum. They're all scum.
I don't deny
Can't
that,
wait
but
to
not
be
because
gone.
she did naked photos, and that's the problem. And I refuse to accept that as an okay thing to say. It's not.
It's not. When I saw that, I genuinely, oh my God, Mark, stop being old. Just stop.
Everybody makes mistakes. He might apologize for it. You don't want to, you know, he's got to get through his own emotional
Probably.
fucking roller coaster before that, you know? When you do something like that and you're angry and you post something and then someone calls you out and you get angry and you need time to like think about your shit before you. And I'm sure if he's smart, he'll stay away from the internet until he's come to like. Delete. But oh yeah, I'm an idiot. Oh, like, who knows? Oh, you gotta give him time.
Loud back door.
Yeah, there's a lot of that. There's a sliding door.
Jesus Christ.
Yep. Very loud.
See, that's just it. That's when he got the sound complaint, which he's talked about on stream before, so it's okay. But
Oh, did he?
that was, yeah, that was something in it. Was like talking about how loudly opening and closing doors at all hours of the night. It's just like, well, okay, but the reason that back door is so fucking loud and squeaky is because nobody, yeah, it's metal, and nobody has gone and fucking oiled it.
Yeah, where's your
And-
handyman to come fix the door?
Yeah,
not my
he's in an
responsibility.
apartment. It's the apartment owner's responsibility to fix that shit. Like,
Yep.
you don't get to fucking. It's your responsibility to fix. And it's
You say
literally
own the
something that's
plan.
so fucking easy to fix. Go fucking fix it.
You
then.
say that landlord's a job, then do your fucking job, landlord, and fix his fucking door.
Yeah. If you're the lord of my land, then please lord over it.
Landlord's not a job.
Yeah.
Lord of Mylanta.
If your entire living money is people who paid to live in your place, it's not a job. That's just taxes. You charge taxes to people. Like, you're not doing anything. Hey, Michelle's here. Hi, Michelle. Merry Christmas. And happy holidays and all those other things. I don't know all the holidays, so I couldn't cover base.
It's like that old Vine video. Merry Christmas. Merry Chrysler.
Happy Yule, right? Merry Yule.
Gee.
I don't know what I'm doing.
Yeah, honestly, if I was his next door neighbor, I'd complain too. You know what I mean?
That fucking door is loud as shit, dude.
I know it is.
Property investment. That's a joke. Good joke, Iceman. Good joke. Property. Property is theft, by the way. In case you're curious.
I don't give a shit about Star Wars. Anyway,
That wasn't
You
even
don't
remote.
like Star Wars? What's wrong with you?
I like Star Wars in my own way. I don't give a shit about the fandom of Star Wars. I don't
Oh,
care
yes.
about.
I don't engage in any fandoms because all fandoms are toxic, given time and
Pretty
size.
much. That seems to be
So I
the
just don't engage
case.
in
Like
fandom.
almost all of my all the fan groups I'm on Facebook
I mean,
just devolved.
how many- I can count on my one hand how many times a year I talk about DC, Marvel, or Star Wars, anything on my Twitter.
So,
Zero interest in engaging fandom.
So yeah, let me clarify. I like Star Wars, the game, the games and the movies and the comics and all that stuff.
Yeah.
I like the franchise. I hate the fandom.
Yeah.
I have no desire
corporation
to
that runs it.
discuss it in any way.
Hate the corporation that runs it for giving us a glut of material.
Yes.
Too much.
Well, both
They're- you could
honestly,
say
I
they're
think-
a glutton for punishment.
yeah,
Oh god.
a glut of material.
Well, you kind of walked into that one. I'm sorry.
Did I? Did I really? Did I really?
yeah.
Yes.
All right. So anyway, news. We got news.
News? We got news.
Nudes.
Do we have
We have nudes.
Nudes.
Let's see. Raptor Rivera says, "Oh yeah, I guess that is the case, isn't it?" Says, "Greetings, everyone. Hey, trademark infringement, and welcome to the season finale of Saturday Night InSaNiTy. This edition of the Cram News is dedicated to each and every person who had a lousy 2020. So literally everyone in the world." Every frontline worker, every essential worker, and every medical professional who put their lives on the line to help others in these difficult times. Well, thank you, Raptor. That's a very, very kind sentiment. Okay. Yeah, I guess this is the last SNI of 2020. This is it. It all ends here, folks. It all ends here. And then the next one will be January 2nd. January 2nd. I'll be doing some kind of stream on New Year's Eve, because it's New Year's Eve. We'll probably be playing Fortnite, because Fortnite rings in New Year's Eve in fun ways.
I might join you for that.
Cool. That would be fun. I will likely be drinking.
I wanted to join today, but I was not having a good day, so.
That's okay. It's alright. We had a pretty good time. We only got one win today. It was the Sweaties were out in, like, force. A lot of very close second places. There's like only 2 people left on the other squad, and they just destroyed us. So, yeah, good times. Anyway, trailers. Got the official trailer for the... Oh, I saw this trailer. I'm so excited about this one. Official trailer for the Prime Video film Coming to America, number 2. Premiering March 5th. The African monarch Akeem learns he has a long-lost son in the United States and must return to America to meet this unexpected heir and build a relationship with him. Returning to their respective roles are Eddie Murphy, Arsenio Hall, and James Earl Jones. Very good.
That's awesome. And but the trailer looked amazing. I adored the trailer.
Yeah.
It was like coming home. It was perfect.
It was.
It was like totally perfect.
Oh, they got
everyone's back,
all the characters in the barbershop are back, and everything is.
Oh my
yeah,
God.
it's great.
I want to watch the original again just to refresh.
Same. Yeah, it's been a long time since I've seen it, but I remember
Only
really.
been a few years. I mean, I watched it, I think in 2017, 2018, one of those. Not that long ago.
Makes me want to go down to McDowell's and grab a Big Mick. Official trailer for the Netflix original series History of Swear Words. Oh, yeah, we've talked about this one a few times.
Hey.
Premiering January 5th. An Education in Expletives, the history lesson you didn't know you needed, hosted by Nicolas Cage. A loud and proudly profane series that explores the origins, pop culture usage, science, and cultural impact of curse words. Excellent. I'm going to watch
Which sounds awesome, by the way.
I'm
I
gonna
haven't
watch-
seen the trailer. I don't need to.
I'm going to watch every episode of that.
You're right. Me and Stout are too. He is our Lord and Savior, after all.
Absolutely. Official trailer for the neo-noir crime thriller The Little Things, premiering in theaters and HBO Max on January 29th. Clashes between a Kern County deputy and a Los Angeles detective occur during the investigation of a serial killer. Co-starring Denzel Washington, Rami Malek, and Jared Leto. Written and directed by John Lee Hancock, whose previous films include 2002's The Rookie and 2013's Saving Mr. Banks.
I'm so sold with that premise alone because I'm like, ooh,
Yeah.
ooh, more
Well, anything
neo-noir cyberpunk film, soul,
Serial killer type stuff, yeah.
The serial killer. Asked.
Yeah. Official trailer for the HBO documentary Tiger, a 2-part documentary illuminating in sweeping scope and vast detail the rise, fall, and epic comeback of global icon Tiger Woods. Part 1 will premiere on January 10th, and Part 2 will premiere January 17th. Official trailer for the Netflix original special Death to 2020, premiering December 27th. As the year we all want to end finally does, take a look back at 2020's mad glory in this comedic retrospective from the creators of Black Mirror. Oh my god, I'm watching the shit out of that. Yes.
Some mockumentary, I think.
A mockumentary from the makers of Black Mirror. Oh, that's amazing.
There's gonna be a bunch of shit that didn't actually happen.
Probably, yeah.
Insane
Well,
shit
the joke was that 2020 was the next season, and it was an augmented reality thing.
Oh, yeah.
They had posters. You are in the next season, you know.
Oh, that's great. I mean, just like, yeah, if we're in a TV show, this is the season that like jumped the shark, and we're just gonna have that new sidekick character's gonna add it in, and we're on the way to fucking ratings hell next.
It's the year where they basically just ran out of ideas and just started doing a bunch of random crazy shit. We got to save the show. Need better ratings. That's it for trailers.
More disasters.
More disasters. Murder hornets. What? What the hell? Just do it. Murder hornets. Trust me.
There's gonna be sarcophagus juice and a mysterious monolith that keeps disappearing and reappearing.
That's right. Yeah,
what the fuck?
So basically,
just pull out all the stops.
So basically, it's like Cabin in the Woods, but 2020.
Oh.
Yeah, I was listening. Season of Lost sucks basically because there's so many unanswered questions about it.
In movie and TV news, filmmaker David Gordon Green is in current negotiations to direct a sequel to the 1973 horror classic The Exorcist. Green previously directed the 2018 sequel retcon Halloween. This will be another Blumhouse production, and no one knows. No other details are known at this time. known.
No one knows.
No one knows other details are known.
So we're probably going to skip all the sequels again and do a new sequel, direct sequel.
That's what it sounds like. Yeah, it's just.
But they did a good first one. They'll do it. Hopefully, they'll do a good next one. You know, keep doing that. Now do the Omen next.
Yeah, yeah.
And Critters.
Except the first two Omens were good.
No one knows. Dance.
No one knows. Nobody knows the troubles I've seen.
Oh, it's my favorite part.
Nobody knows.
Author Ernest Cline revealed this week that a live-action adaptation of his book, Ready Player 2, is in early development. Says it's in the early stages right now, especially since Hollywood is in limbo right now, but I can tell from the experience of making the first movie that everybody had a lot of fun. No word yet if Steven Spielberg will return to direct. I actually did not know Steven Spielberg directed that one. I still haven't seen the movie or read the book. I want to read the book first. But,
book's really good.
I need to get the book. FX has greenlit another Taika Waititi series, Reservation Dogs, for series order. The program follows 4 Native American teenagers in rural Oklahoma who spend their days committing crime and fighting it. It will be co-written and co-directed by Taika and Sterling Harjo. Cool. The series adaptation of The Lord of the Rings has reportedly wrapped filming in New Zealand. The costly Prime Video program is slated for a 2021 release.
Oh my god, they filmed it?
We're almost... They filmed it. They filmed it, apparently.
I gotta see this!
I know. I can't wait. Yeah, I'm gonna watch every episode of that, too.
Well, why are you surprised they filmed it is, I guess, what I'm wondering. You know, because, like, it's been known for a while that they don't have COVID in New Zealand.
Well, that's true, yeah.
For a while. So
they, well, I didn't know they were that far along. Like, I thought it had just been greenlit recently and was in, like, pre-production of pre-production. I didn't realize they were so far along they'd actually filmed the whole damn thing. So, cool. Looking forward to it. In streaming news, the following premiered on their respective streaming services this week and beyond. The 9th entry in the DC Extended Universe, Wonder Woman 1984, hit select theaters and HBO Max. The newest Pixar film, Soul, hit Disney+. That one sounds really good, actually.
Oh, it looks really good. Everyone's saying...
Yeah. The 3rd season of The Mandalorian has been pushed back to 2022. So we've got a while to wait for that one.
Okay.
And
Yeah.
finally,
I'm glad I waited to watch Mandalorian.
Yeah.
I kind of forget all the details that got spoiled.
Yes. And finally, Netflix has announced that they have bumped up the release date of Cobra Kai Season 3 to January 1st. There you go. So a New Year's Day treat for everyone who loves Cobra Kai. Myself included. I will definitely be watching that. Let's see. And that is it for movie news. So, in memoriam, we lost quite a few people this week.
God.
John Huber, American professional wrestler with a 17-year career between 2003 and 2020. From 2003 to 2012, Huber worked on the independent circuit under the ring name Brody Lee before signing a development contract with WWE. Huber then debuted on the company's third brand, NXT, and later the main roster as Luke Harper, a member of the Wyatt family. Harper had reigns as NXT Tag Team Champion, SmackDown Tag Team Champions twice, and a brief run as Intercontinental Champion. When his contract was up, Huber signed with AEW, All Elite Wrestling, as Mr. Brody Lee, the leader of the faction The Dark Order. Lee became the company's second ever TNT champion.
This is one of my favorite wrestlers, and this came as a shock. He was just wrestling 2 weeks ago. He took time off to spend time with his family,
wow.
and then this happened.
Wow.
And nobody knows exactly what happened. And he was
like
such
what
a
it
good
was.
wrestler too.
Wow.
He was one of those big guys who could fly in a way that made you go, "What the fuck just happened?" he just leaped over the fucking. He runs at the turnbuckle and leaps over the post, which is a very hard thing to do,
Yeah.
especially when you were 6 feet whatever.
Yeah.
And I saw this man fly. It's insane. I cannot believe he's gone.
It's amazing.
Just like Jesus. It just happened like 2 hours ago. It just announced that he was gone.
Really? Oh, that soon?
Yeah.
Wow.
Fuck.
That's crazy. Life can
Yeah.
be so fleeting. You never really know when it's your time.
It's just crazy. Just damn, dude. Anyway.
We also lost James E. Gunn, American science fiction writer, editor, scholar, and anthologist with an over 7-decade-long career between 1948 and 2020. He worked as an editor of anthologies, including the 6-volume Road to Science Fiction series. He won the Hugo Award for Best Related Work in 1983, and he won or was nominated for several other awards for his non-fiction works in the field of science fiction studies. The Science Fiction and Fantasy Writers of America made him its 24th Grand Master in 2007, and he was inducted by the Science Fiction and Fantasy Hall of Fame in 2015. His novel The Immortals was adapted into a 1969 to 1971 TV series. John made it to the ripe old age of 97. David Giler, American filmmaker, producer, and writer with a 55-year career between 1962 and 2017. Giler was a notable figurehead in the Alien franchise, producing and executive producing the original 4, the Alien vs. Predator crossover duology, as well as the prequel films. He was also an uncredited story writer on the original 1979 film. Giler went on to write his own film, the 1986 comedy The Money Pit. Love The Money Pit.
Love The Money Pit. That was my answer to that.
That was a
Yeah.
great movie.
Kevin Green, American professional football player who was a linebacker and defensive end for the Los Angeles Rams, Pittsburgh Steelers, Carolina Panthers, and San Francisco 49ers of the National Football League from 1985 through 1999. He had 160 sacks in his career, which ranks third among NFL career sack leaders, and he was voted to the NFL 1990s All-Decade Team. He was elected to the Pro Football Hall of Fame in 2016. Green also enjoyed a few on and off stints in the late 1990s in World Championship Wrestling, WCW. We also lost Ned Wynn, third-generation actor and screenwriter with a 46-year career between 1953 and 1999. He was the son of actor Keenan Wynn and the grandson of Ed Wynn. He, his father, and grandfather worked together in 1961's The Absent-Minded Professor, 1963's Son of Flubber, and 1964's The Patsy. He wrote screenplays for the surfing movie 1979's California Dreaming. In the 60s, he co-wrote the song Available, which was recorded by Frank Sinatra. We also lost Danny Hodge, wrestling legend and boxer, beginning in October of 1959. He's renowned for his wrestling career, both amateur and professional. He was born and raised in Perry, Oklahoma, where he continued to live. He was famous for the ability to crush apples with one hand, a feat which he demonstrated live on ESPN during the 2006 NCAA Wrestling Championships. He said his strength was due to having double tendons in his hands. Danny made it to the ripe old age of 88.
Damn, that's crazy.
Yeah. We also lost Tuck Tucker, American writer, artist, animator, songwriter, and director with a 27-year career between 1988 and 2015. Tucker's first job post-graduation was as an animator on the 90s classic The Little Mermaid. For the rest of his career, Tucker worked on a who's who of 1990s animated television: The Simpsons, Ah, Real Monsters, Rugrats, SpongeBob SquarePants, Hey Arnold, and many others.
So he pretty much did all of the Nickelodeon lineup.
Pretty much all the big ones, yeah.
All the big ones, yeah.
Excuse me. We also lost Doug Crane, animator and United States Army veteran with a 5-decade-long career between 1957 and 2007. Crane worked on Challenge of the Super Friends, The Smurfs, and Beavis and Butthead Do America, the Hanna-Barbera Godzilla series, 1981's Heavy Metal, just to name a few. Doug made it to the ripe old age of 85. We also lost Leslie West, American rock guitarist, vocalist, and songwriter with a near 60-year career between 1964 and 2020. He was best known as a founding member and co-lead vocalist of the hard rock band Mountain. They had success with Mississippi Queen, which reached number 21 on the Billboard charts and number 4 in Canada. It was followed by, Theme for an Imaginary Western. And finally, we lost Lee Wallace, American actor of film, stage, and television, with a 39-year career between 1966 and 2005. His movie roles include more than a dozen productions, big and small, including 1971's Clute, 1972's The Hot Rock, 1974's The Taking of Pelham 123 as the mayor of New York City, 1989's Batman as Gotham City's Mayor Borg, and many others. Lee made it to the ripe old age of 90. I, of course, remember him probably primarily from Batman as the
I was
mayor.
just gonna say, yeah.
That's right. I want a parade. I want balloons. Yeah. And that is all the news that is fit to geek. And for video game news, what's on the this week, Eric Claus?
What?
I keep meant screen. What's on the screen this week, Eric Claus? Please tell me it's more cars going vroom vroom.
It is.
Well,
We got it right,
actually,
boys.
it
Merry
is.
fucking Christmas.
A little Motor Storm.
Motorstorm.
Probably one of the greatest launch games for this system.
Oh, so
It's a
fun.
Christmas miracle.
That's what I was saying.
I'll always,
Fucking miracle it happened. Hallelujah, Danny fucking K or something. I think I don't remember the whole line, but
yeah, I will
Crosby
always
is
cherish.
Anthony Danny fucking K.
thank you.
I will always cherish when Eric and I played Motorstorm Apocalypse, one of my earlier gaming streams. That was so much fun.
Man, I need to get that.
That was
It was
great.
just like, is it safe to go across the bridge? Yeah, sure, it's fine. Oh God!
Did you notice, Eric? Did you notice I changed your
As
name?
the bridge is collapsing.
Did you notice I changed your name in Discord, Eric?
The whole thing is exploding. What are you going on about?
I changed Eric's name in Discord.
Oh.
Oh,
You called him Garbage Gamera.
garbage camera. Yes.
I need to watch Game.
Yeah, you can change that.
So do I. I have all of them.
Right now, changed it. I was like,
All
oh, yeah,
of
yeah.
the Gameras.
Well, good for you.
So I don't have a lot. Like, so there's it's
Excuse
pretty much
me.
just Christmas happened.
Yes.
So,
Christmas. Christmas.
PS5s,
So there was
Xbox
a
Series
Christmas.
X's are still entirely out of stock.
Yes.
So
of course.
Everything. It's all out of stock. All of
But
it.
leading into the first one, I can't believe this is real and I'm talking about this.
Uh-huh.
The KFC's game console is apparently not only very real, but arriving very soon.
Okay.
It's a PC
It-
that plays Cyberpunk.
It is
2077.
literally it is a KFC branded PC-like game console that they are promising 4K and 240 hertz frames prices. Prices and release dates have not been fully confirmed yet, but it also, and they did confirm, it does have a tray that warms chicken.
It's basically a toaster oven inside your computer.
What?
You can
Yeah.
go.
What if this ends up being awesome, though, guys?
I, think,
What
I
if-
don't remember.
It
There's
could.
some company that
Amazing.
did it with them. They paired with some company, Cooler Master or Asus or
Clearly.
something. I can't remember who.
You can go to Cooler Master's website
There
and
you
find
go.
this thing.
Yeah, that's it.
See, this is the dream I want for 2021. It would just be perfect for a follow-up to 2020.
Oh yeah.
Somehow, by some miracle, a KFC-branded video game console
Remember when
ends
this
up being
first
better
came
than
out?
the PS5, better
Yeah.
than the Xbox Series X.
I know.
Now that
Better
I'm
than all of them.
kind
The
of
number
on
one.
the fence of their claims are not all
No,
that
it's
truthful because I'm looking at the hardware. It's based off of the Intel Nook.
I don't think this is that good.
Which means what to me? I don't know
Which
what
is-
that means.
There's tiny mobile small form factor PCs.
Okay.
Okay.
Those tiny little squares that you see that are full blown PCs, but they're mostly like office PCs.
I see.
Mm.
But they're smaller.
Yeah, housed in a custom Cooler Master NC100 chassis. It's running the Intel 9th Gen Nook, and it's going to be powered by what's the GPU? Oh yeah, it doesn't come with a GPU. It has a slot to add a GPU.
Oh
What's the
god.
GPU? Oh yeah,
okay.
it doesn't come with one.
Really?
Oh my God.
But it does come, like, where they're throwing most of their money is storage. The thing's coming with 2 terabytes of NVMe SSD storage.
Which is actually better than any of the consoles on the
That right there is storage, like pure size. It's better than any of the consoles. Speed, no.
Jesus Christ.
And then it's got a little toaster oven to keep your chicken warm.
And the way that works is it's not an actual like element-based toaster oven.
Mm-mm.
It's literally what people have joked about for years about with like hot running computers. It's using the hot components of a computer to keep chicken you get from KFC warm, not to cook it, to
Yeah,
keep
yeah.
it warm. So they have like a 3D model of like an X-ray, and yeah, the tray is literally like the heat sink for the CPU. So
It's so
yeah,
ridiculous.
world's first built-in chicken chamber. Never risk
chamber?
letting your chicken go cold again thanks to the patented chicken chamber. Utilizing the
Chicken
system's
chamber.
natural heat and airflow system, you can now focus
Which
on your
way should I
gameplay and
go
enjoy
now?
hot, crispy chicken between rounds.
I have to say, it is with great restraint they did not name the model number KFC-1001 or
The
whatever.
system is called the KF console.
KF
Uh-huh.
console. Oh
So,
yeah.
KF
and yeah, I will turn
Oh,
my camera
God,
around real
terrible.
quick to show what it literally looks like.
Look at this
Look,
thing.
Wow.
that's it right there.
Power your hunger.
I kind of want one.
I kind of do too, just out of morbid
You
curiosity.
can afford it. I can't.
World's first built-in chicken chamber.
That's crazy.
It's VR ready. Ray
yeah.
tracing, 240
But
frames
you
per
have to get your
second.
own video card to do all that stuff.
Yeah, it
Wow.
says never miss a shot. It says discover level gameplay and possible ASUS power graphics card that runs buttery smooth. It's the first GPU
Buttery
slot. A hot swappable GPU slot. The KFC console will stay the most powerful console for generations
Hot
to come.
swappable.
Yeah, and
You
it's,
just change
it's
the video card
cool
out.
after
on
they
the
have a
fly.
partner with Seagate, so this stuff's coming with like Seagate Barracuda and Firecuda friggin' hard drives.
1 terabyte of SSD. Holy shit.
There's no way this
Two
is
1
real.
terabyte SSDs. Holy fuck.
Oh no, it's real. It's very,
There's no way.
it's very
It's real.
I used to
video
think
card,
it
though.
wasn't,
It's not
but
quite
it
real.
very much is.
I'm just sitting here. This is like a prototype thing they made just for fucking
Nope.
shits and giggles, right?
No, they fucking did this shit, dude. Everyone was bored during the fucking the pandemic. Even corporations,
The end result of the pandemic right here.
even corporations were
Yeah,
bored.
we're
of these
gonna have
stupid shit.
So
See, now we
much
can add it-
weird, random,
Now
cool
we can
shit
add it
coming
to
out in the
mass
next
hysteria
year now.
statement.
Hold on,
Cats.
hold on. I need to express this the only
Oh god.
Squidward
Oh, future.
did it best. Future. Future.
Yeah.
No, what I was gonna do, I was gonna go. We can add it to the whole mass hysteria statement. Cats and dogs living together, KFC making game consoles, mass hysteria.
Yeah.
Ugh.
That's crazy.
Yeah. So
I don't know how
It would be
to,
better if it was like better chicken buckets. I agree, Buster. I'm surprised they didn't color it like one of the fucking chicken buckets. Fuck.
Who the
Wait.
fuck?
Will it fit inside a chicken bucket? Because that'd be amazing,
it
actually.
is the size of a chicken bucket.
So you can put it inside the chicken bucket. There you go.
Yeah. There you go.
Who the fuck killed the fucking butterfly that created the timeline we live in? What happened?
Ooh, asshole
Watch
politics.
where you're stepping, time travelers.
I know, right?
I love that episode
Stop
of
drinking the
Simpsons
casket juice, for the love of God.
where he
Just
just
need that time is to stabilize. I mean, come on.
where Homer goes back in time because he accidentally made a fucking time machine with out of a fucking toaster, right?
Yes.
And the first few times he's like, "Ah, crap, I didn't mean to do that."
Yeah.
But then eventually he gets so pissed off, he's like, "Don't touch anything! Oh, anything!"
Oh shit.
That's what this is right now. Fuck everything.
You open the door to get a sample, and at one moment he decided to fucking sneeze into our timeline and screwed everything up.
Yes. So who literally sneezed in the primordial soup?
I know, right?
That's one of the snot chunks floating around in our timeline right now.
God damn it. This whole fucking
Alright.
simulation's fucking cracked.
So the next thing that happened this past week was we had a Super Nintendo World Direct.
Oh.
And yes, and a lot of people were excited about this, me included, because it finally happened. We're finally getting Mario Land in real life. Shigeru
Okay.
Miyamoto and Nintendo have partnered with Universal to create a Super Mario World theme park
Oh.
in all the Universal areas. Right now, obviously only in Japan, but they have in the next few years are planning both a California and a Florida location.
Yeah, replace all those Warner Brothers deals that they had. They used to have to do Warner Brothers stuff. So they gotta replace it with something, right?
Yeah, they're replacing it with Nintendo.
I'll take that.
And there's a video you can watch on Nintendo's YouTube channel of it, and he walks through the whole park
Mm-hmm.
and does all these fun,
Oh my
silly
God.
things. And
It's like I really
they're
was
gonna-
not.
Dude,
I was not interested in this at first because I am not the kind of person who really. I'm a big guy. I don't really go to fucking theme parks, but watching Shigeru Miyamoto go through that park,
it makes you
made
want
me
to go
feel
there.
like it
so
here's the
bad.
thing. They have to they get to replace the whole like back what was that, the back alley experience they did with Harry Potter. They're gonna do the
Mhm.
Mushroom Kingdom. Yes,
Oh, yeah.
I want to go to the Mushroom Kingdom market and buy things.
absolutely.
That looks
There are
amazing.
things like that they did in the Harry Potter part of the fucking park
Yeah.
with like the wristbands and stuff like that. They're using the same wristbands for the Mario Land.
Yeah.
They show it in the
Yeah,
video.
they're
so.
walking up to. They'll have like random question blocks, and you got to go punch the bottom of the question block. Then it'll unlock things on the wristband, and something you get to go into
It's
Bowser's
so
castle.
cool though.
The beginning of the park, you literally walk through not the courtyard, the main hall of Peach's castle from Mario 64, with Mario 64 music playing as you walk through it.
Oh, that's so cool.
I'm like, that's so fucking cool. Oh my god. But yeah, and it's wild looking at some of all like the moving parts and animatronics they have going like up on the walls that make it look like Goombas are walking paths in 2D.
Nice.
And,
So-
and it's just
So it'd be like, one of the sort of Disney rides with all the elaborate animatronics and stuff to put you in that world, but Super Mario.
exactly. Yeah.
That sounds
Oh,
awesome.
actually, also,
Yeah.
there's a Toad Cafe you can go to. So where instead of seeing the actual chefs working on the food in the background, they have
So-
giant TVs of toads, and it looks like the toads are making the food.
Nice.
People don't know about me because they've only seen the small version of me. Like I'm a huge amusement park enthusiast.
Yeah, same.
I love roller coasters and
Yeah.
theme parks and attractions.
Absolutely.
I get like super into it all.
Yeah.
I mean, I
Yeah,
went
he
to
didn't really
Disneyland
go
a bunch of
into-
times in 1 year, and like
Yeah, I love that
you know,
stuff too.
I don't know. I'm guessing there are rides, but he didn't show off
Yeah, they
it.
didn't show that yet.
They didn't show
they're
any-
still in the planning, you know.
It engages
So-
the imagination. I love it.
Oh yeah, I mean they did show like he did talk about one that's a Mario Kart. There's a Mario Kart ride, and they did
fuck
actually
yeah.
they did actually show some of the seats that you sit in for the ride, and yeah, it's literally like that's the Mario Kart carts, and apparently it is an augmented reality ride, by the way.
Oh,
Mm-hmm.
So you're going to be wearing augmented glasses the whole time. So I'm guessing that as you're riding, things are going to be popping out. Things are going to you're going to be
you can see
you're
the
going to be
shells.
you're going to be throwing shells. You're going to be
That'd be so
throwing
cool.
bananas. And,
Nice.
That'd be cool. You
oh,
get like
yeah.
actually you can hand off and throw the shell yourself. You know.
I will openly admit, out of all the things that have been added to everything from Universal Studios to Disney World and Disneyland and all these, for obvious reasons, this is the one thing that's had me more excited about a theme park in literally my entire life.
Yeah.
There's not been a single thing that I've seen like being added to a theme park being like, oh my god, I have to go there.
Yeah.
The last thing that did that to me was when they added the Tree of Life to Magic Kingdom, or
Ah.
they added it to Animal Kingdom, and that was a long fucking time ago. So, so yes, I'm very much excited. Can't wait for it to show up here in the States.
I was on the last ride for Star Tours before they went
Before
under
they called it.
reservations. I was in second to last car to get off. The group behind us still on the ride when we got off.
So
They shuttered the ride after that. It's really sad. And then I was trying to get in the first week of that ride reopening, but
Bill
it took me about a month to get back there. Bill Spielberg.
Bill, renowned indie film director.
Well, it's just everybody is misspelled Spielberg, meaning Steven Spielberg, as Spielberg. Everybody's giving him shit about it. By everybody, I mean Buster Cherry.
But
And he was like, "Who's
Okay.
Spielberg?" And then typo misspelled it again. I'm speaking typos. JL misspelled it again as Spielberg. And Buster Cherry's like, "Oh, okay, Spielberg, that guy." So I just said, "Yeah, you know, Bill Spielberg, renowned indie film director," and I misspelled renowned. Yeah.
but it's like the time that my family was playing, the DVD game InSaNiTy.
I think so.
Yeah, yeah.
And there was this one.
Max
It
White
was one of the games where it gives you two objects, and you're supposed to say those two objects' names together to get like a director or an actor's name or something like that. And it was a picture of a 3-ring binder and a basketball court. And I don't remember who the person was, something like that. But my mom just out of nowhere, just like within 0.3 of a second, just as soon as they come up, she walks up and she goes, Court Binders.
You
Like,
ate all of
who
it.
the fuck is Court Binders?
Yeah. Well, Rosie ate all the rest of the cranberry sauce. Just took the leftover container of it to the couch.
Just the
with
cranberry sauce
with-
itself?
with a spoon. And ate the whole thing. Well, at least finish off the bits around the edge. Get your full money's worth out of it.
Hey,
Man. Well, yeah, that's my mom will never live that down. You know,
Court
just
Binders.
her randomly
I'm
screaming
stealing
out,
that,
"Court
using it for
Binders."
opening character now. And one day you'll be in one of my games, and like Court Binders will show up, and you're like, what the fuck?
Court Binders.
Yeah, that's very cool. I remember Canada's Wonderland in Ontario. When I was growing up, they had a Hanna-Barbera land because they had some kind of license with Hanna-Barbera.
Yeah, my local.
I think this is before Warner
Paramount
Brothers bought Hanna-Barbera, so they were still kind of their own thing. So they had Hanna-Barbera land. You could go. They had like Scooby-Doo's Ghoster Coaster, which was like a roller coaster for kids. They had the Smurf.
Oh my god.
They had the Smurf Village, where you could walk
remember
through
that.
the Smurf Village, and they'd have like little
Oh, we did
figurines of the Smurfs. You could go into Gargamel's castle, and you'd see Gargamel and Azrael in there. It was all like dark and spooky,
Nice.
and it was so cool. I loved,
Yeah,
loved Hanna-Barbera land. It was like my childhood
may
brought
not
to
know
life.
that where I live in Ohio, I'm literally like 10 minutes away from Kings Island,
Okay.
the big what used to be the big Paramount Park here,
Okay. Yeah.
and they also had the exact same thing. They had Hanna-Barbera land
There you go.
with big giant people walking around,
Yeah.
Hanna-Barbera costumes.
Yeah, you'd have
you
like
know,
the mascot
They have
costumes
like
of
El
the characters. Yeah.
Kabong walking around
Yeah.
and stuff like that. Yeah, they had the same ones. They had the Scooby-Doo ride. They had the
Nice.
Smurf Village. They had all the different stuff in it. I figured all that stuff's pretty standard. Like they have
Yeah.
a Hanna-Barbera, and this is the stuff you put.
The park was later bought by Paramount. I guess part of the reasons being one of the big attractions. You know how the Magic Kingdom has Cinderella's Castle? Well, Canada's Wonderland had I think it was called Big Thunder Mountain, which is basically this big mountain. And so Paramount, seeing the mountain, was like, we should buy that. so they bought it. And then, of course, they didn't own Hanna-Barbera stuff, so they tore out the Hanna-Barbera park and put in a bunch of Star Trek stuff instead. So,
I remember back.
which is still cool, but I would have preferred it be in addition to rather than instead of.
Yeah. Yeah, we had only lived out here for maybe a few years, and I remember, again, when it was still a Paramount park. It's now owned by like Time Warner Cable now.
Okay.
Um,
So they
But,
could have Hanna-Barbera land there because they own Hanna-Barbera now.
Yeah. but they actually had one of those the 3D theaters with the moving seats, the 4D seats. It was the 4D theater, I guess is what it was. But I think it was for 1 year, they actually ran the Seventh Portal.
Okay.
Which is the Seventh Portal, which is the 3D ride that's actually made by Stan Lee.
Oh, nice.
It put you in the seat of like you were sucked into the world of superheroes
Yeah.
and stuff like that. So like it shows like these two fighting, and then like one one turns around and like acts like they notice you, and they actually burst through the screen,
Oh, nice.
and like it looks like you get sucked into the screen, and you're
Nice.
flying around. And it's just you could actually find the video on YouTube.
Yeah, I pulled up.
of the ride.
What's it called? The Seventh Portal?
It's called the Seventh
Yep.
Portal, and it was a very short run of comic books that Stanley wanted to try to get off the ground, and
Yeah.
I guess it never did.
Like tied in with it?
Yeah. And stuff, and it's if you watch it, you're like, yeah, that's a 3D ride. you
Oh,
know?
there it is. Okay, the 3D ride attraction, it's 4 minutes long.
Yeah. Yeah, it was a 3D ride.
Very cool. So yeah, I guess being 3D and being like a ride film with moving seats and stuff would really like enhance the immersion aspect.
Yeah,
of
because
it.
it's
That's
like
pretty
cool.
cool.
You'd have like villains attack you
Yeah.
and stuff like that, and then, like the punch was like the screen would go up to the person. It
Yeah.
would like flash white and make it hear a punch sound,
Yeah.
and the person would stagger backwards, like so you can go like that, and it looked like you punched them. It was,
Interesting.
it was fun. I was like 14 when that came out, so it was like the perfect fucking age for it.
Huh. It looks like they did some cartoons as well.
They did, like I said, they
based
did some
on it.
comics, and they
Yeah.
did like a short run of cartoons to try to. They were mostly motion comics.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
It looks like a lot of them were.
Neat. I'll have to check out all of that.
It looked like, I
Me
mean,
too.
it does
Yeah.
very much feel like not really up to the level of quality of some of his other Marvel characters.
Mm-hmm.
Because some of them are like there's like Voltora,
Yeah.
there's there's
Well,
like
yeah.
Speedy or something like that.
I
It was
found that
these
like
really weird.
he did a bunch of stuff like that in his later years. I remember there's a lot of direct-to-video animated movies and tie-in comics and stuff with characters that
Like,
you would hear of that one time and then never hear of them again.
like a million comic companies he launched, trying to get like
Yeah.
new heroes out there.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Stuck.
Yeah.
I mean,
but
I
it's
figured,
in-
yeah, if you're the person where literally your job is to come up with new superhero characters, for Marvel and stuff like that, you're gonna come up with things and throw it at the wall and see if it sticks.
Yeah,
you know?
pretty much. And that's what he did. I mean, he was an ideas
thing is-
man, so he would try something. If it didn't work, he'd just move right on to the next thing.
That was an interesting old interview with him, and it was actually at the end of one of the recent Marvel films where they were asking, and one of them, there was the question they asked, they were, what was your motivation for coming up with some of these characters? And he literally just turned to the camera. He goes, because I had rent to pay.
Yep.
Yeah.
It was a job. He goes, I had to pay rent. Like
Yeah.
that was why I came up, and I think it was something like how he came up with like Spider-Man.
Mm-hmm.
Back
No,
at the
play
wall,
that.
man. Sometimes you just
Yeah.
He looked at something on the wall, and put the word "man" in front of it.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah, it's
that's it. I mean, at the time he was working for another comic company, and it started off where they just kind of we're kind of looking at what DC was doing and what was successful with them, and it's like, well, let's do our own sort of take on that and see if we can kind of duplicate some of that success. And that's how the Fantastic Four came about. Was the what was it? The publisher wanted something to compete with, I guess, Justice League or something, so they wanted a superhero team.
Justice Society. No, Challenge of the Unknown.
Was it Challengers of the Unknown?
Right, it was.
Okay.
Dude, Fantastic Four is Challenge of the Unknown.
Well, yeah, I can see the connection there, but that's not the story I heard from Stan Lee.
Oh, Stan Lee told the story a million different ways.
Okay,
too.
well, the version I heard was that they were doing a superhero team,
Justice Society would be the other one that
Justice
would be
League, or whatever.
Justice League later.
Anyway, the point was the Fantastic Four came out of the idea of ripping off what DC was doing. But he put his own spin on it and said, well, why don't we have them be a family rather than just a bunch of random people that come together? And then you get that sort of dynamic of like the family bickering and whatnot added into it in amidst with all the superhero action. And they're like, sure, yeah, that sounds great. So him and Jack Kirby polished it up, and Fantastic Four was born, and Marvel Comics was born out of that too. That's where it all began.
Marvel Age of Comics. Yep.
First family of comics, yeah. But the world's greatest comic magazine.
It was a ripoff of the Unknown.
It was a ripoff of something, possibly Challengers of the Unknown.
Honestly, when it came out of Stanley's head, we honestly.
What if something bad happened?
We'll never know
Okay.
specifically. I mean, I can certainly see that being a plausible connection because they're very similar. But I don't know if that was.
I went in different directions, obviously. You know.
Well, because the thing is, was Challengers of the Unknown ever really that successful? It always struck me as being more niche. Like, they were wanting to duplicate the big success. Like, Justice League was a big success. So...
Justice League was bigger.
Yes. Justice League was massive.
Society is what you're thinking about.
Huh?
Justice Society was the superhero team at the time. There's no Justice League.
Okay.
Oh.
Justice League was later, like another 8-9 years later.
Oh, okay.
That's what
Whatever.
I'm saying. It's like you keep me
So it's probably, like you were saying, probably maybe.
I don't know the history of Justice League as much. I didn't follow the history of DC so much, so I'm just going from the Marvel
The
telling
only
of
thing I
it.
remember of Justice
My point
Society was that it had a really weird,
Stanley
like,
saw what DC was
community.
doing, took a bunch of different ideas,
Yeah,
did his own thing with it, and then made his own
Exactly.
thing.
that was the thing.
Here we
the
go.
idea. Yeah.
Every good artist knows that they're inspired, and they're inspired by things, and that all art is inspired by something.
Yeah. Well, that's interesting. Apparently, the Justice League first appeared in an issue of Brave and the Bold in 1960. So, like the year before.
Okay, well,
Yeah.
I was off a little bit.
But I don't think they weren't in their own comic yet. They were just kind of like a guest.
Yeah, so I wouldn't
thing.
have labeled it as a big success then. Like, they weren't
Yeah.
weren't even a fully established thing.
Yeah.
So,
But I guess the
Like,
idea
or I
was
guess
that
enough
they
of a
saw
thing
that
that
their
they-
competitors were doing superhero teams and having some success with them. So
Exactly.
they wanted a superhero team. Is if one superhero is successful, how about a bunch of them?
Yeah.
So then you get like
If one
potentially 4
superhero is
times
fun-
the people, because a lot of people might buy it for the whole team. Some people might buy it just
Right.
because they like 1 or 2 of the characters. But
Yeah,
you
yeah,
increase the odds that way.
I was
right?
just going to say, yeah, you can hit a wider demographic with a group of people than you can with
And
one.
you
Exactly.
can make
Yeah.
fun interactions with the characters and make people fans of those characters.
Well, that's actually what I enjoyed about the Challenges of the Unknown issues that I read, the ones in that Swamp Thing comic, was it did feel very Fantastic Four like, and that's one of the things I always liked about Fantastic Four was because you get the bickering and the playing jokes on each other and stuff, just the stuff that families do, families that aren't completely dysfunctional and broken, of course, but
Yeah.
reasonably
Functioning
healthy families. And you had that same kind of dynamic between the characters in Challenges of the Unknown. I remember I was telling you, Skins, because that's a group I know you've always been a big fan of. I was saying after reading that short stint that they did in the, I guess, early 80s, I wanted to read more because I really liked the characters in it. So there's that other miniseries you sent me, which was done a few years later, which I think
the
was
revisionist version,
which I think was their next appearance after the Swamp Thing was. They're just kind of in limbo for a while.
They went dormant. They keep going dormant because like they're a huge success, and then they just tapers off, and like a year or two later, that's not the success it was at the beginning because there's a certain formula to it.
What was the original? Was like the original was like in the 50s, I think, wasn't it? Like they actually had a pretty good run in the 50s.
That's why it's like they were a big hit. Stanley enjoyed reading those comics. You can tell because he was entirely inspired by their dynamic.
57
and they're like
was when they
and
started,
that they were like they're like daring do people. They were like they did things like went to space for the first time.
Okay.
You know?
Okay. Right in the Wikipedia article were challengers of the unknown. In addition, Kirby reworked the basic concept of the series with Stan Lee in 1961 to create the Fantastic Four. There you go. The first creation that marked the rise of Marvel Comics.
By choice.
Yes. So one of two things clearly happened there. Either I misremembered the story, or Stan Lee misremembered the story, and that's the version I heard.
Memory would go out, and he would oftentimes give apocryphal stories that he told completely different a decade prior.
I was gonna say I'm gonna lay that one on Stan Lee.
It's not a big deal.
We may never know for sure because I don't actually remember where I heard the story, because I've heard him tell the story of the origins of Marvel Comics a few times over the years.
And it's a little bit different each time.
Yeah. The only thing that's consistent is Fantastic Four was the first one. Yeah. Anyway, love the Fantastic Four, by the way, and glad we're getting an MCU movie of it.
Yes.
Very excited about that.
Excited.
Yeah, very excited about
then
that.
DC should respond by doing Challenges of the Unknown.
Turnabout is fair play.
Starring The Rock. Sold. We win.
Oh, God.
That'd be great.
So, any more gaming news?
I was going to say, so speaking of Shigeru Miyamoto.
Oh, okay, yes. Well, that went off on some tangents. Holy shit. Anyway.
Damn.
Well, yeah, because we were talking about theme parks.
We started off talking about theme parks. Oh, and then you went to the Marvel one, and then, right,
yeah,
okay.
because I mentioned Seventh Portal. It was by Stan Lee.
And then
That's
we started
where it went.
and now here we are.
And just went to Marvel.
Half an hour later.
Yeah.
Which is fine because I literally only had 3 pieces of gaming news anyway. So
Good.
Yeah, we talk about nerd shit that happens.
Yay! This is what people come here for, the random nerdy tangents.
So in the lead up to Super Nintendo World's opening at Universal Studios Japan, Nintendo's Shigeru Miyamoto had been making the interview rounds. In a recent piece in The New Yorker, Miyamoto was asked about his own children and whether or not they were fans of video games. In an interesting moment, Miyamoto revealed that his children were big fans of Sega, particularly games like Outrun and Space Harrier.
Oh.
And the father of Mario and Zelda, some might assume that this would make the legendary developer jealous, but it seems that it only drove him to work harder to win his children over. In the interview, Miyamoto also noted that the video game consoles in the house belonged to him, so he could take the consoles away if the kids weren't following the rules. Essentially, that means the Sega consoles belong to the father of Mario. While this might seem surprising, game developers have long avoided the console war debates that so many gamers participate in. Developers like Miyamoto have long looked to what rival companies were producing, both for their own entertainment and for inspiration on what might be able to make them do better.
Mm-hmm.
Miyamoto clearly has no qualms about owning a Sega console. The rivalry between the companies and Nintendo was quite fierce in the 90s. The two consoles inspired countless schoolyard debates over which company was truly the best, resulting in books and subsequent documentaries about the rivalry called Console Wars. A lot has changed since those days. However, in 2001, Sega excited the console market, opening to produce titles as a third-party publisher. So yeah, it's just interesting that I kind of knew what the answer is going to be already.
Mm-hmm.
Because that's just kind of who Miyamoto is as a
Yes.
person. But yeah, the father of Mario owns probably multiple Sega consoles. His kids are fans of Sega, and he uses it, like I said, as inspiration and for his drive to work harder and to make games that will win his kids over onto Nintendo systems.
Ah, so he kind of sees what they.
He sees what Sega does, and like it said, uses it for his own entertainment and for inspiration on what they might be able to do better.
Ah, I see.
So, yeah, it was
Very
just an
good.
interesting little article I read the other day, and like
Mhm.
that's just I like reading articles like that where you just kind of you get a little bit of insight into the minds of like especially people like Shigeru Miyamoto who are just at this point they're borderline godlike when it comes to like recognition. Like people who don't know anything about video games probably has heard the name Shigeru Miyamoto somewhere,
Yeah.
and he's that prolific.
For sure, man. For sure.
For sure. Faux show.
Faux show.
Faux show. Yeah, not much in the way of news about, there's a new patch for Cyberpunk. There was, some of the investors are now trying to sue CD Projekt Red for really doing a botched launch of Cyberpunk and all blah blah blah. Usually don't like to go into that because it's all stuff that they have to deal with. It's I don't want to say it's interesting to read and to look into, but it's all business and politics that I just don't have any interest in. And really shouldn't as a user, that shouldn't really be on your radar, I guess, is that you should be there enjoying the game. Show your support by enjoying the game, buying it and playing it. So, I will show my support to the blood, sweat, and tears actual coders, artists, musicians that made the game. I can give two flying fat shits about the management and the investors and all the people that literally just sit on their fat fucking ass and demand money from these people. That's all they do.
Damn right.
So they could all die in a fucking hole somewhere. So
It's just like, yes, thank you for your investment, but investing in things does not mean that you made them.
exactly. You can tell.
I'm glad that you
Blood,
helped
sweat.
make it possible, but it's like it reminds me of the whole fucking Reckoning, Kingdoms of the Reckoning, right? Technically, that was almost entirely funded by former Red Sox pitcher Kurt Schilling, a baseball player, right?
Mm-hmm.
Does that mean he is the guy who created Kingdoms of Amalur: The Reckoning? No,
Maybe. No.
no.
I didn't quite hear what you said, but
He's the
okay.
one that. Yes.
He funded it.
He's the person that fronted the money, so
Yeah.
that project can become a reality.
Yeah.
So
And to be fair, he did put a lot of effort and almost all of his money into it. So, kudos. But you're not the creator. If you're not the creator, then why should we respect you other than to say thank
yeah, exactly. It's just as soon as I start reading articles about investor this suing that, blah, blah, I just go, nope, moving on.
Yeah. Just get over it, people.
Yep.
Yeah. This buggy, when it came out, it'll be patched. It's already been patched several times.
It's been patched multiple times, and it's
gonna-
already in a much better state than what it was when it first launched.
It's gonna be patched more.
Apparently,
More
it's
things
already
fixed.
decently playable on PS4 and Xbox One.
Yeah.
And it took 2 patches, and it literally took 2 weeks. That's unheard of for any other development company to get out to release a game, and then to release not 1 but 2 patches that fix any bugs or any major bugs or problems that the game may have had with maybe lack of time they had in testing or whatever the case was, you know, to admit their, some people will say admit their wrongdoing. It wasn't wrongdoing. To admit their mistakes. It was to admit that they missed. There was a lot of stuff they missed either due to development time, schedule crunching, whatever it was. It takes a lot of balls to admit that and then work really, really hard through the holidays to get these patches out and to get them fixed.
Yeah.
You know, and a lot of people are right when they say they're hoping that this turns around like No Man's Sky.
Yeah.
That this becomes a case of No Man's Sky, where it's hated at first, but then it turns into this absolutely masterpiece of a game. It just takes time for it to ripen. You know, let the game be out there for people who want to enjoy it right now, and then let the fans trickle in as the years go by, as this game, you know, like I said, ripens and gets patches and gets content added
I
and
know.
gets things and becomes a
Like-
more rich experience.
I've been playing it on PC basically since the day it came out. And yeah, there's been a few glitches and such, most of which we've just laughed our asses about because they've been ridiculous. But nothing game breaking, or nothing that simply restarting the game wouldn't clear. You know,
Yeah.
there was only a couple of moments where I got like stuck in a conversation that I couldn't get out over something like that. So I just, you know, closed the game and restarted it. Problem solved. Worked fine after that. It was just a glitch. It happens. I mean, how many years have we been playing Skyrim now, or Fortnite, or any number of other big, popular, massive games that have evolved constantly over time, that still have glitches that crop up from time to time. It happens, especially with a game of that scale. Bottom line is, CG Project Red has a wonderful track record with games. Look at The Witcher 3. That's their last big game. You heard of that one? The Witcher 3? Yeah, apparently that one was really glitchy and buggy when it came out too. They patched it, and now it's considered one of the all-time great RPGs of all time.
Never
You
heard
know?
of it.
So, yeah.
I've
Anyway,
never
It's
played.
only, I mean, yeah, Witcher 3, only one of the top 5 most cosplayed video games in history,
yeah.
next to Mario, Skyrim, World of Warcraft, and Halo.
Yeah. So Cyberpunk is going to be of that level. Just, you know, give it a little bit of time.
All I gotta
You
say
know.
is,
I uninstalled it for now because I.
And
can't
it's
play it.
honestly, it's not that glitchy right now, especially on
believe in
PC.
Johnny Silverhands.
You know?
Mine likes to just
Believe.
run for 30 minutes and then crash, and so
Oh, yeah.
I'm just gonna wait. I'm sure in the next month or two that'll get fixed. It's not like a.
Mhm.
It's
Yeah.
not happening to a lot of
Just
people anymore. Apparently, I'm
Check
apparently I'm
at some
I'm a
point.
niche case, so that's great, lovely.
Yeah.
Love that.
He dropped his drink. Sorry.
Yeah. I mean, it's okay.
Oh,
I'm
nice.
sure like in a month people will play it.
Yeah,
Not
see, I've
worried
had
about
this for months. I had this since we went on lockdown from the pandemic.
Oh,
yeah,
wow.
that's right.
Back in like June or July.
Like March. That's
It's about the
crazy.
time when I got my my Doom Eternal Doom guy.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I
I got
remember
them both. I got them both
Then you're
standing
like,
next
then
to
you
each other
committed
here.
to buying a bunch of action figures from video games.
that. And Master
Well, yeah,
Chief,
when Skinslip turned me to find out that there was like a $20 bracket for a lot of these McFarlane toys,
Just
statues.
Yeah.
I'm
They're
like,
basically
hell yeah.
statues, but
Mhm.
you know, who cares? They look nice.
Still a little too small for my. I'd have to get the more
That-
expensive ones.
That's
for
that one is probably a 12-inch figure. Needs that or not a 10-inch figure, one of the two.
It's probably a 10-inch figure.
Yeah.
Because this is a 12-inch cabinet.
Yeah, aren't those they're not 6 feet tall in real life, right?
No, they're
The
probably
12-inch
about.
figure implies that 6 feet is the top here. That's 12 inches. That's 6
Yeah, 'cause
feet.
these are,
The
yeah, because these are quarter scale.
Okay.
the problem is, Major Metallic was saying CDPR should have kept to its philosophy of release it when it's ready and should have delayed it until March 2021. Witcher 3 was bad at launch, and fans hoped the CDPR had learned from Witcher 3 bad launch and did not repeat it for Cyberpunk. Yeah, part of it was pressure from
Investors.
pressure from the fans, pressure from investors. It had been in development a very long time. They wanted to start seeing a return on their investment. And so the suits upstairs pushed for a pre-Christmas launch So to maximize sales potential, they're only looking at numbers. They're not looking at quality. It's like, whatever, release it. You can patch it later. As long as we get our money. That's the problem is when
'cause I would like to
unimaginative suits with no vision are footing the bill. You got to do what they say, even if it compromises the quality that you're trying to achieve. So
I'm just really disappointed. I like the way they talked about the character creator. I expected more, and like even Witcher 3 has a better character creator, and that's why I'm like, what is this? So I'm waiting for that patch. Dude, that'd be nice when they get more options.
Are they doing that though? Like, is that even on the table?
So.
Like, I don't know that. Like, honestly, I think that's a very limited niche. People who are crazy about character creation. Most people just want to get into the damn game. I don't think it's a high priority.
No, I think I
Well,
think
no, all glitches
right now.
That's way more high priority.
I was just gonna say,
Absolutely,
I think now they're focusing on getting the game as pretty as it can and as functional as it can across all consoles. Smaller stuff, like extending the character creation or adding multiplayer or adding whatever. Those are back burner things they do once they fix it.
Yeah. Then they start listening to.
You don't add custom things to a car.
Then they start listening to, what additional features would you like? Would you like a more robust character creator? Would you like multiplayer? Would you like, stuff like that?
I'm not going to see any of that being added to the game at least until the first content update.
Yeah.
At least.
Yeah.
So
which is they're not even.
Like what Major talks about, free DLC and expansions are on the back burner until Cyberpunk is fixed.
Right.
Yeah.
Obviously.
I'm just happy that
I would
the
assume
expansions and DLC are
I expect
free.
that.
Yeah, no, I think that's great. I mean, because it
holding
costs
expansions and all that.
the cost of it is the same as any other new release AAA game, and you're getting all this additional content for free down the road, which
And of course,
a lot of
you're gonna
other
get
companies
all
will
the-
charge you more for.
You're gonna get all the cucks that are sitting there going like this. That's the content that should have been in the game in the first place. Blah 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 blah.
Yeah.
No,
It's
fuck off.
free. Shut
It's
up.
free.
The ones that annoy me the
This
most
isn't
are the ones
EA.
that are complaining about the quality of the game in terms of like storytelling, and I'm like, the fuck are
Story.
you talking about?
Story,
I've been
story.
watching people play it. It's fucking awesome.
Yeah,
I was gonna
it's
say-
What are
great.
you talking about?
The
I was
glitchy
gonna say,
game. That's the
If I have
problem.
to say,
Yeah.
the most functional, most amazing part of this game so far is the story.
Yeah,
This
it's a great
story
story.
is so deep and
There
has
is-
so many sides
there-
to it. It's fucking
Yeah.
awesome.
There are
yeah.
gameplay breaking glitches where if you accidentally scare an important NPC, they never stop being scared of you. So you just enter the scene later in the game,
Yeah.
5-10 missions later, and they're like, ah! They're trying to get away. You're like, I'm trying to get a mission, trying to get a mission from you.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Those
yeah.
remind me of Bethesda
That's
bugs,
a game-breaking
honestly.
It's a bug.
glitch.
It's a break glitch. Yeah.
Yeah,
Fleeing in
like
terror, and you're just trying to get the mission
the
from them.
storytelling is what's literally being
Running out of the
praised
corner.
the most. If you're that kind of an idiot who's running around on Twitter saying that the story to Cyberpunk is terrible, you
Yeah.
obviously have not been paying attention to the game.
Yeah,
Because
no,
I
you're an
can't
idiot.
find any outlet that has talked bad about the story, even in the slightest.
I know.
Yeah,
So they're
Yeah.
saying that they use the term, and I quote, "There's a beautiful game hidden here," and
Yeah.
they're talking about the story.
Mm-hmm. I know.
You know, they're wishing
Can't wait.
the
It'd be great.
shell that the story is being held in was just a bit more functional.
Yeah.
So they can experience it. So
Yeah. A lot of game breaking glitches are only happening on console.
yeah, a lot of the unable to play, crashing, turning off is mostly away from PC. It's all on the new console.
There is a
the
save
older
file
console.
size limit glitch that's happening even to PC, which is
Mhm.
that'll be fixed. That's
lot-
pretty easy to fix.
Thankfully, that glitch only seems to happen with people who are using exploits and glitches to,
Yeah.
get more money or more materials than the game
And apparently,
generally
on a
allows.
rare occasion,
So
it is also happening to people who really dive deep into the crafting mechanic.
Yeah.
yes,
So if you're diving, so the actually CD Projekt Red is also coming out and saying, hold off on the crafting for now.
yeah,
You know, you can do some crafting, but just don't dive super deep into it because they know that is also there. You know.
There's so many like cogs in the machine. It's hard to catch every fucking glitch until they start happening, and
Right.
video evidence of them happening. You know, I mean,
So I had a friend of mine from
tons of
work
glitches still, which why makes it
tell
hard
me about that. I
There's still
came into
plenty
work
of
one day,
Sorry.
and he's like, dude, he goes, have you been playing Cyberpunk? And I go, yeah. He goes, don't craft anything.
Yeah.
I'm like,
But like,
okay. I'm like, I haven't.
I
I go,
haven't been.
literally
I mean,
We
I
still
haven't needed to.
the most I've been doing is like adding mods to my weapons, but I haven't actually crafted any weapons.
Yeah,
I've
I
just
haven't either. I've
basically,
literally
just
just
put a
been
scope
playing
on all my
it.
guns and increase the mag size.
how many glitches are still in Fallout 76 a year, 2 years later?
How many
I'm
glitches
saying
are
it's
still in Fallout 3 12 years later? You know,
Some of them
like,
are game breaking, you know.
yeah.
So,
But that's the
whatever.
thing. That's why I refer to it as like Bethesda-like bugs, because there's something endearing and almost charming about the bugs in Bethesda games. Sometimes they can be really annoying and game-breaking, and like I fucking hate it. But a lot of the time, the bugs are just fucking funny. You know,
Well, yeah,
they add to
exactly.
the enjoyment in some way.
They break the immersion, but they make for an entertaining moment.
Yes.
You know,
yes.
like
I
all
agree.
my
Coco
freaking
says,
car mishaps.
Like, I don't
Yeah.
that happens in a game as big as that. 'Cause like I said, there's so
Well-
many moving parts. It's hard to
Exactly.
account for everything.
Yeah.
To be fair, the car thing is, I think, mostly just because you're.
Shut up.
Oh, they
No.
apparently already patched out the save limit file size.
Oh, they already
that's
fixed
not
that.
the
Okay.
entire story
Thank you,
of
Major
that.
Coco.
Yeah.
Yeah, Major, I was going to mention that. But I was also going to mention that that's not also the entirety of the problem.
Yeah.
Right.
Is it also is one thing they don't talk a lot about is that if that's why they mentioned crafting
Yeah.
is sometimes the materials you hold in your inventory for crafting
Mhm.
can sometimes when you save lead to a divide by 0,
Oh God.
Oh.
and that flat out corrupts it.
Yeah.
So that's what they've
That's why you don't-
acknowledged it,
Like,
and
can't do the crafting. Yeah.
So this
Yeah.
is why
yeah, they recommend if you're going to
multiple
craft,
save files.
yeah, drop all of your. They said it mostly has to do with your inventory.
Yeah.
It's like so drop all of your craftable stuff into like your storage in your apartment,
Like a
then
box.
save.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
then save. Okay.
yeah, just make sure it's not in your inventory.
That's a good idea.
So yeah,
Divide
'cause
by 0 glitch. That's hilarious.
Yeah.
I know, right?
Yeah.
Of all things, a divide by 0. It's
Game
just,
just fucking implodes. Like, what happened?
and it's not like the game will show any signs of problems. It'll just next time you load the game, the save's just not there.
Yeah.
Okay, Major Motoko, I will do that right now.
Divide pi by 0. Okay.
And it just shows everyone has left the chat.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's like that old forum post where the guy built the copper PC. I'm about to turn it
Yeah.
on, and it shows he's left the chat.
Yeah. Wait a minute, you built the entire case out of copper? Yeah, it looks awesome. Okay, I'm just powering it on now. Bill has left the chat.
Boy.
It's like, wait, yeah. Oh shit.
He's left this planet. Probably. He did a good job of electrocuting himself off this planet.
Uh-huh.
Man.
Crazy.
That's not a fun way to die. I'm going to stress that. Do
No.
not do that.
Oh, electrocution? God, no. You can't move as you're being burned to death
You
from
can't
the
let go of the
inside
thing
out.
that's hurting you. You desperately want to let go of the thing that's hurting you as you slowly cook to death. It's not
Yeah.
fun.
No.
Is the power button also made of metal?
Copper.
Copper?
Yeah.
Press power.
Yeah, that's what happens.
Pretty
I'm sure
much.
fire more than anything. But
It's like copper, of all things. The thing that computer chips use to conduct electricity. That's great. Good job.
What a wonderful idea you've had.
Could
What
you
a
ground
wonderful
it?
smell you've
It-
discovered.
I would literally be that person standing in the doorway, like 10 feet away, just going.
You know those sometimes you find those plugs that are mail for your wall. You never those are called death plugs. They'll kill you. Because
Oh
if you
yeah.
plug it both in, you will not be able. You'll just die. You'll start a fire. You also get hit with like the entire mains power right into you.
You're sending all of the power from your city into you.
Yeah,
Yeah.
well, or from that mains basically. But
Yeah, so 240 volts.
Yeah, but the thing is, if you're not, the thing about that wire is if you take it and you plug it in, and then you start walking slowly towards the thing, it'll arc 2 feet from the wall
Oh yeah.
right to your wire and fucking kill you.
My
Yep.
computer learned that the hard way. This was
I mean,
many
this was
was like 12 plus years ago. One of my old mean green machines back in the old days, where I literally had an arc of electricity arc from, I think it was 2 of my audio ports, and it arced so far off from my computer it actually made a burn mark on the wall.
Holy shit!
Wow.
It's just like I saw a flash of light and my computer turned off, and then I smelled like burnt electrical smoke. And I look and I see this dark spot, like a line. Yeah.
Great.
Blue smoke's no joke, man.
Blue smoke's no joke.
That's right.
Yeah, we call it the magical blue smoke.
Yep.
You
I mean,
don't wanna see
I've killed 2 computers now.
You look at any
Stop
retro
doing
tech
that.
channel,
that.
They were 20 years apart. All right.
I know, but
Yeah.
still, stop doing that.
If you go to any retro tech channel and they're refurbishing old Commodores, old Amigas, old stuff like that, they always do a initial power on and check for blue smoke. They're always going like, ready.
Did it post? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Blue smoke.
And
Everybody stand back. We're powering up.
oh yeah, Sean, did you see my post in Video Game Talk?
Oh yeah, there was another hot
Video
fix
Game
on the
Links?
23rd. Sorry, which one? In Video Game Talk? Probably not.
Yeah. It was probably, which one did I post it? Oh, I put it in Video Game Links, obviously, because it was a link.
Okay, Video Game.
It was a
Links.
video of the Ultimate Amiga.
Steam friend you don't remember adding is playing Morrowind again. That
Oh, no. Yes.
Chubb is now playing the Elder Scrolls 3 Morrowind. Okay.
Yes.
I think we all
the
have
one
friends
above
like
it
that
there.
on our list. Like, who is this person and what is their obsession with Morrowind? Anyway, yeah, I saw that on a Raspberry Pi.
Yep, on the
That's
Pi 4,
crazy.
the Pi 400 specifically, the one that's
Yeah.
literally like a recreation of old Commodores and Amigas,
Nice.
because it's like the entire system is that keyboard.
That's crazy.
So
Oh.
yeah, they got a version of Pi. I think it's called Pimiga,
Pimiga.
and it runs an official more modern version of Workbench.
Nice.
Hi,
That's
baby.
cool.
So,
Kiss my baby.
so
Check
yeah,
that
it's
out.
literally
I
it's
saw.
a Pi.
I was
Oh,
gonna say I
right.
saw the link. I didn't go and watch the video, but I was like, oh, cool.
Yeah, it's literally he shows it off how it works, but it's also a full tutorial on how to get it set up and running.
Nice.
So yeah, but it's cool. I
That's
just thought it
pretty
was.
neat.
I'm like that's for as big of a Amiga nut as you are. I go, that's literally.
Well,
It's
yeah, absolutely. That's
clean
right up my
you.
alley. Similarly, I got a couple of things running in a behind-the-scenes stream earlier this week. I think it was on Sunday, where I set up Rise of the Dragon and Beneath a Steel Sky to run using Roland MT32 sound emulation.
Nice.
So
Oh, are you gonna get gameplay of those?
it's just pure ear candy. Like, holy shit, it sounds so good.
Are we
But,
gonna get live plays of those?
Oh yeah, absolutely, absolutely.
I remember
Yeah,
not too long ago actually when I figured out how to get same thing Roland
Yeah.
MT32 support
yeah.
for Scum VM.
That's one. One of them was Scum. One of them was DOSBox. Both different setups. It was a pain in
Nice.
the ass, but I got them figured out. Scum, I think it runs natively through Scum. Like, it has MT32.
It does natively now.
Yeah. So
didn't-
so that was
it
actually
didn't
pretty
before.
easy. DOSBox I had to run through a third-party one. I used one called Munt, which is an MT32
Oh, yeah, I know
emulator. Yeah, it's very good. It's very good.
Yeah.
So- Yeah.
Yeah, the Scum one, before it became like officially just native, it actually had an overlay that recreated the LCD on the actual Roland module. So it would show like the 4 tracks playing in their mixer volumes, and it would also show the display and when it would display like something special, like if you were playing Space Quest or King's Quest or whatever, and it would show like different text of like the sound effects that are playing or whatever. it would actually you could actually set it up to have it like display in the bottom corner of your screen. I'm like, that's cool. It not only emulated the actual hardware or the actual sound, but it emulated the actual physical hardware that you would have for a roll-in setup.
Tiny baby Sherlock.
Oh yeah, that's cool as shit right there.
Yeah.
Pickups?
Oh yeah, pickups.
Come on. All right, Kitty, gotta go.
How many times did you watch the Smurfs Christmas special?
Well, that's the thing, is like he's asking who watched this and that, this thing
I
that
get it,
I
though.
personally am very nostalgic about and therefore assume
Right.
everyone else in the world is too. It's like, no, they aren't. That's your childhood. That's
It's
not
just the
everyone's
way that
childhood. Some
it's
people
just the way
might have.
that he came up with trying to fucking
Yeah.
figure out what kind of Christmas stuff people watch.
Yeah.
The way that makes sense to do that, to most people at least,
Yeah.
is to just ask them what Christmas specials they watched this
Well,
year.
yeah, rather than asking if they watch this specific thing or
Specific,
that specific
yeah.
thing, because you're really limiting how they
Or
can
watch
answer
what
that question.
strange, weird Christmas specials did you watch?
If
this
you
year?
want
Yeah.
to know, yeah, what Stout said, don't ask, did you watch this or this or this or this, because there's
Ask
very
what you
specific
watched.
things. Just ask, what did you watch? What specials did you watch? Well, I don't want to tell you now, Jail. No, I'm just kidding.
Oh, we'll get into
We'll
that.
actually go into that when we talk about
Yeah.
the movies. We'll talk
We
about
actually
movies
will.
and
Yeah, go into that.
specials that we watched. So I watched a few,
Major Motoko was like,
some myself,
who
some
here
with
watched
Rose.
the Die Hard Christmas special movie?
Yeah. A very die-hard Christmas.
A very Die Hard. Why has that not been a thing?
A very special.
Yeah,
episode,
Robot
Die
Chicken,
Hard
get on
Christmas.
it. Get on it.
Okay, so start with Garbage Gamer. What'd you get, or what'd you get this week?
Let's see. I got one thing.
One thing.
Numero uno thing, and I am wearing it, actually.
Oh, very
I got this
nice.
long
There
sleeve
you
shirt.
go.
Can you guess what it's from?
I can't quite
Raised.
see. Oh, hold on a second. I know how I can do
300
this.
East 47th Street,
Do it
Chicago.
like this. There we go.
25 things this
A
week.
pizza place?
Oh.
I don't know.
Come on, you guys are movie buffs.
Yeah. Haven't you
that.
seen this very obscure movie? Ray's Music Exchange.
Music Exchange. Ray's Music Exchange.
Oh, fucking.
Fucking freezes. Amazing.
Keep it a secret.
What?
Give it a secret. He froze.
It's from the Blues Brothers.
Oh, I've
Yeah, I
I've
said
never seen
fucking
that all the
Blues
way
Brothers.
Yeah, but you
And
said
then I
fucking,
froze.
and then you froze. It was amazing.
Yeah. And then I-
Oh, fucking! That's where it stopped.
Thank you, Internet. But yeah, no, the Ray, fucking what's his
Ray
name?
Charles?
Ray Charles, thank
Ray
you.
Stantz from
Ray Ch-
Ghostbusters.
But yeah, it's when they go into Ray Charles's music shop, or Ray's,
Okay, cool.
and they go and they have this whole song. Like they're
Oh.
he's selling like used musical instruments, and they're pretty much complaining to Ray Charles that it's all crap. And he goes, this stuff isn't crap. It's got soul. And then he starts playing, and they end up doing this whole session in Ray's music shop. And ends up I think they do dancing in the street, don't they?
Oh, okay, yeah.
So, and it leads into that song.
Yep.
Yeah, I've never seen Blues Brothers all the way through. I've just seen bits and pieces of it.
What?
Yeah.
So
What the fuck?
I know.
Hey,
What?
I think
Nope.
we've had this realization before, so
Probably.
I'm not totally-
Every time the subject of the Blues Brothers comes up, I say, I've never seen it all the way through.
you should. It's good.
Josh
I-
Belushi and
I
Don
have to
Asteroids.
love it.
That's correct, Buster Cherry. Yeah, bang on.
and I'm actually one of those people that it's not a bit. I am a fan of Blues Brothers 2000.
Yeah.
Same.
It's also it doesn't obviously hold a candle to the first one, but it's still an
Right.
excellent movie.
There's
Not a fan.
there's an episode of Mission Hill where Kevin gets taken to see the Blues Brothers 2000 for his birthday.
My
There you
favorite
go.
Blues Brothers sequel is Dude, Where's My Car?
Okay.
This is a modern age blues. It's the same fucking movie, basically.
Yeah,
Okay.
you're not
Replace
wrong.
aliens for replace God for aliens. Replace two dudes who sing and dance for two dudes who go say "dude, sweet" a lot and shenanigans.
Clearly the same as singing and dancing.
Well, you know, it's the same thing. Same
So
plot.
wait a minute,
I thought you were
there's
gonna say
aliens
replace
in that
aliens with
movie?
What is that?
In Dude, Where's My Car? Is that where it is? It was abducted by aliens?
I can't
If I
remember.
remember correctly, there is a moment where that happens. Yes.
Really?
No,
I haven't seen that
they're
either.
like, anyway.
Not the car, mighty. No, I don't.
No.
I don't remember though.
I still.
It's been like 20 fucking years. I don't fucking remember.
Where's
I just
my
remember
Blu-ray?
there are aliens in the film at some point.
There's only
Where's my
two
fucking
things.
Blu-ray? There are
There's
aliens.
only two things that I remember about Dude, Where's My Car? And that is when they wake up and they realize they have tattoos on their back,
Yeah.
and they're asking them, you know, he goes, and the one says dude, one says
say?
sweet. And he goes, dude, what does my tattoo say? And they go, sweet, what does my tattoo say? They go, dude, what does my tattoo say? And they just go back and forth. But then they go to the Chinese restaurant drive-thru.
That's what I remember the most.
Okay.
Yeah.
And
no,
it's the Chinese restaurant drive-thru going, and then? And
Yeah.
that's all he says, and then?
I watched it a lot back in the day. And I want my Blu-ray. Damn it! Where's my collection?
No and then.
Shout
No
Factory.
and
Shout Select Blu-ray.
Then there's like a pause, and he just goes, and then, and then, and then, and then, and then. Just over and over and over again.
Mhm.
It's a dumb movie. It really
It's
is.
great.
It's
It's hilarious. It's really
it's-
dumb, but in the best way.
yeah. It's just
Excellent.
that early 2000s just dumb.
It went on to inspire such movies as Harold and Kumar.
Yeah.
And also,
National
Come on,
Lampoon's
what's
and
that?
Wilder.
yeah. And like
And,
the
like-
fucking, what are the ones where they go to fucking Vegas and they forget what they're fucking,
Hangover.
The
what they
Hangover?
did.
The
The Hangover
Hangover?
movies, yeah.
Yeah.
The Hangover movies, yeah.
I've
That's
seen
like
that.
that's really
Only
that's
the
the whole
first one,
lineage
though.
of that story thing. Basically.
Hot Tub
That-
Time Machine.
Of time.
You went
Just
from
the-
fucking Blues Brothers to Hot Tub Time Machine. That's the whole arc of how that trope has changed over 30 fucking years.
Yes, there you go.
Hey,
He
come on.
changed it
Early
around.
2000s
Eventually,
kind
people
of
like anything
dumb
like
is the best/worst in my own opinion.
it's like genre telephone. They changed.
I
a little bit.
liked Hot Tub Time Machine. I laughed several times.
So the pickup.
Alright.
Sorry, we got distracted.
So that was my pickup. is I got
Oh
this
right,
really-
so you got a shirt from some obscure movie nobody but you's heard of. Got it.
Oh my god.
Okay.
Um,
Stoudman. What did you get,
Yeah.
Stoudman?
I also got shirts. This is one of the shirts that I
Excellent.
got. And it says,
Where is it? I can't see where it
See you.
is.
when I see, or something like that.
See you
See you
when.
When you see me, that's right.
Okay.
See you when you see me.
Okay.
That's right.
All right.
Get it? Because
I couldn't
he's hard
find
to
the
see.
shirt you were
I don't know. I
showing.
never
Find
read
him?
that book.
Yeah.
Stout Man.
Does it have a good story,
There's nothing to read.
or is it just all spectacle?
I played the NES game though.
Oh
Poor
God!
bastard.
Find
Oh,
Waldo
God.
in pixelated
Like,
8-bit
gun to your
NES
head when you-
I
graphics.
Walter's Fleet in box,
I gotta
brother.
take these off.
Wow.
Okay.
Got it for $5. I'm gonna turn that down.
Oh,
Wrong way.
do the do.
There we go.
Mountain Dew.
Mountain Dew.
Mountain
Very
Dew.
nice.
Mountain Dew. To
I'm all
quote,
jacked up on Mountain
Your
Dew.
corporate brand
Be a
label.
walking billboard
to quote
for your
our
favorite corporate
our old
brands.
friend
Excellent.
Dallin, where's my Mountain Dew?
Where's my Mountain Dew?
You know.
The Baby Yoda shirt.
Oh, that's cute.
Who's Baby Yoda?
Oh my god.
Isn't
Haven't
that
seen the new series
Grogu or
yet.
Gurgle or
I-
Gaggle?
Yes,
whatever
thank
the
you,
fuck
Internet,
his
for
name is?
spoiling that for me, for fuck's sake.
I have no idea.
The
his name.
child.
The child. yeah.
The child. The nameless child.
Right now, he's nameless
Gorko.
to me because I haven't seen him.
Gorsh.
Yours.
I don't know what the fuck it's
Borscht?
Is it
Borscht?
Borscht?
I actually don't Borscht. Borscht.
Borscht.
Borscht.
Nintendo 64. When I opened
Damn it, I was
this,
gonna do that.
I said that on
Yes.
Christmas
Very
morning.
proud of you.
Nintendo 64!
Yeah. I remember you did that when you got your PlayStation 4. You're like, PlayStation 4!
You were making fun of N64 kid.
And I was so jealous
it with
because
my
you
Switch.
got
I was like,
yours
"Switch,
before any of us.
I got a bunch of socks, including Seattle Mariners socks. So-
Very nice. Socks.
Burn it.
Excellent.
And
We're all over
what are the
30.
other shits?
Or socks are a thing you love to get. Christmas
I
now.
mentioned that in this year's Christmas video. You know you're getting older when you get really excited when you get underwear and socks.
because you don't have to buy them yourself.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Free
Free
words of
words
wisdom.
is-
Let me guess, it's all Yoda quotes on the bottom.
Yep.
Wow.
Cool.
I figured it out.
This I think
Wow.
might be my favorite one actually.
You're killing
killing
me,
me.
Smalls.
Oh, it's
Yeah.
great.
That's Big Lebowski, right? That's a Big Lebowski reference. I love the Big Lebowski.
And finally,
Applause.
Hey.
That's Mrs. Doubtfire, right?
some
Oh,
new
Captain,
shirts.
my
Really enjoyed that. Really like those. And then I got 2 games. Actually,
Cool.
and then exactly on the console you wanted, I got Cyberpunk 2077
Hey.
for the PS4. Where you can't even buy it digitally anymore because it's
Very
so
nice.
much.
You can still buy it through Amazon. It's still there.
Yeah, you just can't buy it on the PlayStation Store.
Yeah,
You
exactly.
can still buy it digitally, just not on the PlayStation Store.
Yeah.
So what
Or
I'm
you can still
planning
buy
to
the
do is
physical.
that I'll probably just hold on to it like Sean mentioned when I talked about it. But I'm going to get it on PC. I'm going to get
Yeah.
the game on PC.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I have
I
a
mean,
PC that can handle it now.
I mean,
Yes.
you just bought
Yes, you do.
Yeah.
a PC, so why not?
It would look
Exactly.
phenomenally better.
Yeah, I'm
Borderline as high as the quality goes.
Even if it's on PS4 because it's the one that has like the booklet and everything.
Oh,
in it.
nice. That's cool.
It's got World Compendium stickers, postcards, game map, and
Oh, right. Oh, that's you were telling us about.
available.
That's right.
So if I get a PS5,
You're talking about that. Yeah, it'll give you the upgrade. It'll give you the upgrade for free.
Eventually.
Whenever
I
it
do
comes
love how
out,
all the nice, pretty pictures on the back. It's like there's no way in hell that's gonna look that good on PS5. There's no fucking way.
Uh-huh. That's the pre-rendered cinematic.
Right. Oh, I also got some new shoes. They are Fila's. I've never
Yay,
had
new
Fila's
shoes.
before. Pretty comfortable though. That's it. I'm not gonna show you the shoes over there.
All right, cool.
They're just shoes. Whatever.
Yeah.
Oh
my God,
shoes.
Oh my god, look at these shoes.
Sorry,
Shows.
oh my God, shoes.
Shows. Oh my god. Shows.
Is it Skinslip hour?
It is the Skinslip hour.
First, I'm announcing I'm going to clown school, and thus I got some brushes for putting on makeup.
There you go.
And so I'm kind of like experimenting. So I just got some basic stuff. I just got some foundation
Cool.
and primer. I didn't know I needed primer for my face, but apparently I need primer for my face. And then I got some black eyeshadow,
Very nice.
black lipstick,
Very nice.
eyeliner.
Goth it up, baby.
So this is the foundation brush, and then I got myself a giant, well, not giant, an eyeshadow palette.
Oh, neat.
I'll open and dump all over the floor, right?
Very nice.
Really nice.
Yeah, that's my luck. And then they
Yeah.
all fall out of the plastic on the floor.
Rosie
it's
Rosie was looking.
I'm
Multicolored
glad that wasn't that
cloud
much.
Nice.
on the camera.
So
Yeah, it's good.
yeah,
Says
at
a
some
good
point
mix.
I'll show up on S&I looking pretty. And then I also got some orange fingernail polish.
Cool.
And I
Halloweeny.
spent so much damn money on this $15 bottle of carbon black matte nail polish. This stuff leaves no streaks. Wish it would. Can we focus?
Eh.
No streaks.
Oh, look at that.
It dries really fast.
Oh, wow.
And real matte finish
That's
without
like
varnish.
smooth.
Without
Yeah.
finish.
Yeah.
It's real fucking matte.
That's
and then
pretty cool.
I just paid $15 for this from Etsy to get
Wow.
what I consider, and a lot of people consider one of the better black nail polishes that
Nice.
insanely.
That's cool.
So next, everyone talked about how I had this giant pull list with the comic shop, and then
Ah,
they
yes.
sold the comics, but I owed the money, and so I finally I didn't get to spend any money last month on them
Yeah.
because computer.
Yeah.
And so this month I did a double order, and I finished off Suicide Squad.
Hey, nice.
I had a complete run of that.
Very nice.
That run of Suicide Squad. And this is volume 11 of Titan, New Teen Titans. I think there's already volume 12. I'm a little bit
Nice.
behind. And then I finished off my Fourth World Saga. Now I have all 4 volumes.
Oh, I want that one so
Then I
bad.
start reading news.
Yeah, I used to have all the original issues of Forever People. I love that show.
Oh, wow,
that
really?
series. Yeah. Long since
color
sold.
reproduction is just gorgeous.
Oh yeah, it's beautiful.
I mean, it's
that's
just
great.
gorgeous. And
My-
then
yeah.
this came back in print, so I snagged it. I got the Cosmic Adventures volume.
Oh, nice.
That
I got to
comes again.
keep an eye on that. There's a few out of print volumes that I really need to get. that I
Also
missed out
back
on.
in print. New Defenders. Now the reason I got this volume, because I don't have any other Defenders volumes, is it's got the Iceman and the Beauty and the Beast miniseries. Which
Oh,
are in
okay. Yeah.
19.
Yeah.
So there's this, and then there's a volume before and after this,
Yeah.
and I need to get, and then I'll have pretty much all of Bobby and
Beast.
Hanks, Bobby and Hanks,
Hank. Yeah.
and Warren's adventures in the
Oh, Angel. Right. Yeah, of course.
all 3 of them.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, I guess it's like 3 out of the 5 original X-Men in that, isn't
Yeah.
it? Yeah. I
The
did-
other 2 found an X Factor, and then around
X
the end
Factor
of
was
the
later
volume
though.
of
That
this-
was
and the next volume of this covers the end of the Defenders, and at the
Yeah.
end of the Defenders, they go back to X Factor.
right. I remember that. Yeah, I remember I had the final issue of Defenders because it was a Secret Wars 2 crossover. And that was actually my introduction to the Defenders. That was their last issue. And then I started collecting X Factor, and I'm like, oh, it's these characters from the Defenders. I can't remember if I was familiar with the original X-Men team at that point or not.
The volume this volume and the volume before and after, I have probably 3 dozen issues of Defenders, and they all are from those
Like that.
eras.
Period.
It's all my
Yeah.
childhood, this stuff. So.
Yeah,
Plus more
same.
stuff I've never read before.
Yeah.
My favorite part. I'm like, ooh, I didn't know this happened. Ooh.
I remember the
You know?
last issue had a really nice painted cover. I remember liking that cover.
Next, I got this was up for $7.
Ah,
All right.
nice. It's great. Do you have the other one
Now
too,
I
the
started
Sci-Fi
looking-
Classics? Do you have both of them now?
Nope, I just had this one.
Oh,
I have
okay.
Legends of Horror, and I have Horror Classics.
You know what's funny is that's of the 2 Sci-Fi ones. That's the first one I got too. And
I
it's
just picked it up now for $7.
it's
It's like, okay.
great. There's so many hidden gems on there. It's I
Brand new
watched
stack field.
I watched a
this
few
for-
discs of it and really enjoyed it.
It's the first run of these because it's got the booklet
Yes.
and the paper sleeves.
There you go.
So-
Yeah, same as mine. Beautiful.
Yep.
Those
Now, the
booklets are
printing before
invaluable.
The printing before this is the cardboard cases, and the printing after this
Yeah.
is flipper things, and the discs fall everywhere.
Yeah.
And just fucked up
No,
that
that's the good one. That's the one to have.
shit. Next, I finally $30 is fine. All right,
Nice.
$10 a movie. I haven't seen it. It's Larry Cohen.
Good price.
Larry Cohen. No, yeah, it's Larry Cohen. Yes, I get Larry Cohen and what's his face, who did fucking the stuff. Who's that guy? Like the names.
I don't remember.
Larry Cohen and that guy get mixed up for some reason. No reason. There's no reason for me to get those 2 mixed.
I nerd.
Leonard, what?
What?
It was
Sorry.
a joke.
Oh,
Never mind.
Leonard Cohen.
Yes, Leonard Cohen.
okay. Kino had a sale. So, and they're a distributor for Raro titles. So I finally picked up Fernando de Leo's slasher Slaughter Hotel. So
Very
I
nice.
finally- From 1971, it's a proto slasher, but that's beside the point.
Very nice.
And then Gang War in Milan, which is a I don't know how to say. Police. It's a police and/or crime action film from the Italy. They're very popular. They came out in the wake of the French Connection and those kind of films. So, Godfather stuff. Next, I got Killdozer.
Oh,
About-
nice.
Nice.
Classic.
About a killer bulldozer starring Clint Walker. Good shit. Next, I got 2 cult horror double-faced here: Fear No Evil and Ritual of Evil. Ritual of Evil, the sequel to Fear No Evil. I saw on thunderously types through my pickups. And then I picked up Dinosaurs. I saw this a lot on TV as a kid.
Dinosaurs.
And the end of this movie has this giant like the shovel loaders or whatever, front end loaders, whatever those things are called. That has one of those versus a dinosaur. And it's stop
Okay.
motion.
Oh, like a
It's
front
fucking
loader.
awesome.
Or
I watched this a
yeah.
lot as a kid,
Nice.
so I was like, B, so
That's
I had to
cool.
pick that up. Next, got Sergio Corbucci's The Hellbenders, so it's another spaghetti western from my collection. Hey, look, Stout, we can finally watch this together.
What do you mean? I don't have it.
Yeah, you have Hellbenders, and you have
No, I
Kill
don't.
Them and Come Back Alive. You got both of
I
these.
don't.
I got the Kill Them All and Come
And
Back Alone. I don't have the hell.
Pretty sure I saw you pick this one up.
Don't
I
have
thought
it.
No.
he's tracking his memory right now. Anyway, and then I got
Perhaps.
Angelo Di Castellari's Kill Them and Come Back Alone, which is another spaghetti western to add to my collection. Next, I got animal attack film The White Buffalo, starring Charles Bronson. Charles Bronson.
Cheers to Burnson. Bergen
And
Blurgen.
last but not least, I got 1933 film called Supernatural. I don't know, cover looked cool.
Oh.
I always take one slot in my order for like the what's this fucking movie? I don't know. Let's buy that one.
The
know
movie
anything
the
about-
TV series was based on.
Ha ha ha. Maybe. Anyway, yeah, that's everything.
All right. Very good.
Oh wait, and I got this ashtray. There you
Excellent.
go. Like stop setting fires to my desk.
And I didn't get anything. So that was great. Actually, I did get this, which is a kind of a Sudoku Rubik's Cube. It's very cruel because look at this. You need to put all the numbers in sequence, in the correct sequence, oriented the correct way on each side. So fuck that. I'm never mixing this up ever. It would just stress me out trying to put it back to normal.
Yes.
So
It's a game that you don't want to play.
Well,
yes. So I got a game. This was in a Christmas cracker. My aunt sends us Christmas crackers every year, and that was it. That was the Christmas cracker thing that I got. Rosie got a
Anxiety.
yeah. She got a
it
keychain,
doesn't work.
a compass keychain, and apparently the compass doesn't.
Well,
work, so
I'm sure you both got the gift of a lovely, terrible joke. Or two.
Read the
or
red
three.
snot.
yes,
they
we
keep
did. We
on
actually did get some
all
terrible
you.
jokes. Do we know where we put the terrible jokes?
I remember what they were.
Well, just can we find them? So I'll read the terrible jokes to everybody.
They're way.
Try to repeat Cheryl's joke.
I should have thought of that before. I don't know where they went. Where'd they go?
That
No,
happens.
they're not in the garbage, are they?
Yeah.
God damn it. Well, they were terrible jokes. I got one about a fly in the soup, and
I
it
also
was
got one
it
about.
was, yeah, and she also got one about a fly in the soup. But there were two completely different waiter, there's a fly in my soup jokes.
What?
The only one I
What?
remember, the one I remember was mine was, waiter, there's a fly in my soup. And the waiter says, don't worry, sir, the spider in the bread will take care of it for you.
Oh God.
Do you remember what yours
a
was?
coworker of mine today
was like,
Oh, that-
had a
"Here,
really bad
there's a
joke.
fly in my soup.
Yeah.
Something.
Great.
Wow. That's,
Remember the
a
setup,
great
but not
joke.
the punchline. So,
Yeah, I was
remember the setup.
I was looking out over the parking
you
lot
got
at
in bed,
work,
kiddo?
Yeah,
and
Okay.
I was like, can I call off over fear of my own safety? He goes, you could call in for.
Have a good teeth brushing.
I will.
Oh yeah, he goes, you can call in
Love you.
to work
Love you
and
too,
claim
sweetie.
ass blindness. I'm like, what? I'm like,
Yeah,
ass blindness? He goes, yeah, because you just can't see your ass coming into work. Like, oh, that's a good one.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, actually, that happened to me, Major Motoko. Usually, we kind of forgot we were going to do the Christmas crackers as part of the video, but then we forgot. That's why I decided to show the stuff here. But, yeah, Rosie put her paper hat on. She got a pink one, I think. I got a green one. And as soon as I put it on, it just immediately split apart and fell off. So I was like, well, that was fun.
A horrible
Usually
joke
they
for-
stay on for a bit, but...
The thing is, everything in the contents of a Christmas cracker is a horrible joke.
oh, I know.
The prize,
Pretty much.
the joke, all a joke.
The
It's all
jokes
horrible.
themselves.
What do you think
yeah.
Actions did a whole section of videos about Christmas crackers?
I know,
Because they're
right?
all terrible.
They are, yeah.
I'd say that fucking puzzle's the best thing I've ever seen come out of a Christmas cracker.
That's pretty impressive. I
love that
gotta
they,
say,
like-
that's pretty impressive. And it's not, like, cheap plastic either. It's like a quality little Rubik's Cube.
yeah, you have to wonder though how much money that cracker cost, because it's just amazing how they'll sell you
Yeah.
the $10 Christmas crackers,
Yes.
and that'll be what's in it.
Well,
It's like,
it was a gift from my aunt,
cool.
and she gets
50 cents of stuff.
well, she gets like the higher quality Christmas crackers, so they have the higher quality
Yeah.
items in them. But yeah, my mom got one also from my aunt, I guess from the same package, and she said hers was also a keychain, but with like an alligator on it, and she said it's like this metallic alligator with like really sharp teeth. I'm like just thinking, you're just fishing around in your purse looking for your keys, and ow, my keys bit me.
That's the one
But-
in a loot crate. I got a keychain of the Batwing,
Oh, see, there you go.
and
Yeah.
it had the 2 little bat ears on the top, and they
Okay.
were sharp.
Oh, okay, yeah.
But they
yeah.
were supposed to hang on your keys. I'm like, I wouldn't want to put this thing in my fucking pocket.
It would rip
it
your
would rip up
pocket
the
to
earth.
shreds, if not your
it
leg.
would literally dig into my thigh.
Yeah, or your thigh. Yeah. That's crazy.
It's just like, good. Yeah.
So,
Anyway.
I don't know. Did we watch any movies at all this week? Was this, a movie week for anyone in any way, shape, or form? at all?
Yeah, I watched a lot of movies.
Yeah,
I actually watched 2 non-Christmas related movies.
really.
5 of my 7 days
Why?
next week are
What's
watching
for
movies
me?
with people.
Huh?
Was
I've got a very busy week next week.
Yes, you're going to bed.
No.
Very excited.
What?
I'm excited to watch movies with
Why
lots
are
of
you
good people.
hovering? Hold on. What's going on?
I wanted to make an input. I watched many movies this week.
She wanted to make an input. Okay.
I watched Wreck-It Ralph,
Okay.
Zootopia,
Oh, I still have to watch
which
that
is
one.
good. Inside Out, which made me cry.
Inside Out, which made her cry.
So
Yeah.
good.
She
And-
came out after all sad and needed hugs.
Aww.
I'm like,
And-
why
Inside
are
Out
you
was like-
sad? She said, I watched Inside Out.
It's actually
Die
like
Hard.
really helpful, like therapists
Elf.
with emotion theory with kids and stuff.
Yeah.
Kind of cool.
And I watched a bunch of Attack on Titan.
Ah, yes. You're in the middle of season 3 right now? Yeah.
Ahead of me.
Cool.
Anyway, bye. Yeah.
Bye. I need to get some more water. I'll be right back.
Dad needs to come back too. Dad pooped. He exploded. Like one day, like on Tuesday, I have a girl group called Godzilla Girls, and we're starting Godzilla, so that's gonna be fun. Next week it's gonna be a lot of movies. Like I watched a movie with this person, and then I watched a movie with this person, and then I watched a movie with this person, and then I watched a movie with this person. Because filling up my social time since.
Buster Cherry is
Baby
just
fat.
dropping dad jokes in the chat like crazy. I guess in the
just
Christmas cracker
waiting for
tradition.
Come back maybe since we can talk about fucking movies. What the hell, dude?
He says there was a fire at the circus. It was
Back.
Yay.
intense.
Welcome back.
My father had 2 dogs named Times and Rolex. They're his watchdogs.
Oh, that one's bad.
How does Moses make his coffee? He brews it.
Oh. God. Jesus.
Did you hear about the Italian chef who died? He passed away.
Okay. All right. So movies. Their salad closes up again.
Movies.
So I
Eric,
watched.
did you watch any movies?
So Rosie
I
watched a bunch.
couple, actually.
What'd you watch, Eric?
Never
Let's see.
fear.
I watched.
Mario's here.
Oh, I watched the 1998 classic Black Dog.
Black
Ooh.
Dog.
That's with.
Swayze?
Say what?
Patrick Swayze?
Yes, it is Patrick
That is on the
Swayze,
wrong side.
Randy
Yeah.
Travis, and
Hold on.
Meatloaf.
Hell yeah.
Meatloaf.
Kidding me?
And it's dumb.
There.
It
Okay.
really is.
Kind of like the trucker movie with a slight hint of supernatural. Just a hint.
Mhm.
Oh yeah, just the whole idea of when a trucker pushes himself too hard to bends the rules to be out on the road longer, and right when you're about to pass out, the theory or the myth is that you see a black dog jump out in the road.
Yeah.
And that was what causes you to stop and swerve, and you end up crashing and dying.
That's the plot. That's exactly the premise of the black dog in the movie. Correct.
Yes,
That's a supernatural. The hint of supernatural.
that's the supernatural
movie.
to it.
Jeez.
I mean, yeah, it's it's very 90s. It's very 90s.
Very campy, I'd describe it.
Very campy, very 90s. Like cars explode before they hit anything. Everything that hits something else flips for no reason.
It's all ridiculous. It's a fun
It's
movie.
all over the top
Yeah.
ridiculous. I mean, and it's about it was 1998, so it's about 7 or so years after Ghost.
Okay.
Patrick
But
Swayze.
and of course almost the entirety of the soundtrack is sung by Randy Travis.
Yeah.
and
That's right.
it doesn't fit at all.
Uh-huh.
That's the worst.
It's just like the soundtrack is terrible. It's just like, and there's even jokes in the movie. Like there's a scene where he's kind of like Randy Travis is a little sus to Patrick to Swayze, and Swayze literally turns around and he goes, "You ever thought about becoming a professional singer?" and throws all of his shit out of the out of the truck. And then later on in the movie, when they become buddy, he turns around and he goes, I apologize for saying that thing about you being a professional singer. Because that's kind of the on-running joke, is that he wants to become he wants to be a songwriter. That's what it is. And so, but there's a scene where he's trying to sing bad, and you can like hear Randy Travis's natural singing voice in there.
Yeah.
But he's like purposefully trying to sing bad, and it's
Gotcha.
it's just it's
Doesn't
weird.
quite do it.
Also saw, pretty much you guys were talking about it before I came in the chat. I heard the tail end of it. I did see Wonder Woman 84.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I was over at my brother-in-law's house, who's a big Marvel fan. Of course, we saw Wonder Woman 84 on Christmas Day.
That's a great Marvel movie.
I know, right?
Yeah, I know. Somebody that he kept calling it a Marvel movie. I'm just.
Hi, Kitty.
All superhero movies are Marvel.
Yeah, I know.
Superman's my favorite Marvel hero, and Batman. He's good. Good in Marvel.
He also likes to watch Red Letter Media, but that's besides the point.
Red Letter Media.
Are Nintendo games.
Red Letter Media. They're all right. I don't watch them all the time, but I don't mind them.
I like Best of the Worst. That's what I like.
Best of the Worst is okay. Yeah.
But
That's what I like.
anyway, though, I don't know. Did we all see it?
No.
No.
Okay, all right.
I don't have
it.
HBO Max, so
Blu-ray for me.
I'm waiting for a Blu-ray. Yeah.
I really liked it. I had a lot of fun with it.
Yeah.
Was it as good as the first one? I don't think so.
No.
I still think the first Wonder Woman movie was better, just because it was more of a traditional, like, superhero movie.
It was good. I really liked the first one a lot. Yeah.
Yeah, this one is almost at that level. It's just slightly under it. It's still a fantastic movie.
Yeah.
That other one has a lot more action in it.
I just want to see it for all the 80s-ness.
Oh yeah, it barfs 80s.
Excellent. I already know I'm gonna love it.
Oh yeah, there's so many 80s things in this. You're gonna be like, oh.
Well, and I heard there's some little loving references to Linda Carter's Wonder Woman and stuff like that too. So
Ooh, I'm excited for that.
yeah, definitely.
Oh, yeah.
I grew up with her on reruns.
Same. Yeah, I used to watch it all the time. It's coming out on Blu-ray.
I know Stoud's
The
seen it.
original
because
series.
he was talking
I know.
about it
Yeah.
on
I'm
Facebook, I
probably
think.
gonna end up buying that, honestly.
Yeah, same.
So-
I really want it.
Big part of my childhood.
So I think me and Stout
same.
kind of hold the same opinion.
Yeah.
It
I blame Linda Carter for me being
was a fantastic movie. Holds its own to the original, but obviously the original one was still just a slightly bit better.
That one took me a second, Buster Cherry. Street Cabin. Oh, Roadhouse. I get it. Yeah, okay.
Yes.
Street
Big
Cabin.
cabin.
Patrick Sawsey.
I've actually never seen
Ozzy?
No, neither have I. I'd like to. It looks just ridiculously awful in all the funnest ways.
Watched an early 2000s Christmas movie that I had actually never seen, which was Christmas with the Cranks.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
The one with Tim Allen.
Yeah.
It's funny.
Yeah.
Because it also has Dan Aykroyd in it.
Okay. Yeah.
And this is like
I've
slightly
heard of him.
slightly before he went insane,
Uh-huh.
or even more insane than he is
I think
now.
he's always been insane to some extent. Part
but
of why he's so funny.
They said it's from like 2004, so it's right when he started to pudge out.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
and get real like weird shaped.
Dan Aykroyd shaped.
Yes.
Well, he used
That's
to
what-
be like
'cause
that, this tall, like gangly, skinny guy, and that was kind of what he was known as.
Yeah. Now he was in this one, at least from 2004. He was
Age happened.
he was round.
Yeah.
Round is a shape.
You have to get in shape, Garfield. I am in shape. Round is a shape.
That's my favorite joke, and that's the one I carry forever. Because I'm round.
I love it.
That's why Cass is called Shapes.
I just love Garfield generally.
That's not why he called shapes.
Well, no, that's why he called himself Shapes.
Don Asteroids. Yeah.
No,
Actually, yeah. I think it was because of that specific Garfield joke.
Was it that? He called himself. He said that guy was shapes. He wasn't round. He wasn't round. He was shapes. That's right.
Well, it was.
Yeah.
It came from that
I remember that.
documentary.
No, I'm confirming that. I remember.
It
wasn't
was,
round.
That's
it was
right,
a
yeah, no,
reference
it
to
came
a
from that.
reference. It was
We made the reference.
The terror firmer. What was it?
Yes.
Farts of Darkness. That's
It
what
was
it was.
Farts of Darkness.
Farts of Darkness. We watched that and said
we
he's
made
just shapes,
that
and then
reference. Yeah.
and then
Yeah, I
that
remember
that
that.
led
I
into a
remember
retelling of the Garfield joke, and then Cass just kind of we latched onto it as a name for Cass. So that's
Yeah.
Well, Cass latched onto it.
Cass latched onto it. Yeah, he
Yeah,
called
right,
himself
yeah.
Shapes.
Called himself Shapes. So, but
We love that. Don't get it wrong.
Of course.
yeah, we would never call him that if he didn't call it himself that.
Exactly. Correct.
So
Only loving nicknames.
Yeah,
of
absolutely.
course.
Loving ridicule.
His new nickname and probably that would just naturally become it. That's just how it works.
Exactly. Correct.
Yeah.
That is how it works.
I watched one more,
Eventually
but I
get a new
can't
nickname.
remember what it's called. Because I didn't watch the whole thing. I watched
Oh.
like the last hour or so.
Oh.
There's a Steven Seagal movie that my brother-in-law was watching,
Okay.
and
Which is it post 2000?
I don't know. I don't know when it was.
Was he phoning it in? Was he fat?
Yeah. Was it
Was he
pudgy
like-
Steven
No,
Seagal
no.
or skinny
He
Steven
didn't have
Seagal?
it. He didn't have He didn't have the goatee or anything like
Okay,
that.
like rolls out to 2010s. Got it. Okay.
Okay.
So
now
I want to say it was late '90s.
late 90s,
Okay.
early 2000s. Okay.
Uh,
So he's getting chubby, but he's not fat yet.
Yeah, it's very much. It's one that has to do with he wants to go back to his hometown, and there's like there's a church there's a church burning, girl that he's protecting. Like I said, I didn't really kind of follow. There's also a casino. The guy who's a casino owner and his son is kind of worthless. That kind of stuff, and he's just like they all want him
I'm
out
like
of
a late
town.
early 2000s one. That's
Yeah,
more
that's-
yet.
Late '90s, like I say, because he does look young. He hadn't fully pudged out yet
okay.
and stuff like that.
Break. It went to like Russia.
Buster Cherry says it's Fire Down
Okay.
Below.
Fire
Fire
down
Down.
below, probably.
Yeah.
That sounds about right.
Yeah.
Let me
That would have
see.
been late 90s.
My mom
Late 90s.
actually, my mom is a huge Steven Seagal fan, especially his early movies. She loves his movies.
The early movies are great.
Yeah.
Like
I've got a couple of them on Blu-ray.
Yeah,
I don't think
Fire
I've
Down
ever
Below,
actually watched
that's what
them.
it is. 1997.
1997. See, yes, late 90s, early
97,
2000s.
okay.
Yeah, that's that kind of like sleek era.
I know
when
I
he
have
was-
Above the Law. I can't remember, and I think I got some of his
Above the Law.
later ones as well. Yeah.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, see,
think
my
it
brother
was-
said the name of the movie, but I was like half listening.
Yeah.
I was also tired and full of food,
Yeah. That'll do it.
and it was like 5 o'clock on Christmas Day, so I had eaten food at several houses at this point. So, but yeah, so I caught the last hour or so of Fire Down Below.
That's
Very
a good one,
cool.
actually. It's been a long ass time since I've seen it.
Yeah.
I'm sitting there watching it, and I go, as a talking actor,
Hmm.
he is terrible.
He's a great martial artist.
He was more
can
about
do
the
it.
martial arts.
Any
Yeah.
scene that he's beating some guy up or doing martial arts, he's
Yeah.
fun to watch.
Like
Yeah.
you can never take it away from him. He was a great
Just-
martial artist. You know,
Just don't have him talk. You
he's not a great actor.
you can't hear him half the time, and you can't understand what he's saying half the time.
Films are probably his best work, and they're amazing. They're great action films. They're-
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
No, he was
Die Hard
one
on
of
a
the
Train.
big stars of the day for sure.
It lives up to Die Hard on a Train.
Mhm.
Die Hard on a Train.
That's what people were calling it. But it lives up to that. It actually
Really?
is really good.
Which one?
Yeah. Under Siege. Under
Under
Siege 1 and 2
Siege,
are
okay.
very good movies.
I've
I
seen Under
might
Siege.
have that one as well. I can't remember. I'll have to check.
I feel like everyone's seen Under Siege.
It was on TV a
Like,
lot.
like
I
anyone
might
who knows
have, I don't
Steven
remember.
Seagal and has said they've seen Steven Seagal movies, Under Siege seems to be one of those movies that they've seen.
Yeah.
That's one was popular. It's that one, Out for a Kill, Above the Law.
Yeah.
Because like I didn't grow up watching Steven Seagal movies, but I've seen Under Siege.
Out for Justice. Out for Justice. That's
Because that's the one that ends at the docks, right?
Mm.
Ends at like a pier or the docks or whatever.
Wow, dude, can't do details. I don't have a good brain for these things.
Under Siege.
A lot of this Under Siege is one where it's like, was it on a bridge? I think it ends on a bridge actually. The one on the train, and then one of the docks is number 2 because it's on a boat. If I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, Under Siege 2.
Yeah, Under Siege is on a
Dark
boat.
Territory.
Yeah. Or on a submarine, maybe on a submarine. I can't remember which. It's on something in the ocean, and then Under Siege 1's on a train. So.
Yeah, so for me, it might have been the second one that I've seen. Under
Was
Siege
it a
2.
boat or a sub? My brain is so fuzzy on it.
It looks like it's a boat, like it's a battle carrier or something.
I remember just being inside a lot, so, you know.
Or something like that.
Probably because they were docked and they didn't want to show the fucking Los Angeles is right over there.
Yes. You're supposed to be here.
Oh,
Ignore
2 is
the
on the
fact that
train.
it's
Sorry, I got it mixed up. 2 is on the train, 1 is on the boat. My bad.
Oh, yeah,
Mixed
whichever one was on the boat.
I told you. I don't
So,
want you to
anyway,
right.
moving along. Getting close to 10 here, guys. Got to keep moving
Oh
along.
shit! Yeah, we gotta go.
Yeah, so that was it.
Okay.
Let me just throw a little quick aside in here. Comment on one of my Blu-ray updates from Halloween. I'm talking about Blu-ray. Blu-ray movies on Blu-ray. Physical media, Blu-ray. And I guess because I was talking about Hammer, I was talking about how some of them are only available in Region B, what have you. I don't have a region-free player. So someone comments, just get a VPN and screw the region you're in.
What?
Because that
Yes, 'cause
will
VPNs
help me
work so
play
well.
Blu-rays from another
It doesn't.
region.
Sorry, Pete, it is not.
Just get a VPN to play those Blu-rays, okay? Great.
Will do.
Well, I'll
right.
get right on
So-
that.
My friend Angie. I watched this movie called His House
His house.
on Netflix. This movie is emotionally charged. I was crying at the end of it.
Mm.
It is a powerful, powerful horror film, like Hereditary, like Babadook. Like it has a lot to say about the society we live in. I don't want to spoil a damn thing about it. These people are new immigrants, and part of to England, and part of the immigrant process is they have to live in this house. They can't move anywhere else, or they can be deported, right? So they're stuck in this house that's haunted. That's the premise. They can't leave the house, except to go to work and get food and do all those things. They can't so they're stuck with this fucking ghost haunted house. That's the premise, but it's so fucking good.
Cool.
Highly recommended. 5 out of 5. So fucking good.
What
All
was
right.
what was the title again?
His House.
His house. Okay. Right.
Mhm.
Cool.
Next, Stout, why don't you talk about Christmas Chronicles Part 2 while I take a big rip for this bomb?
Okay. It's just like slowly getting there. Okay. Christmas Chronicles 2. It was good. It was Christmas Chronicles 1, but Part 2.
Great.
It wasn't as good.
That's
not
on
good.
Kurt Russell, right? As Santa Claus.
Yes.
Okay.
And Goldie Hawn.
And
It wasn't as
Goldie
good,
Hawn also
but
as Santa
I
Claus.
enjoyed
Got
it because it had the kid. I'm not letting you talk because we don't have time.
All right.
Okay.
Just trying to make it
It's
funny
dark.
as we're being serious.
No. It starred the kid who was in, like, most of you would know him as the kid from Deadpool 2. The one who
Oh,
becomes
yeah.
friends with Deadpool in Deadpool 2. That kid,
He's in
I
something
know him
else
from several other
currently
movies.
too. Yeah,
too.
he's
But-
like becoming quite a
Yeah.
popular star.
Yes.
Yeah,
Oh, yes.
breakout
He's-
breakout actor.
He's
yeah.
in this movie.
It's amazing.
And
Yeah, he's
by the way.
great.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
I
love him.
love him. He's
Yeah.
great. And the story is very, very cliche. The way it was shot feels
Julian
like
Dennison.
a
Thank you, Iceman.
Hallmark movie, but like slightly higher budget than a Hallmark.
It's a very big budget Hallmark. That's a good way to put it.
That's the
Yes.
one I was thinking of, Hunt for the Wilder People. I just watched the trailer for that the other day.
Yes,
Sorry.
that one's
So
great.
he was fresh
That's the
in
one
my
I
mind.
thought
Yeah,
you
yeah.
mentioned,
I was like,
realized
hey,
it
it's the
was
kid from Deadpool.
I hope he ends up in the new thing that Taika Waititi's
Sure,
doing.
I'll have to check that out. Who was it? Sam Neill's
yeah.
in that one too, right? Hunt for the Wilder People.
Yeah,
Yeah. I watched
All right.
the trailer for it. It looks really good. I'll have to check that out.
it's really good. It is.
Yeah.
So yeah, I enjoyed Christmas Chronicles 2. I thought it was like a 6.5 out of 10, maybe. It's
Yeah.
really not like
I gave it 6
great, but like
Yeah.
if you've seen the first one and enjoyed the first one,
Now-
then you're probably gonna like this one too.
The big Mrs. Claus is a bigger part of this one, which a lot of people wanted, but I
Yeah.
don't think she's not as successful as Mrs. Claus. Goldie Hawn's not as successful at being Mrs. Claus as Russell is at being Santa Claus. For whatever reason, I just don't believe it. It's not as believable. For whatever reason, there's just a disconnect. So there's some, but other than that, like I think this movie is a delight. It'll be fun to watch with kids. It's not a Christmas classic, but the first one is. The
Yeah.
first one, I'm probably gonna end up watching like every year, every other year,
Yeah.
because it's so good.
Yeah, that one it came out of nowhere, and it's just like, holy crap, this is really good.
Mm.
Yeah.
Sometimes
Next,
that
we
happens.
gotta watch Dial Code Santa Claus again, but this time the Joe Bob segments in the last drive-in.
Mhm.
And once again,
Huh.
dear God, please go get Shudder, get your 15-day trial, go watch Dial Code Santa Claus. You'll thank me. It's so fucking good. You will also be cheering and freaking out when imperiled 80s grandpa is on screen. You'll either be like, yay, he's so adorable, or oh my God, don't die. It's great. It's a fucking amazing film. It totally was ripped off by Home Alone. You can't change my mind. Do you have anything to add to Dial Code Santa Claus that we didn't say last time?
Not really. It's
Yeah, I didn't
just-
really. Yeah.
It's a good movie picture film.
Joe Bob did a good thing with the trivias and stuff and the comedies.
Yeah,
There you go.
made it even more enjoyable.
Yes. Next, I watched Dr. Jekyll's Dungeon of Death. Whew, it's a
Well,
tongue
damn,
twister.
I want to see that just based on the title.
Well, you can't. It's out of print.
Well, I'm sure there's a way. Or it'll
I'm sure
come
you
back.
can get a really cheap copy off YouTube. Yes.
All right, whatever.
These are.
There's
Vinegar
always a way.
Syndrome- Vinegar Syndrome said that they're only repressing the Vinegar Syndrome archive titles as the Vinegar Syndrome archive titles. So there might be a set later on,
Yeah.
but as it stands, there's not going to be a standalone release of this movie.
Well, that's fine. I wasn't talking about necessarily, but I'm just saying I want to see it based on the title. That's it. I didn't need a big speech about the availability of the Blu-ray.
I'm just letting you know when it shows up.
That's
Anyway,
I wouldn't be
so
buying
the
it
movie-
next week. Don't worry about it.
So the movie is only a 4 out of 10.
Okay.
Okay. So this is like a descendant of Dr. Jekyll who has been kicked out of college, is kicked out of his like tenure and stuff because he was doing experiments with the Jekyll formula, but they were like totally unethical. And so he just set up in his own basement of his little mansion house and has like hobos fight each other on the Jekyll formula for 10-minute stretches with no music, just awkward sound effects. So he would just watch these people roll around on the ground and punch at each other. And there's like 3 10-minute sequences where you're just like, why am I watching these two people fucking roll around sweaty on the ground? Am I watching porn? It's so weird.
Yeah.
Okay, but like the guy who plays Jekyll is amazing. He chews the scenery up. I love this movie. It's not a good movie by any stretch of the imagination. I found my interest waning when people were fighting because they weren't well choreographed. It was just
Interesting.
punch, grapple, roll around.
Oh,
and
yeah.
all one fucking take
Yeah.
for some of it, and it's just so, I'm like, oh god. Anyway, not a great movie. Definitely watch before buy. I bought it because I'm a crazy person.
Yeah.
Next, I watched God, what is this called? Oh, why is my book down here, motherfucker? I wrote down the alternate title for this, which is a better title.
And buried it under all your comics.
My
Okay.
film book.
Oh, okay.
I handwrite all my data out too.
Gotcha.
All right, it's I Love to Kill, aka Impulse.
Oh, that one. Yeah. I know it.
Holy shit,
I know
William
exactly where
Shatner's
you watched that,
amazing.
too.
What the fuck? What a terrible movie, but it's amazing at the same time.
Right?
It's the same.
It's
I
so
gave it a 6 out of 10.
it's so much fun. I just enjoyed watching William Shatner losing his mind through the whole thing.
He's the most abusive person you've ever met. And
Yes.
He just like spastically yells at people for existing.
Yes.
And then mentally tortures people
Yeah.
and then kills some people. Like, yeah, look. This is a movie that's gonna end up a movie gangbang.
Yeah, he
Great.
kind of like accidentally killed somebody and then like intentionally killed some other people, and it's
Yeah,
just
goes
really
spiral out.
crazy. But I was actually really impressed with some of the supporting cast. I thought some of the supporting cast had some really fine acting. I was really impressed by the young girl character. I thought she was really good, and I looked her up afterwards and was like, did she have a huge successful career as an actor after this? Because she actually was really good. And then, no, she didn't. She did like a handful of movies and then retired.
Hey,
But
fucking
yeah.
knock it off, cat. Jesus. She's trying to sabotage. You see that shit? She's trying to push it all over.
Yeah. So you move, and it's like, oh, that moves. I want to make it move too.
Motherfucker.
But yeah, I
Next.
enjoyed that one too. It was fun. I liked it.
And so that was on the Creature from Black Lake Blu-ray. And then I
It's
got
the
the
second
secret
feature.
film, The
Oh.
Devil Master, aka
Oh,
The Demon Lover,
yes. Nice.
1937. These are all regional films, so all by
Yes.
different directors.
Yeah.
I didn't like this one as much.
Yeah.
I kind of lost interest halfway through and had to like stop and come back to it. Like no joke.
It was,
It was alright. 6 out of 10 in the end.
I had to, yeah, my attention kind of wandered back and forth as I was watching. I enjoyed it for like the bit of trashy silliness that it was.
The cult leader's amazing, dude.
The cult leader was great, yeah. But I found sort of the logistics of the plot a little hard to follow. Like, okay, sometimes it's people possessed by the devil that kill each other. And other times the devil actually physically manifests and kills the people. Like, what are the rules here? What are the rules for what's going on here? And really, why is he killing these people anyway? It's like, oh, you didn't want to be in my devil cult. Like, okay, how about move on with your life? Get some other people to be in your devil cult. But no, I got to kill you all now because I'm a spiteful asshole.
What films are in that Will and Grief box set?
Yeah.
He did. I think he did. I Love to Kill, if I'm not mistaken.
I Love to Kill. It's a much better title than
I think
Impulse.
the other one's Bill Rebane. I think one for Bill Rebane. He's got a bunch of movies out there.
Bill Rebane, yeah, he did one of them.
Is Will and Grief? I can't remember.
Well, Bill Rebane, of course, did Giant Spider Invasion, which of course is
And a bunch of other movies.
one of my
Yes,
all-time
that-
favorites. Another great
Twister
regional horror.
Strange, another one.
Yeah. Great stuff.
Another great weird movie. His movies are weird in the
They
best
are.
kind of way.
They're fun. I like them. I want to see more of them.
Next, I watched the movie Enter the Game of Death,
Ooh.
which is a Bruce Lee film. Bruce Lee. Oh yeah, Greek set Sting of the Death, Curse of Tartaru, Hook Generation, Psychedelic Priest, The Naked Zoo, Jaws of Death, and Whiskey Mountain. Interesting. All movies that aren't part of that set I have. Okay, yeah, I want to get that set now. They have the regular release, the non-limited edition out now.
Oh, okay.
Probably get that. Same with the what's his face? He did Blood Feast. H.G. Lewis. His regular non-limited edition box set's out now, so I can get that too.
Oh, okay.
I couldn't afford the $180 cereal box, but
Oh, yeah.
okay. Next, Enter the Game of Death was. I'll refresh my memory. It's not Game of Death, which was the one you're thinking. It was like which everyone thinks of, which that's the last Bruce Lee film.
No, it's like a knockoff.
Okay, so it's like this. It's actually this other. It's not even. It's like barely a knockoff. It's takes place like World War II time, and like this it's like Japanese German, like villains. It's hard to explain. It was kind of dull. It's like I watched a lot of dull kung fu films lately, and it's kind of bumming me out. It's like everyone's so high in the genre. I'm like, what? Am I missing something? I'm getting all the Blu-rays. Is that?
It
That's the problem.
depends. It's not a genre I'm overly familiar with. There are some documentaries you can watch that might give you a bit of a kind of primer.
Yeah.
I know some viewers sent me some stuff like that, like a collection of not just movies, but also some documentaries about the genre.
I got like 48 movies on that fucking 4 Mill Creek sets. So
Oh, yeah. Oh, there's a ton. Yeah, there's a bunch on the horror sets that got.
some of them I've already watched. I have on
duplicated
Blu-ray.
and-
Actually, Game of Death is one of those.
But some of them are really good. I know a lot of the Shaw Brothers stuff. You generally can't go wrong with those. And,
Like Jackie Chan, the New Wave, Hong Kong. I know that stuff very well, but like anything before the New Wave, I have no idea.
you should check out the two that they collaborated. The Shaw Brothers collaborated with Hammer.
Yeah,
the
the Little Vampires,
Legend of the
other
Seven
guy.
Golden Vampires, which is so much fun. I love that movie.
Shatter, I think.
And Shatter is the other one. Yeah, it's more of a crime drama, but
I want Shatter. Shatter looks like
lots
definitely
of,
my
you would probably like Shatter, yeah, just from what I've I haven't watched it yet, but just what I've read about it, it's like, oh yeah, this is totally Skinslip's cup of tea.
So, I guess that's 5 out of 10 stars. It's really great fight scenes, but like
Yeah.
the plot was just kind of all over the place, and I couldn't tell who was who at some point. I got
Yeah.
lost.
I think a lot of them are like that. They're kind of
Yeah.
short on plot but long on action. And
Which
that's
is fine. It's good. But,
Yeah.
like it wasn't only 5 out of 10. It was fun to watch, but I probably won't watch it again, even though it's
Yeah.
on Blu-ray.
Well, take a look. Like, look at, if you're not too familiar with the genre, just take a look at some primers out there. There's got to be some articles you can read or something that'll give you an idea.
Yeah. This is the second hidden film on. That was the second hidden film on the Dragon Lives Again Blu-ray from
Okay.
so that two. I think it's the only release with 2 hidden films.
Yeah, it's
back
2
there.
hidden films. Okay.
Yeah, I didn't know that, and I put it back on the shelf, and I was looking on somewhere else, and someone mentioned watching this on that release. I was like, what?
Yeah.
What? So then I pop in, and I'm like, where is? Oh my god, it's right there! Holy shit! Yeah. Anyway,
That's hilarious.
I need to get that Lucky Stars trilogy from them. I'm waiting for
Oh,
it to
that
hit
reminds
eBay so
me.
I can buy it.
I still got to look for the hidden film on that other one we got, War God. I'll have to
Oh,
check
War
that
God.
out,
Yeah, and there's also I think it's Thunder Ninja Kids or whatever, which has got like some monsters and shit in it. It's kind of cool. But
Yeah.
there's a trailer compilation that's really fucking cool.
That's cool.
There's a
Oh, yeah,
fun-
yeah. I think, yeah.
Yeah.
The booklet's really good in that, too. Really informative on other obscure kaiju
All the special
movies.
features are amazing on that release,
Yeah.
actually.
Yeah, no, it's
Found
really
that I discovered so much.
very
Next,
nice.
I watched this movie called Blood Games from 1990,
Hmm.
which I was kind of marketed to me like a slasher, but it really wasn't. It's like the softball team like goes to this hick town to play against their softball team, beats the shit out of them, beats them in like, the game. They get all
Yeah.
angry, drunk, and then like one lady starts getting raped, and another lady shows up and shoots the dude, and it's like a Thelma and Louise thing. It's the whole fucking group, and they're running from the Hicks in the RV, and then the RV breaks down. They're running through the woods from the Hicks, and it's just then another one gets raped, and it's like what the fuck? It's so much
Wow.
random shit happening, and it just the movie like starts and just the plot kicks off, a little bit of plot, and then it's just action from wall to wall. It was a fun ride, but the content warnings are there. There's two attempted rapes in this film that get really fucking close to but like right after they happen, there's the vengeance for the rapists. Like
That's
insane scene.
good, yeah. I'm
But, like,
kind of, yeah, it depends.
It's easily shot. It feels like it's an Andy Sedaris slasher film almost.
Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah,
So they're kind of
sometimes
one by one.
I'm kind of in two minds about rape scenes in movies. Sometimes I find them really difficult to watch. Other times, it's fine. And I mean, I get it if it serves the plot. If it serves the plot in a meaningful way, then, it's fine.
Sometimes it's not, though.
It
That's
is
the
what it
problem.
is. But if it's just, for the sake of shock value or something, then it tends to bother me
This is shock
more.
value.
Yeah.
This is just shock value.
But I do like when there's revenge. I like the revenge part. But,
Okay, next, me and Sal watched Black Christmas together.
Oh, Black
On
Christmas.
Christmas Eve.
I need to get
The original
that.
Black Christmas.
I need to get that, yeah.
1974. The proto slasher.
Mm-hmm.
People were like, well, that's the first slasher. Nope, that's Halloween. I'll fight you.
Yeah.
It has almost no patterns from the slasher films, except for the killer. That's it. Just a little bit of the killer. Some of the things he does. And that's actually kills people one by one. That's it.
Yeah.
There's really nothing else in that. There's really in the template.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway,
That's cool,
thoughts
though.
on Black Christmas?
I like part of
1974.
slashers.
It was my first time watching it, and I really enjoyed it.
Oh my God.
It was it was pretty. It reminded me of When a Stranger Calls, which I also just recently watched. Right.
I need to watch
But
it. I've had the Blu-ray for
It
a
was
while.
also different in a lot of
Okay.
ways because when a Stranger Calls has
There's
like
an hour
the
in the middle.
intro. It has the intro. Can I? Oh my God.
Yeah, sorry.
It has the intro,
Mm-hmm.
which is basically like the first 15 to 20 minutes of the movie, which is what they show you in the trailer to get you to come into the movie.
Right.
Yeah.
And then the rest of the movie, which
is boring.
nobody who saw the trailer is expecting.
Mm-hmm.
But there's a lot of extra exposition and stuff going on in the rest of the movie as well.
In the last 15 minutes.
But it's like for people who don't care to see the rest, well, you can come and see the fucking 15 to 20 minutes you wanted to see and leave then. asshole. But regardless, it's like that's a movie that does that kind of thing. It takes that approach to that kind of movie. But this movie, it doesn't necessarily entirely have that. First 15 minutes shows you what you saw in the trailer thing, and I just like the open-endedness of it, where like I don't know how to describe it without giving anything away, but yes, it's very open-ended. It's a fun movie, an interesting movie to watch, and try and figure out who the killer is, what's going on, how they're doing it, and whatnot.
My favorite
And
part
it's
is
all based on the same concept as When a Stranger Calls, and as a bunch of those movies were. So, yeah.
My thing, I love White Christmas, where I think When a Stranger Calls,
Black Christmas?
first 20 minutes, Black
Yeah.
Christmas, sorry. First 20 minutes are great as When a Stranger Calls. Last 15 minutes are great. In the middle, you're just like, what the fuck's happening? Can I just get to what? Something happened. Just anything happened in this movie. Okay? You could literally just cut the middle of that, make it a 30-minute movie and be great. Black Christmas, Jesus Christ, White Christmas was last week. Black Christmas is great because there's this like overbearing like house mother who gets on everyone's cases for doing the same thing that she actually does. So you're like actively hating her this whole fucking time.
Mm-hmm.
There's just all these little subtextual pieces about like the abortion at the early on, and then like it, like the whole like is it Billy? Is it the boyfriend Peter? Is it, like that? Like I really love this movie. I think it's one of the better proto slashers. Yes, I give this movie. Yes. I give it a 7 out of 10. I mean,
wow. Yeah, that's one I'd like to pick up. I also need to get the first Silent Night, Deadly Night. I only have the second one.
You don't need the first one. The second one has the first one in it.
But I want the first one. I want both of them.
I know. I never watched the first one again. I saw it once.
Okay.
I want the second one because the second one's got all the best parts of the first one, and none of the boring shit, and then it's got all good new shit, and Garbage Day.
Yes.
Garbage Day.
I like number 2 a whole lot. And 3, 4, and 5 are you can just throw them into
Also,
the fire.
Morgan Bob Clark also did Children Shouldn't Play with Dead Things.
Yeah.
Which is a
Had a
wonderful,
very interesting
wonderful
career.
Movie. Yeah. Wonderful movie, actually, with one of the first positive portrayals of gay characters in a horror film. Not just played for laughs, as they were often done in movies from that era. It was just, there was some gay characters in it. That was it.
That's all?
And that was it. It's actually considered one of the earliest examples of like positive representation in genre films.
That's great. I mean, that's where
So way to go, Bob Clark.
Genre films is
Trendsetter.
where that generally starts, right?
Yeah. Oh,
They're
absolutely.
not beholden to other people, so they just make their own movies, and then.
Well, we've said
I
for
really
how
just
long, like,
love that era of filmmaking because that whole era of filmmaking is completely filled with
and pork
trying new things, seeing what works.
Yep.
Yeah.
Experimenting,
pushing the envelope, breaking new ground. And you've said on many occasions, it's like the history of film could just as easily be viewed through the history of horror films.
In fact, there's a book called The History of Horror by David J. Scull. Everyone should read. It talks about from Grand Guignol Theater all the way up to modern then like 1980s, 1990s films at the time of writing or whatever. I think he just revised versions with more stuff, but this is it's amazing. It talks about how horror's always been the place where we talk about social problems, social things. It's always been ground zero for
moral
social
tales, cautionary tales, or just.
I mean, it's always been ground zero for social change in media too. I mean, always the genre film, horror specifically.
Because they're the ones who horror, especially
the black actor, the African American, the person of color, whoever is in the lead role.
Mm-hmm.
Because whose studio? There's no studio here in this fucking barn.
Oh yeah.
We're in blood.
Night of the Living Dead having an African American lead actor in 1968.
Precisely.
Like crazy.
Precisely. It's always the ground zero for stuff like this.
Yeah.
Horror.
Yeah, it's great. So anyway, Children Who Didn't Play with Dead Things. Really fun, really just nutty movie that you should all check out if you've never seen it. I really like it a lot, actually. I really need to get the Blu-ray.
You showed it to a bunch of people on Vito at one point, but I was not there for that.
I probably did, yeah, because I remember gushing about it when I first saw it. I was like, wow, this movie's so weird. I just need to share it with you all. But in wonderful ways, yeah.
Then we watched Christmas Evil from 1980 about a guy who watches his mom fucking a guy dressed as Santa Claus, so he decides to go crazy 25 years later and murder people dressed as Santa Claus. Well, dressed as Santa Claus.
Wow.
I think that summed it up, right, Justin?
Okay.
Not really.
Oh.
Like he just okay, he doesn't decide to go crazy. He just
I think I'll go crazy today.
And he can't handle it, and so he just has like a psychotic
like he
break.
Goes crazy over the course of his life until he has a psychotic break 25 years later. Is that kind of what you're trying to say?
Correct, yes.
Yeah. It builds up 25 years later.
It takes that long to gestate. And
what I find very interesting about this movie is that the way they tell the story, they have you almost for quite a bit of the movie like kind of siding with him.
Yeah.
You know?
Interesting.
With the bad guy. You're like,
interesting.
Oh, this is a creepy fucking Santa who thinks he's a judge of who's naughty and who's nice, and he's going to kill anybody who's been naughty and be good to anybody who's nice. And for a little while, you're like, I mean, they were naughty.
Those are the most interesting villains, the ones where sometimes they have a point you could agree with, you know, or something that, you know, they're not necessarily evil, they're not necessarily wrong. It's just,
it's funny.
There's a moral issue with how they're exercising this, but you know.
We watched the Joe Bob version, right?
Yeah. Okay.
And it's funny because at some point Joe Bob says, "This is the point where most people jump off and aren't with this guy anymore." And I'm like, well, but I'm kind of still with him on this.
Go Crazy Santa.
I still like Crazy Santa. I don't know.
I'm making a point of going through watching
Kill those naughty people.
I noticed that episodes are missing already. Yeah. There's like 9 episodes missing total from across the first 4 or 5 marathons.
Oh, really? From the new Joe Bob, the last drive-in?
So I'm making a point for us to all watch the ones on Shudder currently, so that we can see them before they go away.
Gotcha.
They don't always have the rights for the movies, right? So it makes sense. I wish they'd keep the fucking bumpers still, so you can watch your own movie.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
They never do. I don't know why.
You can find those on YouTube sometimes. Like I know I have a lot of the old Monster Vision
don't
ones.
Worry. I have every single episode.
Yeah.
That's not the point. I pay my Shudder. I watch it on Shudder.
Well, yeah, of course. I think it's probably just the rights of the movies, but you're quite right. Like that's what I'm saying is they should be able to just keep the bumpers so they at least have the Joe Bob segments there, and then you can just put a little bit of black when each segment ends. You can queue up your movie.
Time code and when next stop.
I mean, like come on, they do that with riff tracks. You download the riff tracks and queue it up with your own movie. You know, why can't they do the same thing with Joe Bob? Like, that's ridiculous.
I don't know. Right.
So, I don't know. There's got to be something they can do.
They're a big company.
Because it's a shame that they lose episodes like that. I get the
impression that they're running on a kind of a tight budget over there. So I think it's just
I'm sure they are.
And then they're producing movies and stuff, and I'm sure there's all sorts of stuff that they can't account for that's causing...
Thanks for the reminder, everybody. I'll be quiet. I like how we get to quiet time just as I'm about to do my movies. So I have to do my reviews really quietly.
Don't worry. I also have a lot of movies to talk about.
Oh, God. So we're going to be going till 1 in the morning is what you're saying? Should I go make some more turkey? Put an entire fresh turkey in the stove.
We watched a bunch of movies the last 2 days. So.
And cook it in its entirety.
It's just like any other time then.
No, it's more than... We actually watch more movies than normal, because normally we get 1 day a week. This week.
Yeah. So you watched a bunch of Psycho Santa movies. What else did you watch after that?
It's the day after Christmas and no movies, we're safe.
Next we watched 2019 Christmas Evil.
Oh.
Okay. No, Black Christmas.
Black Christmas, sorry.
Black Christmas.
Damn it, thank you.
The new...
Black Christmas.
I heard
Brain.
mixed reviews of that one.
Yeah, I don't understand. It was amazing.
Okay.
It was. My only problem with it was some of the dialogue was a bit clunky, and there's definitely a straw man character for men's rights activists.
Okay. Yeah.
Not who even says the words "not all men," and I literally audibly groaned.
A little bit. Just now that's putting
It didn't
blatant
take it out of the
politics
movie, it
in there for the
groaned
sake
one
of it. Yeah.
scene. It doesn't ruin the whole fucking movie.
So
Yeah.
I heard some people were complaining about this movie not being as violent as the first one, as the original Black Christmas, which is just factually not true. It's much more violent than the original one.
Violent than the original Black Christmas.
It's like
We watched
that's
that.
just
Yeah.
verifiably not true. You can watch one and watch together
You
like
see-
we did.
You
Yeah.
see the
It's
Axeman
clearly
attacks more often than you see actual attacks in Black Christmas, the original
Yeah.
Black Christmas. And this
Yeah.
one is way more violent. Now, you could see that they definitely toned it down from an R into a PG-13,
Yeah.
but I don't think it really hurt the movie. I really don't.
Oh, you
I
go.
As for the quality of the
As
movie,
movies are.
it's completely different. It's not the same
Completely.
kind of movie, but it has all these like references and homages to the original film. So I appreciated that.
Certain
Yeah.
But
context
it's
of the first movie that are
I
important.
would say it's not as good as the original in my opinion, but it's still good. Not bad.
I also gave it a 7 out of 10. I really like this one. I like
Oh.
the way, the
go.
complete change of plot. So it's a completely different movie. It's not, just get to see the movie. It's it's awesome. I really enjoyed it. And it's a second remake. The first one came out in 2006. That's called Black Xmas.
Okay.
I mean,
Interesting.
Justin found
I
a
didn't even
place
know
to
about
find it.
that one.
I found a place for us to watch it, Justin. So we'll watch that one too, so we can watch all three of them finally. And that one's closer to the original, the Black Xmas. All right, next last night we watched Jack Frost from 1997, the Killer Snowman
The
film.
killer one, not the Michael Keaton one. Okay.
With Joe Bob again.
Okay. Yeah.
Justin, your thoughts? I talked about this before, 2 or 3 years ago now.
I enjoyed it. This was my first time seeing it. I think I saw like bits and pieces of it, but never saw the whole thing. It was a really good movie for what it was. It was fun, is what I would say. Fucking stupid as hell. Total movie gangbang material. Definitely watch it with friends so you can all make fun of how stupid it is.
But it's like cheeky fun. It's all tongue in cheek. Never not serious. There are so many puns.
I mean,
in the dialogue.
the puns are just oh my god. It starts with the fucking name of the fucking town is Snowman Town.
Snowmanton.
Snowmanton, which is essentially Snowman Town.
Yep.
Name of movie town.
Excellent. Welcome to
Is there a lot of
Snowmanton.
unobtainium there?
But what I liked about it was like for a cheesy fucking stupid movie, they go to pretty far lengths to really explain how this could be happening, how there's a killer snowman in a way that like, okay, it's stupid, it would never happen in a million years and it's not possible at all. But it's just interesting enough of a concept that you're like, you can suspend your disbelief at least that far for something this stupid. It's like, okay, they put some effort in, not good effort, mind you, but they put some effort.
They tried. Don't say that. They tried really hard. They're just not competent enough to succeed. I think is what it really boils down to. Like most regional horror films, this is another one, and it's just yeah. It's
And
just
what I'm saying is like I ended up liking that anyways. Like
and there's an
the
alternate
whole
universe.
concept behind it.
There's an alternate universe where Bruce Campbell starred in this movie, and it was like a 10 out of 10 cult classic. Everyone remembers.
It's one that's more funny than scary. Obviously, it's not really actually scary at all. It's just funny.
Next, Stoudman watched the most baffling film ever called Reckless from 1995. He's been talking about this movie for years, trying to get me to watch it. It's a Christmas movie, so we finally watched it. Stoud, since you've seen this more than once, You fucking tell me what I watched, because I don't fucking know. I was so bizarre. I need to watch it again, because I don't know what happened.
Imagine a fever dream, and, well, you'll kind of understand what's going on here, maybe.
The entire movie's done on set, and I don't know if that's entirely... Like, if the characters know they're on a set, I don't know. It's kind of weird. Feels a bit surreal and Alice in Wonderlanding.
Yes. The surrealism is definitely the fucking point. It's intentionally surreal.
Mm-hmm.
I would say there's a bit of a dark comedy-ness to it. Mia Farrow is the star of the film, and there are a lot of other like character actors in it that you'll recognize from this thing or that thing, right?
Yep.
But the basic concept is that she plays a mother of 2 kids that you don't even ever get to see until
Never see them.
Yeah, but it starts off and her and her husband are in bed on Christmas Eve, and he's acting kind of squirrely, kind of strange, until he finally admits, "I took a contract out on your life." And
like, what?
he's like, "You got to get out of here before this
It's supposed to happen tonight.
contract killer comes in to kill you."
Yeah.
So he shoves her out the window, and she
Her
runs
rebel.
off. And then she meets some guy at a fucking gas station who ends up having been like quite a horrible person if you really think about it. But like, because like when you hear his story, it's like, well, I got drunk and hurt my kid, and but I'm not going to pay child support, so I ran away. And it's like, oh my god, what the fuck?
Yeah.
And then the person that he's living with is pretending to be deaf the whole time, pretending to be deaf to get attention from him. And it's just interesting because they portray themselves as these good, kindly figures that are not at all good or kindly. They're all running away from something, and that's the fucking point of the fucking movie. Is like, she starts by running away from her husband and family. They are running away from their families and their situations that they're going through. And yeah, it's just one of these movies that you have to really think about, like, what are the characters telling you? Why are the characters here? And like, what do they say about the movie in general?
So
and
weird.
about life in general. And I saw this movie for the first time in my postmodernism class in college, and I was struck by it because it's something that really, I don't know, it's stuck with me, you know?
It's a strange movie.
It's a movie that currently is only available on VHS, and it's apparently, Skinslip looked into this. It's one of these situations where the rights are owned by one company, but then
MGM.
you have to get MGM, but then you have to also secure
Sorry, the elements are owned by MGM. The rights are owned by American Playground Productions, which is generally a PBS thing. Generally, they do PBS productions, but in the 90s, in 1994, they sprawled out and did like 3 or 4 movies. None of them were really successes, so they went back to doing their thing.
But the main conclusion we came to is like, oh, MGM, which is probably going to be bought up by Disney, and there's no way in hell on earth Disney is ever going to release this on DVD or Blu-ray. So it will probably continue to be only available on VHS for a long time.
The best available rip on the internet.
Forever.
Which actually, I uploaded to my YouTube channel. You can go look at it. I'm pretty sure it's still up there. It's just sitting on my YouTube channel. Publicly available, I'm pretty sure.
I think it's a good movie. I think it's weird, but it's a good movie.
It's good and weird. I really want Best of the Worst to watch this movie. It's just one of those movies. It's like, yeah, that'd be really cool.
It's one of these movies where you're like, okay, Mia Farrow's in this. If I ever got the chance to ask her a question, if that was ever possible, in some fucking universe. I know, I'm aware.
Stoud. Mia Farrow is on Twitter. You can literally ask her the question.
She might answer. It's
She's
fucking
very
pandemic.
nice.
Maybe. I don't know. But
Pandemic.
I would ask, like, okay, but why did you decide to do this movie? Why was this the movie you said, this is definitely it? I want to do this
But
movie.
no. Say it like this. What attracted you to play the lead role in Reckless? That's what you have to say.
There you go.
You're saying you got to say it in a very polite way.
Yeah.
You're curious, like how did you get?
She's
how did
very
you end up
nice, and you will love her political viewpoints, Stout. She's very much on the same page as you. I love Mia Farrow.
It's
I don't
just
think
it's
they
one of
were
those things though for me because
I
it's like she was such a well-known actor. She was such a she's a very popular.
Oh,
actor.
she was
could do
huge in
anything
her
she wanted
day,
to.
definitely.
And she decided in the mid '90s, and I'm sure it might not have been all up to her. Maybe there was some blacklisting going on for whatever fucking reason. I don't know. But like, you know, I'm just sitting here thinking, you must have had your choice of at least a few different fucking movies at the time.
Yeah.
Why this one?
Say,
Why
what
this
the
one
fuck,
for this
Ms.
no-name
Farrow?
company,
Yeah.
Evergreen Entertainment, that nobody's ever fucking heard of before. That's an extremely low-budget film that never got released much of anywhere.
Maybe
and ended up making like $100,000. Was it
cost
total?
like $2 million and made $100,000. It bombed super hard.
Wow.
Never gained any
I mean,
more.
it may have been a favor for a friend or something, or maybe she just wanted to do an indie film just to have the experience. Yeah. I mean, you never know. You never know. I mean, there's
just very good at it.
any number of reasons. I'm sure she's a wonderful actress.
If you just ask her nicely in the right way, you could probably get her to tell you.
Did you ever see?
No one's ever asked her.
Did you ever see her in Rosemary's Baby, Stout?
I did. Yeah.
Yeah, she's phenomenal in that.
Amazing.
Just so tense. So much of the tension comes from her performance and her reactions to her own suspicions about what may or may not have happened to her or may or may not be going on. It's just a fantastic exercise in contained suspense. So much of it focused solely on her performance. It's amazing.
And lastly, me and Stad watched The Five Venoms from 1978, a kung fu film. I was like, hey, Stad, you want to watch a kung fu movie with me? It's after midnight. It's no longer Christmas. He's like, sure.
Sorry, you're right. Sorry, I'll be quieter.
I cannot fucking hear you when you do that.
I'll be quieter.
Lots of Five Venoms, Stad.
It kind of drags for a movie like the kung fu movie, basically. But I love the cinematography. It's hard to have any problem with the cinematography.
Oh, because it's 10
It's
p.m.
definitely for me one of those look at the framing kind of movies.
He said that a lot, actually.
Look at the framing. I pretend scream.
So that was fun. That was good. The fight sequences were all good, and I was noting how they're so much different from
You like this movie a lot.
the way that action movies are shot nowadays. So
Yeah, we've had a discussion about how action movies in America, in the West, when they punch, they cut on the punch. And in the East, when they punch, they do the full follow through, 5 more punches, a few more steps.
They do masters. They do like more.
They cut in action, not
sequences.
In
Well,
yeah,
that's
they cut when they're in the middle of a jump, you'll see it cut. You know?
yeah.
It's
We
not
noticed
like
that a lot. I think we talked about this before. How a lot of American action films is because they're not really choreographing the fight much. They're literally doing it like a punch or a kick or two at a time, and assembling the fight in the editing, and you can tell. You can really tell the difference, like when they actually choreograph it. And like I was watching when I watched Die Hard again recently, the fight scenes in that, like not just the machine gun, but the hand-to-hand stuff that they get into, it's like clear that they spent some time choreographing it and figuring it out, because it has this visceral quality to it of really being hands-on. And these two guys, you really believe that these two guys are just beating the living shit out of each other.
They probably were throwing each other around pretty good.
Oh, I'm sure they well, absolutely they were. But
I mean,
you can really tell the difference. Anyways, what my point was between when it's done in editing, when it's done for real, done properly.
When two people feel comfortable with each other, they go all out because they trust they're not going really hurt each other.
Yeah. Then they can
They
make
hit
it.
it a little harder, which makes it look more real, and it
Yeah.
feels more real.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, but you have to have that trust. They have to have choreographed and trained over and over again, and know that this is the next step. I can do this. I can do, you know, like, and that's why I'm like starting to really dive into the new wave of Hong Kong cinema. I mean, it did back in the early 2000s, but I'm like really diving back into it.
Well, I
fact,
think
this weekend I my friend Angie Police Story.
I think
so.
Probably when you get a little more, explore a little more in the kung fu genre, I think you're going to really enjoy a lot of that, because that seems to me that stuff's right up your alley.
So you might actually enjoy the Five Venoms because it's a detective story actually.
Oh,
So yeah, I went
okay.
in to be an actioneer, a kung fu actioneer, and it ended up being a detective story with some kung fu in it.
Yeah, some of them are. Yeah, a lot of them are. They cross over.
It dragged a little because it was like 2 in the morning, and I thought we were getting an action film, not a detective film, you know. So it's like, it's not the movie's fault that I was like, oh, what? Okay,
I
what's
almost
going on?
wonder if I have that, because a couple of viewers sent me like a pile of kung fu movies a few years back, and they're in one of my overflow bins because I knew I wasn't going to get around to them anytime soon. But I've got quite a chunk of them. Like I've got like about a shelf's worth.
It's
Of
on
Netflix, so
on Netflix US.
Okay. Yeah.
True.
But yeah, I mean, we might have it, and so I highly recommend it. It's definitely up your alley because they're like looking more to Schrader, and it's all they're interrogating people, which means torture, and they're like doing kung fu fights, and it's really good.
That's
stuff.
Really, JL. Everyone was kung fu fighting.
Kang.
That is it for me for movies. So Stoudman.
I watched Die Hard 2. Because Die Hard 2 is a Christmas movie.
The other
I watched Die
Christmas
Hard last
movie.
year,
Yeah.
So I was like, well, I could watch Die Hard again this year. But I really just want to watch Die Hard 2 because I always only ever get like the opportunity to watch one or the other. And I watched Die Hard 2 this year. And
I need to watch
I
Die
loved
Hard
it.
2 again.
It's a very good Christmas movie, picture film.
It has Dennis
And I was
Franz
saying-
in it as well from NYPD Blue and Hill Street Blues. Wonderful actor. Wonderful character actor.
I was saying on Twitter that the thing that I like about it is that it makes you believe that there could be a good cop out there who actually does fight the bad guys.
And his name is John McClane.
And he isn't inherently racist. So that,
I
you
know.
know that's the spirit of Christmas right there, is believing in things that don't actually exist in the real world, but could exist.
We'd like to believe they do, and that they could someday. Yeah.
I'm joking.
Well, I always loved John McClane's friendship with Officer Al Powell. It's just such brotherly love there, you know. So sweet.
Al,
welcome to the party, pal.
He's in the second one too.
He is, yeah. He has
For a moment, for a split moment.
just a little bit of fan service there, I think, because he was such a favorite character in the first one. But I need to see the second one again. I haven't seen it in a long time.
And if anybody doubts that it's a Christmas movie, I mean, obviously there's a lot of things in the movie that are Christmas related, but literally the last line in the movie is, "It's Christmas!"
there's snow everywhere. He's traveling to go see his family for Christmas, and
That's right. Well, and the whole idea is that like John McClane has the worst Christmases ever. It's like it almost felt strange that the third one wasn't set at Christmas. But third one's still great because it's also got Samuel
It's like
Jackson
I never know
in it.
when
so.
to watch the third one because I love it. But
It's
also,
great.
it's a hot summer
not
movie.
a Christmas movie.
I know.
So everyone's sweating. It's a summer movie.
It's a summer
Yeah.
movie. There you go.
It's definitely a
So
summer
there's a
movie,
Die Hard for every season.
And some diehards for no season at all that nobody should ever watch.
I just watched the trilogy.
Fourth one was okay. Fifth one didn't even feel like a Die Hard movie.
The Die Hard trilogy. I like that one.
The fifth one felt like it was a script for a different movie that they just dusted off the shelf and changed the names to put John McClane in it instead.
Really could have done that. In fact,
Yeah, that's exactly. It
Probably
really
was
didn't feel like Die Hard at all. It felt like
Hellraiser for fucking 8 years. So
You know,
Random action film.
it felt like
Yeah, that could be Die Hard.
Hack Ghost Rider, who's read a little too
too much Robert Ludlum. That's what it felt like.
All right, so other movies I watched. The Santa Claus.
Okay. Yeah, Tim Allen. Yeah.
Watched the Santa Claus.
The original.
That's one I usually watch at least once every few years. And I liked it. But I mainly watched it so I could watch Santa Claus 2 and 3, which I have not seen since I was a kid. Matter of fact, I have never...
Uh-oh.
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 Being froze.
Is he coming back? Oh, dear.
Ripping pepperonis.
Here we go. Maybe he's just gathering his thoughts. He just really wants to get the next thing he says exactly right.
Oh my god, Stab.
Have I ever seen an audience start singing during a showing of what? Die Hard 5? Can't say that I have. Oh, during the ending credits. I actually remember I saw the ending credits, I saw the entire movie of Scrooged in the theaters when it first came out. I can't remember. I don't think the audience started singing, but I remember everybody, it was a very feel-good vibe. And there's a part, it's supposed to be like everybody's singing along, and it's, Bill Murray's kind of breaking the fourth wall and telling the audience to start singing. And I guess some audiences did. But I remember at one point he points, he says, you're just mouthing the words. And then my friend insisted that he was pointing directly at him. And it's like, actually, he's pointing at literally everybody in the audience because he's pointing directly at the camera. So it's going to look like he's pointing at you.
Thank you.
But he was insistent that, he pointed directly at me. And like, okay.
I wish my internet wouldn't go out literally every fucking half hour. That'd be nice.
So you were just...
I don't know what the fuck is happening.
So I don't know what you've been talking about, Stud. But last we heard, you said you saw Black Christmas.
Santa Claus. And then Santa Claus 2 and 3. Santa Claus is always good.
Yeah.
I had never seen Santa Claus 3, and I had seen Santa Claus 2, but I saw it when I was younger, and I thought it was fucking boring and terrible, and I hated it.
Not that.
Watched it again for a second time.
Haven't seen any of them.
Honestly, it's not bad. The problem it has, honestly, is that it's a holiday family Christmas film that is absolutely and intentionally aimed more at adult audiences than at children. And if you are a child watching this movie and you're not bored, I don't know what the fuck is wrong with you. Because it's not aimed at you. It's aimed directly at adult audiences, not triple X adult. Like just adult audiences. Now, watching it now as an adult, though, I enjoyed it more.
That happens.
As an adult, I'm like, oh, I can kind of get what they're going for here, and I like this. So, liked it more this time around. I would probably maybe watch that one again. There were certain aspects of it I did not like, such as the inclusion of the League of Legendary Characters or whatever the fuck.
Okay.
Santa Claus has meetings with Mother Nature, with the Tooth Fairy, with the Easter Bunny, with Father Time, and a cherub. The cherub.
The cherub, so the Valentine's Day cherub.
Is the weirdest fucking thing. It just does not work at all.
Yeah.
And then, in brilliant, true genius fashion, they're like, this was the best part of Santa Claus 2, so we're going to put it in Santa Claus 3 as well.
Okay.
It's so, it's the worst part of Santa Claus 2, and they're like, nope, we're going to base Santa Claus 3 off of the worst part of Santa Claus 2.
Wow.
Yep.
Oh,
I thought the second one was all about him needing to find a Mrs. Claus.
Yes, exactly.
So why didn't they just focus on that and make it like a romantic comedy,
Yeah. Which kids don't give a fuck about.
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah. That's just it. It's like,
Good point.
okay, but this isn't something kids would like because it's aimed at kids. But
Yeah.
yeah,
And the third one, he goes,
or it's aimed at adults. I mean,
Yeah.
So that's why with the third one
Uh,
they went with basically
third one,
superheroes.
for some people,
Because kids like those better.
I've noticed that some people like the Santa Claus 3, and I don't know why. Even now, it's not very good, guys. It's not very good. I get it.
I like
It's
Martin
Tim
Short
Allen and Martin Short.
too.
Yeah, it's
Martin Short's good.
Yeah, I get it. I get that aspect of it.
Mhm.
But also, the story sucks. The movie is not good. I don't care if there are two really great actors.
Well,
in it.
yeah, I mean that's.
The story sucks, and the movie is not good. So, those are my thoughts on Santa Claus 3. I probably will never watch it again. Santa
Okay.
Claus 1 and 2, I probably will watch.
Well, there you go. At least you.
Santa Claus 2 is okay. Now I probably won't ever watch it again.
Now you've had the experience. Now you know.
Every few years, that Santa Claus is going to get watched. I really like that first one.
Yeah.
One of Tim Allen's best film.
Yeah.
We're on.
Yeah.
Not as good as Jungle, but a few things are. I'm kidding.
What other movie did I think the only other movies I watched were with Skinslip, with the exception of Wonder Woman 84,
Mm-hmm.
which I just want to say, like, thankfully not too many people are hating on it. Some people were hating on it.
Oh my God. Stoud's internet.
Like,
Just
there
there we go. Maybe.
God damn it. Some people are taking issue with this. Some people are taking issue with that. Whatever the fuck. The one that got to me, though, was like people saying it feels too much like a comic book. And I'm like, really?
It's based
Yeah.
on
This,
a comic
this
book.
comic book movie
Are-
feels too much like a
Are
comic book.
are you aware of what the origins of the character and stuff?
And what gets me is, like, I understand that and I can completely see what they're talking about, but I don't think that's a problem. I think that's a feature.
Yeah, exactly.
It's a good thing about
That's-
the movie.
Oh, it
In
feels like
particular,
a comic book.
Like,
Good.
it feels like an older, more cheesy comic book in some places. Again,
Yes.
it's based on a time period called the 80s.
That's
Wonder
a silver
Woman,
age. That's a bronze age.
1984,
Yeah.
right?
It's like tail
That's
end
the
of the
time
Bronze
period.
Age.
Like before Crisis.
That is,
Yeah.
yeah. So if you think about what, and I'm not saying all comic books during the 80s were all cheesy or whatever the fuck, but if you think about what a lot of comic books from that time period were like, this is what they were like. It
Yeah.
makes sense to make a comic book movie set in that era that feels like the comic books from that era.
Yes.
I'm just like baffled as to why people would not like that. Like, I think they just have certain expectations now about what they think
Yeah,
a superhero movie should be.
The
And
grittiness.
it's like,
Yeah, I would
fuck's
say
sake.
more mid '80s actually. Iceman, because that's when Dark Knight came out, and a lot of other.
yeah, exactly.
There was a lot more independent publishers coming along who were starting to, have more mature storylines, grittier kind of feel to the artwork and stuff like that. And also the direct sales market. That's really what drove that, was that comics could sell direct through comic stores, not just on newsstands. So they were no longer subject to the comics code. So they could have stuff sold direct through the comic shops that didn't need comic code approval. Thus, it opened up the doors, like just floodgates for creativity in terms of artwork, subject matter, storytelling, and have comics more for adults as well. No, I'm not talking porn. I'm just talking more mature stories and stuff, maybe with more sex and violence in them. More mature subject matter that would appeal to older readers who had been reading, say, since the 60s or earlier. But yeah, and it's funny that the 80s is now referred to as part of the Bronze Age, because of course I grew up in the 80s, and when I was collecting comics in the 80s, the Bronze Age was the 70s, and that was it. That's where it began and ended. That was the Bronze Age. And now it's like and then 80s and forward was the modern age. but now the goalposts have been moved because, of course, time has marched on, and they still only really have these 3 classifications: bronze, four. Gold, silver, bronze, and modern. So now Bronze Age extends, I guess, to the end of the 80s, or until that sort of midpoint of the 80s at least. And then we kind of get into the more modern stuff.
Yeah, I think that midpoint,
Yeah.
I think that's the issue people have, is they don't understand that midpoint there.
They don't. The 80s, 70s, and...
It's like, you had your Frank Miller, but it wasn't until the later 80s. All right?
See, in the 70s, it changed because the Comics Code relaxed some of their rules that they'd established back in the 60s, in particular with regards to horror and more adult content. So all the big publishers just jumped all over. That's why we had this big explosion of horror comics in the early 70s, was because that's when the Comics Code changed the rules and allowed horror comics again. So all the publishers were just like, fuck yeah. So we have like just dozens of horror comics. And then in the 80s, that's when comic shops came along, direct sales. So that opened another floodgate for independent publishers and non-Comics Code approved comics being sold direct to the buyers. And so there was a lot of big changes that happened in the comics world throughout the 70s and 80s, like 2 big shifts in the way things were that changed everything from how they had been.
A very thorough documentary
for
on
the
it.
previous, like, literally 40 years, pretty much. Like, things have been largely unchanged, but then the 70s and 80s just changed everything.
Yep.
And it's, we're still...
And the 90s changed it too, but in different ways,
Yeah. 90s, it got, like... I didn't like how it changed in the 90s. But
a serious history of comics documentary that's like
Superstar artist, that was one thing. And
who does all the 10-part documentaries and stuff. They're like super thorough.
The 90s, well, we've talked about this before also, is the 90s was where I kind of got turned off of collecting comics, because they got into all these variant covers where you have to buy the issue like 60 times over to get all the frickin' cover variants. And also going completely crossover mental with all of the comics. Everything was a crossover with everything else all the time. It was no longer a special event that they would do once in a while, And it just lost the appeal for me. So it's like now, and I think that's what led me to want to collect the trade paperbacks, because it's like the trade paperbacks would be like, well, here's the entire crossover event in 3 handy volumes. It's like, cool. That saves me a lot of trouble trying to track down all those individual issues,
And figure out what issue order they were supposed to reread in. That was the other problem.
Exactly, yeah. Pre-internet. You gotta say pre-internet when we're talking here, so,
Well, sometimes if you go, even there's older crossovers with no official numbering or ordering.
Yeah.
And there's still discrepancies in collectors' ideas what order they should go in.
It's sort of a dispute, yeah.
They've never officially printed some of them, so it's like,
So your guess is as good as mine. Well, in that case, in that case, I would basically just go. In that case where it's not necessarily clear, I would just go by publication date. I'll just read them in the order they came out.
And then you get
good
2
enough.
books out in the same week in the same month, but which one comes first?
In the same week, yeah.
That's the problem.
It's like, I don't care. I'll read them both in the same sitting. Good enough.
Right. And, my favorite part is you do that, and then you find out, oh, fuck, the second book...
It should have been the other way around. Yeah.
But there's no number, and you fucking no
idea. But you can take notes as you go, as you do that read through. It's like, okay, wait a minute, this happened and that happened, so that means this goes this way.
You don't have to do that to enjoy your... That's the problem.
Yeah.
That's why...
No, you shouldn't.
I've been slowly...
See, when I...
Trade paperbacks.
Like, when I collected X-Men, it was just X-Men. It was so simple. It was like, I will collect the next issue of X-Men when it comes out next month.
I like when they go to X-Force and X-Factor and Excalibur. I like those.
Even
it's like after that, when they started doing crazy crossovers, after Fatal Attractions, that was done.
I guess technically...
Crossover, I was exhausted.
I guess technically speaking, when I collected it was X-Men and New Mutants was a couple years in. So that was it. That was the entire X universe, was those 2 titles. So pretty easy to collect, and you didn't have to get both. Yeah, I guess technically Alpha Flight was in there too. It would have been that same era. Alpha Flight had just started actually when I was collecting. Like,
collections of those. There's no where's my rapid collections of Alpha Flight?
I'm actually very surprised we don't have any collections of those. I thought that was really
Omnibus came out 2 years ago.
Big fan favorite, yeah. But
but we still haven't gotten epic collections, which drives me nuts. We got Omnibus. I don't want to buy Omnibus. I hate Omnibus. They're hard.
Okay.
Yeah.
So back to the movie I was talking about.
Yes. So anyway, so Wonder Woman was good, huh?
Yeah.
Yes.
I was gonna say
Skinslip and I are
though,
comic nerds. Big time.
One thing I noticed people talking about was like, of course, it's not giving anything away to say that there are villains in this movie. There is a villain in this movie, right?
Mm-hmm.
And
I would assume so.
A lot of people didn't like the villain in this movie, and I'm like, well, the way they're kind of depicted and introduced and brought into the story, I didn't necessarily like the villain character myself. I liked aspects of who they were. I don't know. I liked certain aspects, but not other aspects, right? But at the same time, I thought to myself, even that kind of reminds me of comic books from that period, because they would always try to introduce new villain characters into random popular comic book series and just see what sticks.
Yeah.
That's how some of the most popular fucking villains in the comic book world came to be, is that they got their start randomly in these small roles that they only appear for
like a guest spot. They get a lot
like
of letters about it. They bring them back.
Little villains like that and became heroes later.
Yeah. Well, like we've been reading a lot of the '60s comics. That's exactly what it was. It was a different new villain being introduced every month, and you would see now. Of course, you'd say, "Oh, that's the first appearance of such and such, who became a big popular villain." But they didn't know at the time. They were literally just throwing shit at the wall and seeing what sticks. And some of those villains were ridiculous.
Yes.
And we never saw them again.
That's what I liked about this. I didn't think this one was particularly ridiculous.
Oh my God, Joe.
I thought it was maybe not something that fans are going to like, and so it's not a villain that's going to show up again in other movies or whatever. But at the same time, it works for the movie as it is, and it fits all into that whole feels like reading an old comic book kind of aspect to it.
Mm-hmm.
The story itself is really good. I love all these. They make all these references and homages to like the Linda Carter Wonder Woman.
Nice. That was my Wonder Woman.
There are a few moments in the movie, honestly, when they kind of give you like a side shot of Wonder Woman in action, Gal Gadot's Wonder Woman in action, and I swear to God, she looks like Linda Carter running in action. And she just, I don't know how she fucking pulls it off, but she does. For a few moments, sometimes looks like Linda Carter. I'm like, holy shit.
Nice.
You know? So,
someday.
I did really enjoy it. I think it's like a 8 out of 10 for me. It's a good movie. I don't know why some people don't like it, but thankfully most people do. So
yeah, some people just don't get what things are meant to be. You know,
I think really like my first feelings, actually not thoughts but feelings, were that there are a lot of people who watch movies who they want to be the first to see the movie so that they can immediately shit upon it and ruin other people's times.
True.
Yep.
And that's become a really toxic part of like, film culture.
Annoyingly
in the past 10 or so
popular
years.
and pervasive.
So go figure. The people that I heard saying it wasn't very good were some of the first people I saw who saw it on Twitter. Like it had literally just gotten released on HBO Max a couple hours previously, and then suddenly there's this wave of tirades of people who didn't like it. But then people watching it the next day or the day after, like myself, when I watched it, I went back on Twitter and went and looked at the Wonder Woman 84 tag, and almost all the comments were positive and good and happy, and people liked it. So it really makes me think, like, is it literally just fucking toxic assholes who don't have anything better to do with their time? And
Pretty much.
they've literally been waiting all year for that new movie to come out because it's been a year without any fucking movies, and they're just we're fucking waiting for the opportunity to shit on this movie.
Contrarian people like this, they get their kicks off because they go and they say something negative like, "Oh, this movie's shit," blah blah blah, right? And they get validated because other people with shitty opinions support their opinion.
Yeah.
They're a whole bunch of shitty people, and they all like each other. Oddly
Mm-hmm.
enough. So yeah, the endorphins from his
I
friend.
don't like the depiction of
To
these
get their
characters.
shit
Well, that's
taken
kind of
first. Hey,
the
look.
way that they would have been depicted at the time. A friend of ours, I can't remember what his screen name was, but Jeff, I don't know if you remember.
I think it's a bit of both, Duncan. It is a Sudoku cube.
Yeah, I don't remember his.
Devilishly.
Well, I saw his take
evil.
on it on Facebook, and I like the way that he compared it to one of the Christopher Reeves Superman movies. It does kind of feel like a Christopher Reeves Superman movie. So, yeah.
The first two Wonder Womans. Well, there's only two. There's only two Wonder Man. Hey, actually, Marvel does have a Wonder Man.
I'm just thinking.
Which is hilarious to me. They have Wonder Man. And DC has Wonder Woman. Wonder Woman is the much better character, by the way.
They were just jealous.
But Wonder Man is this... I don't even know what his power is. Super strength or something? He had, like, shades. That's all I remember.
There's like energy.
And, like, a pink shirt, I think. Something like that. Red shirt. Yeah,
He's
see?
an
Who
actor.
knows? Who cares? I think he was in the West Coast Avengers, I think, wasn't he?
Yep.
Yeah.
And the Avengers. He started as a villain, oddly enough. A villain of the week.
Interesting.
As we were talking about, one of the people who started as a villain.
Oh, yeah.
became a hero.
That's another thing that happened. A lot of the villains of the week would turn into heroes.
Prowler
Rogue.
was another one.
Rogue in the X-Men originally appeared as a villain in Dazzler, of all places. And
Yep.
became like one of the most popular X-Men characters.
Fucking Emma Frost became an X-Men. She was
Yeah.
part of the Hellfire Club.
That I remember. She was a villain when I first was
Magneto
reading.
fucking led the X-Men. Everyone's been on both sides of this.
I
point.
remember when Magneto led the X-Men, yeah. It was...
My point is, all those characters have been on both sides
Yep.
at some point or another.
But see, that's
The
one of the
X-Men
things...
have been villains and good guys.
That's one of the things that makes those characters so interesting, though, is that they aren't strictly evil. They aren't strictly wanting to just take over the world and shit. There's shades of gray. It's just they have different ideologies, and sometimes they do help the good guys because
And
they're not necessarily bad.
They started as like a racial thing about racial equality,
Mhm.
and now it's about trans equality and LGBTQ people.
Well, it's just another layer to it that they've added in, which is
all about queer people and
which is wonderful.
and fighting against that oppression.
No, I think it's a great and makes
Terrible.
perfect sense for them
Terrible.
to add that into the mix. You know, it's another form of discrimination, and that's one of the things the X-Men has always been very good at, is dealing with discriminatory issues in the guise of a fun superhero story. You know.
Because X-Men was about me when I was growing up, you know.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, and I think a lot of people can relate to it in that kind of way, in different. I mean, because all of us are, well, not all of us, but a lot of us are discriminated in different ways growing up, either for just being different, or being gay, or being trans, or being a different color, or even just being a nerd in a culture of toxic masculinity jocks, you know, like...
We're nerds and everything.
Yeah, so it was like... I think a lot of kids growing up, having the trials and tribulations of growing up, whatever their story is, could relate to the X-Men in that respect. You know, it's a great, very accessible group.
Yes.
That I think has a lot of very positive messages to
I like the X-Men.
impart on impressionable young minds. Love me some X-Men. So Wonder Woman 84 was awesome. Anything else, Stoud?
Nope. That's it.
That was it. Okay.
All right.
Well, I'll keep mine fairly brief because I'm sure pretty much everything I watch is stuff you guys are all intimately familiar with. This week was primarily Christmas specials week and Christmas movies. Before I get into that, I just wanted to say another thing I watched this week, or started watching this week, after Skinslip and Stoudman recommended it to me literally 6 years ago. I watched the entire first season of BoJack Horseman.
Hell yeah.
And I'm enjoying it immensely. It's such a good show. I'm like, wow, why did I put this off for so? Yeah, the Hollywood sign.
Those running gags keep going.
This is a Ryan Seacrest type reporting for Hollywood Tonight. That's actually something I was going to mention about it, and something I've really enjoyed about it is, you take something like Family Guy, where they have like the cutaways and the sort of throwaway gags that are just never referred to again. So far, like I gotta wonder just how meticulously they plan everything out in BoJack Horseman, because there's a lot of those gags, those types of gags that you think are going to be a throwaway gag or something just for that episode, but
none of them.
Well, let me finish. Yeah. But none of them are. But that's the thing that's really impressed me about it, is seeing just how many things are referred back to and connected, and sometimes not for like several episodes down the line, but there is so much plant and payoff, and a lot of it just comes completely out of like places you wouldn't have expected. You know, like I'm fully expecting we're gonna hear more about the man and the woman who fell in the floorless Halloween in January store and met each other at the bottom of that gaping pit. We're going to find out something about them at some point, and it's going to refer back. I just know it. I just know it's going to at some point.
That go from between seasons, so you'll be like, "Oh my god, it's from last season."
Yeah, yeah. But I'm loving how everything is just so intricately connected. It's like far more so than I expected. Yeah, Todd and Mr. Peanut Butter are hilarious, and I'm at the point now. I just finished season 1, so I'm at the point where they've like really bonded, and they like just keep coming out with more and more ridiculous ideas and business ventures that they like get really excited about and do stuff with for about a day, and then they forget all about it and move on to something else even more ridiculous.
Yeah. And by the way, I love this show because I grew up with all those people. Those are real people. That whole movie, that show. I know. That's not just like a commentary on Hollywood. That's just how the system works. You're watching slight absurdities on an actual system that works this way.
Yeah. Oh, I know.
But
yeah.
The best character,
but yeah. Anyway, really, really enjoying it a lot. And actually, one of you mentioned that Todd is actually voiced by Aaron Paul, who of course played Pinkman in Breaking Bad. As like, wow, and he's also an executive producer on the show, as is Will Arnett, who is the voice of BoJack Horseman. So it's very much. I get the impression it was very much a collaborative, creative project, and it really shows. It's very, very well written. It's very funny. It's got a terrific cast, and it has, I think, a near perfect balance between comedy and pathos. Like, there are moments where it goes to some very dark places, and I understand it goes to even darker places in later seasons, and I can't wait to see.
That literally make me cry.
Yeah, I can't wait to see where it goes. But these characters are so well developed and so relatable in different ways. They're hilarious and they're absurd, but they're also very well developed. And I'm really enjoying this journey, and took me 6 years to get there, but thanks for the recommendation.
I knew you'd like it.
Yeah.
Or do your thing, dude. Trust me.
Well, and now it's over, so I know there's a finite ending to it, so I can just kind of keep going and go through. So there's 6 seasons and a Christmas special. So I think the Christmas special occurred between seasons 1 and 2, if I got my dates right. So I think I'll check that one out next, and then start on season 2. So that was sort of the only funny enough, I should have just watched the Christmas special because it was seasonal and it's the next one on the list. But I didn't. I didn't watch it yet. But so in terms of Christmas stuff, what was it? Rosie and I watched a couple of my favorites.
We watched Bad Santa, the Batter Santa version, and she thought it was just hilarious. She really enjoyed it. She's at an age now where she's starting to enjoy some of the raunchy humor type movies and shows and stuff. So I thought, well, you got to see Bad Santa. It's like one of the all-time greats of raunchy humor, and it's a Christmas movie. So we watched that. She thought like the girl who had like a fetish for Santa was hilarious, and it was fuck me Santa, fuck me Santa, fuck me Santa.
Oh, yeah.
She just burst out laughing at that part. And then when he shows up drunk and just like he punches out the donkey and starts just annihilating it in front of the kids. And all this the crazy stuff with Thurman Merman and like it's like, what are you going to be dropped on someone else's head? Like, are you just fucking with me?
Why is everything with you gotta be a test?
You know.
Shit.
Do you want me to make you some sandwiches? No, I just want to go to sleep. But yeah, no, it's
There's
it
3
was
cuts of
great.
that movie, in fact.
There is, yeah. The Blu-ray has 2 of them. It has the extended cut and the director's cut. I actually never watched the director's cut. It has a commentary track on it by director Terry Zwigoff, who incidentally is the same director who did Crumb, the wonderful documentary about the life of Robert Crumb, speaking of comic books.
A bunch of other stuff, too.
Lots of other stuff. Just great, very, very creative, interesting director. And it was actually executive produced by the Coen brothers as well. So there's like a lot of credentials behind this movie. And the wonderful Bernie Mac and John Ritter in...
oh my God.
John Ritter was...
Bernie Mac and John Ritter scenes together are just
those
best.
scenes are absolute gold. Like John Ritter, he was so...
dying of laughter in those scenes.
I know, right? He was so perfectly weaselly. And Bernie Mac was just like so perfectly intimidating as the security guy, just making him even more uncomfortable.
Like makes a weird face, and you just start laughing again. Like,
oh, I know, it was great. There's so many outtakes from those scenes too, where they're sitting there, and it's just hilarious. But I love the scene where Bernie Mac is getting a pedicure later. So he like puts himself, you get the impression he's this, big tough guy, but he likes to feel pretty, which is great. But so he's getting a pedicure. He's like, don't be gentle, just get in there, get in there and, get those nails taken care of. So she digs in and she's like, ow! He's just like, suddenly the tough veneer is gone.
Well, you asked for it.
And he's like asking for specific nails. No, don't use that bubblegum stuff. Use that hard candy. That's what I'm talking about. Get that nice shine to it. And I just love that aspect to it.
The actual cut's only available as a rental exclusive on DVD, if I remember correctly.
The which one?
The theatrical cut's only available as a rental exclusive on DVD.
Weird. Well, it was
unrated director's cut. Those two.
It was available on regular. It was available on regular DVD because the Batter Santa cut came out later. I remember
the unrated. There's an unrated cut and an extended cut. I'm sorry. There's a batter extended, and then the director's cut.
Yes.
Which is the director's cut's batter cut. Sorry.
No.
The director's cut is the Batter Santa. The extended cut is the unrated, and
Yes.
then there's the regular cut. Sorry.
No, not quite.
No?
There's
the other way around?
hold on. There's Bad Santa, which is the theatrical cut. There's Batter Santa, which is the unrated extended cut, and then there's Bad Santa, the director's cut. That's how it breaks.
I got mixed up. I swapped them. That's all.
Yeah, you were on you had the basic idea right.
I had it right, and I doubted myself and swapped it.
And then you mixed it up and got confused.
That's my brain, so it does cross the wires.
But to be fair, it is confusing because they're all very similar. But I usually go with the extended cut just because some people don't like it because it shows Willie doing some not particularly nice things, like when he steals the rich guy's car and then breaks into his house, and he's just like kind of eating his food and taking a dump in his toilet and stuff. I actually like that because it shows him being one of the low rungs on the totem pole, kind of sticking it to the rich asshole guy that he'll never have that kind of affluence, and he's just kind of living it for a bit. So to me, it's an important character moment. It's showing how far down Willie is, and how he has these lofty ideas of what he would like, but knows he'll never get there. So he just kind of enjoys it while he's there. But some people, that scene leaves a bad taste in their mouth, and I think that's why it was cut out of the director's cut. So the director's cut runs about 10 minutes shorter than the extended cut, and a little bit shorter, I think, than the theatrical cut too. Maybe, well, no, actually, I think it's maybe a couple minutes longer than the theatrical cut.
It's longer than
Yeah,
the theatrical cut.
it's it's in the middle, but it's about 10 minutes shorter than the unrated cut. So I'll probably watch that one at some point, just to check out the difference. And I definitely want to hear that commentary track. But so anyway, that was a lot of fun. I was also going to watch Bad Santa 2, which I have not seen yet. That one is not by Terry Zwigoff. It's a different creative team, but it does have, what's his face, Billy Bob Thornton and Tony, what's his name, is little person friend in it. I can't remember his last name. But anyway, you know what we're talking about.
Yeah.
So they're both back in it, and it also has Kathy Bates as Willie's mother, and it also has the kid back, Thurman Merman, all grown up. So I just want to see it for that. I think Eric saw it, and he said it has the raunchy humor, but it doesn't quite have the heart of the original, because the original does have it's such a strange film in that it has just such raunchy humor and goes to such dark places, but at the same time it has a lot of heart to it. And that was, I think, one of the reasons it resonated so well, and it resonated with me certainly because of that too. There was just that strange balance between all those elements. And what I've heard about the second one is it focuses more on the raunchy humor, but doesn't quite have the heart that the first one had. But I still want to check it out anyway, because it's, I love those actors and those characters, and it'd be fun to revisit them anyway. So then after that, the next day we watched one of my Christmas Eve traditions, which was Die Hard. Surprise, surprise. Rosie had only ever seen the fifth Die Hard movie, and I was like, oh, that was your introduction to the Die Hard franchise. Well, I'm like, well, we're gonna fix that. We're going to watch the first one. That's one of the good ones. I'm like, okay. So we watched it, and she absolutely loved it. And I was really pleased to see, because, I've, of course, seen it so many times, I'm a little desensitized to the suspense of it, because I kind of know where, what happens in it. But it was great seeing it with Rose, her seeing it fresh. This is a movie from 1988. That's 32 years ago. And she was on the edge of her seat in some of those scenes, because the tension, it's so well made, the tension still holds up. It's just such a well shot, well edited, when he was in the air vents and the guy's poking the vents because he suspects he's up there, and then he shoots the vents, and there's that moment where he's just staring at the bullet hole inches from his face, and just all those tense moments. She was just gripping her chair and stuff. And I was like, yes, it still holds up. But yeah, she really enjoyed it a lot. She thought it was pretty funny, that scene where John McClane.
It's such an important film. There's before and after Die Hard,
There really is. It was
before Die Hard, all the action heroes were muscle bound, big strong dudes, and after Die Hard, they were schlubby guys. Yeah,
that was the big thing about Die Hard, was it was just a regular Joe. It was a regular guy dealing with this extraordinary situation. Also, I guess I forgot this, but Alan Rickman, his first film.
Is it really?
Yes. He had done some television before, but it was his first feature film and his first American film. And wow, what a breakout performance.
Apparently they were originally shopping the role of John McClane around to people like Sylvester Stallone and Arnold Schwarzenegger and all that.
Interesting.
And everybody passed on it. They went all the way down the list till they...
to the bottom.
Who do we have?
Bruce Willis, I guess. Let's see if...
Bruce Willis, he's never done an action film in his life. What are you talking about?
Well, he was doing Moonlighting.
Moonlighting guy,
he did have some popularity because of Moonlighting, which was a bit of a hit at the time. So that was it was just not even that many, actually.
He was also in that one episode of Miami Vice.
Oh, maybe No, it definitely had more than one season, but it was.
So it was popular enough to get more than one season, which means it was a hit.
Yeah,
So,
yeah. It had at least 3 or 4. I can't, maybe 5. I remember it was one of those shows that got stuck in kind of rescheduling hell, where there was long stretches of time between episodes for a while, and that kind of killed it in the end. But but the first few seasons anyway were popular enough, and I think it just came along. Die Hard just came along at just the right time for Bruce Willis to kind of scooch in there, and he got it. I mean, it was obviously a huge breakout movie. It's considered a classic now, and it was absolutely, as you say, there's like a before Die Hard and an after Die Hard. I mean, it really did change the landscape of action movies, and it wasn't.
Story that they went and shopped it to those guys, right? And they all put it down because he got too hurt, too much damage, and he didn't look tough enough.
Oh, okay.
That was a possible story. Nobody knows if that's true or not, obviously.
But that of course is one of the big appeals of him, because it just shows that he's a more believable character. He gets hurt badly throughout that whole thing. I mean, you can't tell me every single one of us wasn't cringing at the shoot the glass scene. Shoot the glass.
The glass.
Yes. And then afterwards, just like pulling the bits of glass out of his foot. I know, right? Even just, it's fake, it's all pretend, but you can't help it. It's just one of those things you can connect to, yeah. And
the game changed after that too. Yeah, that was his ticket to stardom.
Yeah, it was. Well, and also the fact it wasn't just like it changed things in a lot of ways, because it was a very tight, well-made action film, but also the fact that the protagonist was just a regular guy, as you say, was very different from what we had before. And yeah, so it was great, and it often imitated, never duplicated. But
Never.
But also
series duplicated it well.
Also the fact, Alan, yeah, I know. Well, 1 and 3 are absolutely the best ones, I think. 2 is still pretty good, but it's not quite up to par with the first.
Brandon Harlan's not a great director, I'll be honest with you.
Yeah, but the third one was fantastic. I mean, the wonderful pairing of Bruce Willis and Samuel L. Jackson. Yeah. Was that McTiernan again?
I think so.
Oh, okay, well there you go. So so just give it all to John McTiernan.
He can direct action films.
What was I going to say? Yeah, and the thing is with Alan Rickman, I was reading a little bit about this afterwards. I was just kind of like, what is it about Die Hard that kind of resonates so well with people? I'm always curious to look into the psychology of films. And they said, well, one of the reasons is because in a lot of ways it's told from the perspective of or the villain is what is driving the story, whereas usually it's the hero that is driving the story. The hero is doing things to the villain, and the villain is having to react to it, whereas in this case, the villain is the one in control of everything, even says it, make no mistake, we are in control. And it's like said right in the script, but where he's having to do everything, and then John McClane, the protagonist, is having to react to how he keeps changing the game, as it were. And that was a different dynamic than what we had usually seen in action movies. It was usually the big beefy hero would come in and stir up a bunch of shit for the villain, and the villain would have to react to it. This was completely the opposite kind of story. So, I guess in a way they were stirring up shit for each other, but they kept having to react to each other and change the rules based on how they were interfering with each other. But largely it was Hans who was in control the whole time. I mean, the only thing really that John McClane had over him was he had the detonators, and that was it. Everything else was going according to plan, no matter what. And a machine gun, yeah. Everything else stayed on target and went according to plan right up to the end. Other than John killing his guys off one by one. Well, who cares? Bigger share of stocks and bonds for me then. I'm sure that didn't bother him that much.
Well, that's another thing that was a change from other movies like that at the time, is that a lot of the action movies at the time, they all had terrorists, actual terrorists that were being fought against.
It was almost like a
In
Yeah.
this case, it's not terrorists. It's people who are acting like terrorists, but are actually just common
They're thieves.
criminals.
Oh, exceptional thieves, not
Okay,
common thieves.
exceptional thieves. Yes.
I am an exceptional thief.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, it's
The whole
so much.
terrorism thing was
That movie will never get old. I bought it on VHS as soon as it came out, simply because I basically sight unseen. I hadn't seen it. I had heard about it.
need to get it on Blu-ray.
I heard enough from people that I trusted that this was something I needed to check out. I was still kind of very much in the sci-fi mode. I was kind of shifting towards broadening my horizons a little more. So that was one of the movies that did it for me. Was Die Hard. So I bought the VHS, watched it as soon as it came in, and I was just like, it absolutely blew me away. I was just like, holy shit, that was like the best action movie I've ever seen. And it's remained a favorite ever since. I've owned it on just about every format I've ever collected. So love me some Die Hard. So after that, it was time for Rose to go to bed and for Daddy to set up all the Christmas stuff for Christmas morning. This was Christmas Eve. So I set up all the presents and got everything ready for the next day. And as a treat for myself, decided, well, I'm going to watch one of my other traditional movies. I was going to watch it with Rose, but we just ran out of time. It was just getting too late. And that was the 1951 version of A Christmas Carol, starring Alastair Sim as Scrooge.
I've never seen it.
Yo, you never seen? Oh, it's so good. It's so good. It's yeah, it's one of my all-time favorites. It's one that has been a tradition since I was a kid. My parents would watch it every year, and I would usually sit down with a slice of cherry cake, like cherry pound cake, and watch A Christmas Carol. And unfortunately, I can't find anywhere that sells cherry cake here, so no cherry cake for me. But at least I could watch A Christmas Carol, and it's great. And I don't think I can't remember if I watched it last year. Maybe I watched it last year, but I always forget just how well made it actually is. Like the performance of Alastair Sim is fantastic. I think he really is the definitive Scrooge in a lot of ways. So many subtleties to his performance.
Not even Bill Murray and Scrooge.
The ghosts are wonderful, and so much of the supporting cast is wonderful. The way it's shot is just so dark and moody and creepy and surreal, and the optical effects are surprisingly good for 1951, like with all the ghostly apparitions and things like that. There's some genuinely chilling moments, and moments that actually gave me goosebumps watching it this time. I was like, wow, I forgot just how well made this is. There's no wonder it's considered one of the all-time great versions of this story. So anyway, I watched the remastered version from VCI Entertainment. It's very nice, from the best available source elements. So I think a lot of the original prints are gone, but they found the best ones they could and did a very nice remaster of it. Lots of luscious, grainy texture to it, and deep blacks and sharp whites, and it was a very good Blu-ray. So next up, Christmas Day, we opened all our presents. You'll see the video once Mom's stuff arrives. I'm just gonna post it. I'm just gonna. Well, no, it's on its way. Mom has mailed her package. It's on its way, but should arrive sometime this week. So I'll be posting the video around that time. As soon as it comes in, probably just get the rest of it edited and ready to go before then. So you won't have to wait till next year to see what it was. So we did our presents, and then as I was getting dinner going, we decided to watch some Christmas stuff. So the first thing we watched, because Rosie and I have been enjoying watching it together, we watched Rocko's Modern Christmas. So that's the Rocko's Modern Life Christmas episode, which of course I had just seen, but I was like, I gotta watch this again with Rose because I think she'll enjoy it. And that was a lot of fun. Poor Rocco trying to have a big Christmas party, and his incredibly racist neighbor scaring everybody away, thinking those filthy elves that moved into our neighborhood are going to spread diseases to you.
because it was so much better before those elves moved into the neighborhood.
I
like,
love the adult topics that Rocco
yes,
ever
right?
Like, you know.
Yeah, and I was like, gee, what's the subtext here?
Yeah.
That's how the show stands at the time, in my opinion. Just,
It was what?
I said that's why I think the show stands at that time.
It
It's
does, yeah.
really
It's very, very good.
Anyway, as you were saying, Alice
So-
in
So yeah, anyway,
good.
just we really enjoyed that. That was a lot of fun. And then she wanted to watch Elf again. We watch Elf every year. Will Ferrell, James
I need to
Caan,
get that.
Bob Newhart. Such a fun movie. I have to apparently buy it again though, because it looks like my Blu-ray has started freezing and skipping in a couple spots.
What?
Yeah, I checked and no visible scratches there. I think it's just the disc itself. So I guess
Weird.
I'll have to get it again, because can't be without Elf every Christmas. But yeah, I mean, what can I say about Elf? It's definitely a modern Christmas classic and just such a wonderful, fun, charming film. And I forget this every year, but directed by Jon Favreau, the man who has been doing so much wonderful Star Wars stuff and Marvel stuff in recent years. So, and he even has a small role in it as the doctor who determines that Buddy is indeed the father's son, the character played by James Caan. And Peter Dinklage. Peter Dinklage has an unforgettable scene in this, which is just hilarious.
I love it.
It's so
Feel
great.
strong, friend.
You feeling strong? Yeah. Call me Elf. Call me Elf one more time. He's an angry elf. Leaps across the table at him. That was such a great scene. And what else? What was it after that? Yeah, so then I asked Rose, well, what else would you like to watch? And she said, Rudolph. I'm like, okay, cool. So I joked that, when she was a baby, I tried showing her Rudolph a few times, and she was deathly terrified of the abominable snow monster. And anytime it would show up, the Bumble, yes. Anytime it would show up, she would scream her lungs out and just start bawling. So we'd have to turn it off. So she'd never seen. So I asked her. I said. So I told her about that, and I said, "Yeah, you used to be just terrified of the abominable snow monster." She's like, "Really?" And it's like, "Yeah." It's like, "Why?" It's like, "I don't know. I thought he was scary." But so I asked her. I said, "Have you seen how it ends? Like, have you ever seen the ending of it?" And it's like, "Oh yeah, no, I've seen it since." I'm like, "Oh okay." So we watched it, and that was great. I think it might have been the first time I've watched the Blu-ray, actually, or second time. I don't know. Anyway, Blu-ray looks great. Certainly better than my old fuzzy VHS recording. But it was great to see that. Rudolph was always Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer was always a traditional special for me. It was one of the ones I always looked forward to as a kid. Loved the stop-motion animation and everything. But even Rose was commenting, like, wow, this is such, like, a racist, sexist, discriminatory story. Like, I know. Yes. It really is. That's kind of the point, is everybody's assholes. And then, for the most part, redeem themselves by the end by not being assholes. But yeah, and then even, like, the Island of Misfit Toys, like, all these poor, shunned toys, just outcast from society, and it's like, wow, I'm relating far too much to these characters.
I am not just a misfit.
I am not just a nitwit. Yeah. Anyway, great special, love it, always loved it. And then after that, we watched Frosty the Snowman, also on Blu-ray, because it was on the same disc. Happy birthday! But and that's a fun one as well that I always used to watch every year. Love the I love how typically evil villain the evil magician is in that. Like, he's got like the waistcoat and the hat and the twirly mustache and everything. He's like totally the type of villain you'd expect to tie some damsel in distress to the railroad tracks, like just totally. But in this case, he's an evil magician. And what's funny is he even describes himself as an evil, like, I'm an evil magician. Like, he even describes himself that way. But yeah, that one was a lot of fun. And Rose was saying, like, wow, this one's really depressing, too, because it's the part where they hide in the greenhouse to get away from the magician, and then Frosty melts into a puddle. And I was just like, the end. But of course, no. Santa saves him with his magic, because Santa's magic that way. But yeah, that one's a lot of fun as well. That one I know she's seen as a kid, because it was not as terrifying as Rudolph. Oh yeah, and then on my own, after watching The Haunting of Bly Manor last week, and also still in the middle of reading Turning of the Screw, I'm taking forever to read like the shortest book ever written, but
It's just read, honestly.
it's very honestly, because of it's not so much that it's dry, it's just the writing style is very late 1800s, so it's
A dry, but okay.
it's dense, and it's kind of, it's not as easy. See, to me, when I read, I tend to perform it in my brain, like I'm narrating it in my head. So I have to find the rhythm of the words. And with modern text, it's very easy to do that. Like, it's very, the way it's written is very simple and easy to do that. With the older style of writing, and I've read a lot of the stuff from that era and earlier, it tends to be a lot wordier.
Right back.
And big, long run-on sentences.
Long run-on sentences is a big, hard part.
Big, long run-on sentences that sometimes are an entire page of one sentence.
Or in a single paragraph. You're like, what?
Or a single paragraph. Yeah, exactly. And it's just like comma, comma, comma. So I'll sometimes have to go back and forth a few times to kind of find the rhythm. But once I get it, then it's fine. Then I can go through it and, But it's more, I guess, work in terms of the reading experience
Less
than
enjoyable, in my opinion.
the what?
It's less enjoyable, in my opinion.
It's all right. I find it. I need to be in the right frame of mind, but I do enjoy some of that type. But again, it's more just once I find the rhythm, then I find I can just enjoy the story. But it's that extra step that makes it a little harder to read huge chunks of at a stretch. So anyway, that said, I'm reading the book. But anyway, that wasn't even what I was going to talk about. So reading the book, having watched Haunting of Bly Manor, I decided to go back and watch The Innocents again, the 1950s one starring Deborah Kerr, and is just this beautiful black and white film. And now I had always thought that the whole idea that The Turn of the Screw was an ambiguous story, meaning, was it ghosts or was it just the governess losing her mind? I thought that was from the original novel. Apparently not. Apparently that is from The Innocents, and only from The Innocents. It is only that particular interpretation of the story that adds that layer of ambiguity in there. And in watching it again, holy shit, I forgot how good that movie is. That was my introduction to Turn of the Screw, was The Innocents. And it was one that my mom gave to me on VHS as a present many years ago because she knew I really liked The Haunting. And so she said, well, if you like The Haunting, you'll probably like this one too. It's another kind of, ghost story, less is more, kind of leave a lot to your imagination type of thing. I'm like, okay, cool. So I watched it, and it just immediately sucked me in. I thought it was fantastic. But this of course is in full CinemaScope widescreen, whereas the VHS was full screen, meaning I was missing about half the picture. But so I think this is the first time I'd actually seen the full CinemaScope image, and being Criterion, holy shit, what a beautiful transfer.
like just deep, dark, shadowy blacks, the way it should, like very high contrast, and a lot of really extreme, kind of framing where like the governess will be right up in your face, and then she'll be talking to somebody who's behind her like several feet and stuff like that, but they're all in focus. So that was one of the things they did, was like multi kind of plane focus, which is very cool. And they did a lot of really interesting visual, imagery with that. And, but what a wonderful film. And I don't want to say too much about whether or not it's ghosts or not, but that's really up to your own interpretation. But the way that the Innocents handled the story, and I think it's interesting, and this is one of the reasons why it's kind of seen as one of the better adaptations of the story, is because they actually dared to do something interesting with it rather than just doing a straight-up adaptation, which it's been adapted like 37 times over the years, The Turn of the Screw. Like, it's ridiculous. It's almost as much as like Frankenstein, in terms of the number of movies. But, but anyway, they introduce this element of ambiguity into the Innocents, which sort of leaves it up to the viewer to decide for themselves what they think may or may not have happened. And it honestly works either way, which is the beautiful thing about it. That's the hard thing about ambiguity. You want it to work both ways. If it doesn't work both ways, then you have failed. The Innocents works beautifully both ways. You can argue till the end of time whether it was ghosts or the governess going crazy. It's entirely up to you, and there's perfectly valid, reasonable evidence to support both.
Watch it.
Yeah, no, I'm sure you would really like it.
I'm sure.
I know Stoud would like it too, just for the gorgeous photography. But it's
we just like the movies.
Yes, well, and it's just generally a good movie too. But yeah, it's very, very good. I'm thinking.
So I think we're done, right?
I think we're done. Should we wait for Stoud to get back?
I don't know. He's gone for a while.
He had to pee.
Yeah,
I don't know if it turned into a shit, which sometimes it does. But
you never know.
You never know. Oh, Jesus. Try not to scream in terror in the middle of the night.
Oh, he's back. He's back.
Did you hear that?
Yes, we watched that, Duncan. And when that scene came on, I immediately thought of the soundboard and how many times I've been burped at. And that's why Stoudman is wrong about everything.
Yeah.
Oh, hi, Stoud.
Okay.
Welcome back.
Hi.
I was just talking
I
about...
was holding it in so fucking
That's
long.
okay.
I tried.
It seems like every week that happens, you end up having to pee in the middle of my reviews. Anyway, I was just telling the folks, the last movie I watched was The Innocents, the one with Deborah Kerr, based on The Turn of the Screw. Have you seen that one, Stoud?
Yeah, I saw it in a film class.
Okay, you saw it. Yeah, in a film class. Yeah, I'm not surprised. But, yeah, so I watched the Criterion.
Oh, wait a minute. It wasn't a film class. Technically, it was a class about Gothic literature.
Oh, well, that makes sense.
And we read Turn of the Screw.
Yeah.
And as a follow-up to that, we watched these.
Oh, okay. Excellent, yeah. I was just saying how the movie introduces the element of ambiguity to the story, which is not necessarily present in the original story. Basically, the ambiguous aspect being, was it ghosts, or was it just the governess losing her mind? And the movie sort of presents compelling evidence for both. So it's really up to the viewer to decide which they think it is. So, yeah. But it was great. It had been quite a while since I had seen the film. And I think the last time I saw it may have been on VHS. Or maybe, no, actually, I had it on DVD. I think I did watch the DVD at least once. But holy shit, did that Criterion look good.
It was amazing.
Sorry, I have to. I'm doing the Godzilla girls thing on Tuesday, so I gotta rip Godzilla to show the girls, so we can start watching them. And they chose to do the Heisei series first, so.
Oh, which
I
is funny.
explained
That's
all
what,
the different types. Yeah.
that's what we did with our viewings back in 2014. We did
So that
Heisei.
was when that seemed most intriguing.
and
So like,
Millennium.
okay. So we'll do Heisei Showa the Millennium.
Well, it's-
Millennium kind of references Heisei and Showa.
It's good. I enjoyed Heisei because it's a continuing story. It, continues across all, 7 movies, I think? 7 movies?
Yeah, it's like the fucking... The only problem is like the Godzilla vs. King Ghidorah movie where they fucking introduce time travel and
Oh.
don't explain at all any of the shit that happens to the Godzilla. Suddenly he disappears and figure what the fuck is happening.
I don't remember.
Happening.
I need to watch them again. It's been, 6 years
We need to do
since
the
I've
Showa
seen them.
series still.
We do. Well, now we can because we all have the Godzilla set. So
You have it right, Justin?
I think you both do. I remember because you were
What?
You have Godzilla on Criterion?
Yeah.
The big set?
the day I know you knew I
Yeah.
was going to be showing mine. Before I showed mine, before we got to our pickups, you both pulled out yours and were flipping through them idly, mockingly.
I remember this now.
Yeah, and then I revealed. So everyone thought you guys were just being assholes to me, and then I revealed, nope, I got it too. Yay! That's great.
I'll probably take him to Gamera too.
Yeah, Gamera, definitely.
When I go through Showa, I'm gonna stop to do what are the Gargantuas and Mothra and Rodin and Gorath and Baron and Yogg. And
Well, I'd love to
Showa.
do all of those, except I don't have all of them. I've got some of them. I have some of
Yogg,
them.
Baron,
Yeah.
and I don't have Frankenstein.
Baron the Invincible.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a bunch in there I'd like to get.
And I don't have Atragon either. I'm missing 4 of them.
We've talked about Atragon literally for years, and literally for years we've been waiting for it to come back into print.
And I've print for 15 years now.
Yeah. That's the one with the cool drill ship.
Yep.
I just want to see it for the cool,
Goes in-
practical
by the way.
effects. It looks awesome.
Goten Go. That's the name of the ship.
Hmm.
It's usually Man of Wars. It's the ship they're driving. And the submarine thing.
Oh, right, yeah.
The guys in mustaches driving. That's Goten Go.
There you go. But that had a little bit of everything in it.
Well, yeah. It also referenced Latitude Zero, which also had a flying submarine.
Oh, there you go.
I love Latitude Zero. It's so weird. So obviously inspired by Star Wars.
Yes. Well, I should probably go because we got a few more hours of marathon tomorrow. And hopefully some more beyond that. We'll see how it goes. So I'll see you at least for 2.5 hours in the morning. And we'll play, I don't know what we're playing. Might play more Fortnite. We might do some other stuff. We're going to have a vote right at the top of the stream to determine what we will be playing. So
Right on.
it will be up to the viewers. The viewers paid for it. The viewers decide. And that's that.
Yay.
Alrighty. Well, thanks for joining us for another Saturday Night Insanity, the final one of 2020.
Yay.
So have yourselves a happy new year. Hope you had a happy holiday. And we will see you in 2021 on
That's
January
Christmas
2nd.
Good night, everybody.
Night, everybody.
Good night, everyone, and thank you for joining us. Until next time, and until next year, sayonara.
Penis. And stay safe.
Stay safe, everybody. Stay safe.